Hey, we are live! So we are here today with the RTK Grand Joust. So what this is basically a clan war format event, but instead of a battle between two clans, it was open to the entire clan of RTK and the Collegium that we have in the RTK Discord, which there's a link in the description below if you're interested. But basically, anybody wanted to play signed up. We randomized the teams, so we have mixed teams of RTK players and Collegium players. And now we're going through a clan war format, where we have a series of 1v1s, 2v2s, and a single 3v3. Where 1v1's worth 1 point for the team, 2v2's worth 2 points, and the 3v3's worth 3 points. And now the teams just battle it out to see who is the biggest and the baddest. So, yeah, that's the basics. If you're interested in joining any kind of future Collegium events we have, there's a link in the description below to the Discord, where you can get involved. But let's get right underway. So we're going to start on the top left with Tim the Wilder versus Houseplant. So, for most of these we will be casting the 1v1s live, but for this one our players had to play a little bit early just because of scheduling, so we are going to be watching this one off for replay. So we do have Houseplant on his favorite Khorne, and we have Tim the Wilder playing the Wood Elves. So this is a matchup that can be actually pretty interesting. Wood Elves obviously have very, very strong kiting elements and can actually deny Khorne the melee engagements that they really, really favor. But Khorne Chaos Knights are actually just a massive, massive problem for Wood Elves. Wood Elves already struggle to deal with Armored Cav, and when that Armored Cav is really tanky and deals fire damage, they're an absolute terror. But they're going to have a hard time getting support of their typical carry units of the Minos and the Infantry, since Wood Elves are so effective at kiting those engagements. So let's get in and see how Houseplant goes about getting those melee engagements that Khorne so desires. So for Khorne, we have Valkia the Bloody, no surprise there, with Spear of Sleipnir, nothing else. She's good against kite factions, just she can go and dodge ammo and waste a lot of the archer's time, just go dive the archer, stop them from firing, and Spear of Sleipnir is of course good for deleting archers or even infantry. Then we have those double Khorne Chaos Knights, as I said, an absolute terror for the Wood Elves. Excellent stats, heavy armor, and fire damage, make them a menace for the Wood Elves to deal with. And then we just have a line of a mix of Chaos Warriors and Marauders of Khorne, and a single anti-large Mino to help tear apart any kind of Treekin or Zotes that you may come across. Which aren't that uncommon. Zotes are Wood Elves' best answer typically to Armored Cav, but they're still a little slow, so they have a hard time catching them. And that's all Khorne has for them. A pretty simple build we got there. For the forces of Wood Elves, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4 Deepwood Scouts with Swifter Shards, magic damage, and very heavy missile strength will do very, very good work kiting the forces of Khorne. They'll tear apart the Marauders, tear apart the Minos if they get the shots on them. They will have a little bit of a hard time punching through the armor of the Chaos Knights. Backing that up, we have an Ancient Tree Man with Earthblood and Flesh to Stone, as well as Life Bloom and Call of the Woods to help with that frontline fight and get a little bit of that passive healing across the whole army. And then in the rear we do have 3, 4 War Dancers, all with the Shadows Coil active, make them very, very durable against the Chaos Knight charges or just to grind in that front line. They'll absolutely dominate Khorne Marauders, and they'll trade for a very, very long time against those Chaos Warriors. So let's get right on into it. So I expect we will have a pretty hefty skirmishing phase. As I said, Wood Elves kind of want to deny that engagement, and just Houseplant is just wasting as much of the Wood Elf ammo as possible with Valkia. She's taken very little damage. She's wasted probably 6 or 7 volleys already off of the combined archers, which is Value City for the forces of Khorne. As Valkia is taking very, very little damage off of that. But as the Wood Elves get closer, they will be able to manually target the Marauders and start to tear them apart with those magic arrows they've got. Looks like I heard some reinforcements coming in. Looks like we got more Marauders coming in. Just an infantry tie to try and push back the archers and keep them off of those points. Typically, into a kite build like this, you would see a more heavy build-up, but on a map like this, where all the points are on a hill, you really can't afford to give up the positioning. So Khorne needs to actually fight a lot earlier, which means they have to take a little bit of a worse fight because they have to take a lot of fire when they don't have that many units on the field. Valkia is now over here. She landed and is taking a lot of shots for her trouble. Those Deepwood Scouts are quite accurate, actually chunking her for a lot of damage value. Just we had a Spear of Sleipnir go down. Yeah. Oh no, that's just Valkia tearing them apart. Really? I guess Valkia and Friendly Fire, which is doing more work than Valkia is, I think, which is kind of rough for the Wood Elves. But you get some good damage on Valkia and actually contain her pretty well, which means she'll have a harder time dealing with that Treeman when the actual battle does start. And she is actually quite a big threat to the Treeman, so getting her low health helps a lot, because she, of course, does fire damage and is an excellent anti-large duelist. So that Treeman definitely wants her to stay far, far away. But the skirmishing is continuing as the Wood Elves, are just shooting on the Chaos Warriors, the Marauders, wherever they can. Khorne looks like they're capping the far side objective completely for free with these Chaos Knights. No surprise there. Wood Elves really just want to kite back and not really fight for objectives just yet until they have a massive value lead. And Valkia is down to about half HP, but she's still pretty safe. She's not at imminent risk of dying, but she does need to be a little careful not to take too many shots to the face. Deep Wood Scouts are just free-firing into these shielded infantry, and Khorne seems to be content to just tank that with their cheap shielded infantry for the time being. The other Chaos Knight is moving up, as well as an anti-infantry Minotaur this time we have. And looks like now Khorne is going in for the proper engage, going to try to push his Deep Woods back and actually get their hands on objective number 1. Try and 3-cap the Wood Elves and actually force them to fight you a lot sooner than they would like. If they're allowed to sit in this 1 point and kite you, they're going to do so until they're out of ammo, have a massive value lead, and you're in a lot of trouble as Khorne. So you want to try to stop that. Take the point, then they don't have as much time to spend their ammo, and you can get a much better engagement as Khorne. Chaos Warriors and Chaos Knights just pushing up, and these Knights, as I said, are such a problem for the Wood Elves. There's like nothing armor piercing in this army aside from the tree men. So the 130 armor with bronze shields are going to be such a terror for the Wood Elves to deal with. As well as I said, the excellent stats, the fire damage, they can do a lot of work. They can definitely put this game on their back if they are allowed to. We need to see how the Wood Elves try to contain it. They are doing a pretty good job just getting as far back as possible, baiting Khorne closer and closer to their own spawn zone. And they can get better engagements at the reinforcements faster, but at the cost of giving up a 3-cap. Khorne has captured all 3 objectives and pushing Wood Elves further back into their spawn, which is not unlike Tim. Tim likes this kind of style, likes to force his opponent further and further forward. Now we do have the Khorne Chaos Knights charging in, trying to get the War Dancers. They have that Shadow Scroll active, but they do turn their rear to the Chaos Knights. Now we have, what do we have coming? Is that Flesh to Stone, I imagine? A Flesh to Stone, but these War Dancers are still taking a lot of damage, and these Chaos Knights are barely bothered. Just so heavily armored, and the lack of AP on these guys is really showing through as the Chaos Knights are just tearing apart this fairly, not elite, but like mid-tier infantry for the Wood Elves. Valkia dropping down onto the Deep Wood Scouts. She has taken a lot of damage, but in melee she's perfectly safe from the Deep Wood. She needs to be a little careful of the War Dancers, but they are occupied with the Chaos Knight at the moment. The Treeman is coming over. He will have some anti-large punching power. Not anti-large, but the armor-piercing punching power to try and cut through the Chaos Knights. But looks like he's more interested in Valkia right now. She's low enough that she needs to be a bit careful with that big guy. But now we do have the War Dancer Azrai Spears, which are AP anti-large. One of the few tools the Wood Elves have to actually deal with these Chaos Knights, doing loads and loads of damage to them here. On the far side, we do have a War Dancers, just cutting up the infantry, shooting through those Marauders of Khorne. The Chaos Knights as well are just tearing up the War Dancers, and now the Miners are here as well. Deep Wood Scouts are shooting as much as they can, but there are Marauders just pushing them back, screening for the front line, keeping those Minos safe to chew up the front line, and Khorne is actually taking a pretty hefty value lead pretty early. Not something you typically expect to see when there's this much shooting for the Wood Elves, but Housebound is very, very good at getting those good engagements, so he is a terror for a reason. Earthblood coming down. Looks like a bit of a miscast. Not really sure what you're aiming for there. I guess you do get these War Dancers as Spears, which will help to apart these Chaos Knights. Again, pretty much your only option. So the Chaos Knights are going to pull away and probably just look for another engagement somewhere else. Maybe get through this crack and just pincer those Deep Wood Scouts. As these guys do charge on them themselves, get some good damage and shut them down. Marauders in the back are peeled off, so those archers are back online, but this is looking pretty rough for the Wood Elves. The 3-cap is still in control of Khorne. They're trading down. Their archers are almost out of ammo. So this might look like a pretty swift victory for the forces of Khorne. Valky's pretty low, which is like your one redeeming factor for the Wood Elves, but you can't really confirm the kill on her when she's flying about. The Chaos Knights are in your back line, just tearing apart your archers. This is looking really, really suspect for the forces of the Wood Elves. Deep Woods are just about out of ammo. You'll probably see them getting desummoned here pretty soon. Hopefully that will give the Wood Elves a bit of a second wind as they're able to get a refund on those and get some more infantry out. But their infantry is getting just chewed up between the Chaos Knights and the Minotaurs. And now the anti-large Minos are coming in for that Treeman as well. And I expect Valky will probably join the party here before too terribly long. But this Treeman, this is not a fight he wants. Anti-large Minos tear apart these big characters like this. So I expect to see him going down pretty quickly, and yeah, he's taking lots and lots of damage. Some healing is available for him, but I don't know if it'll be able to save him, as there's no regrowth. It's just Earthblood and Flesh to Stone, so he needs to make sure to stay as close to his spears as possible. Spear Slaanesh coming down on these Blade Singers, which is a massive amount of value. Wait, why dampen? Oh, that's right, the Fleshhounds have dampened. The RR Fleshhound. Yeah, the Minos and the Fleshhounds are tearing apart those Elite Blade Singers. Not the fight they want. They really want to be chewing up infantry, so having those large targets to fight is not what they would like to see. A bit of backup attempt coming in here from the Wood Elves, and in the center as well. The Khorne lines are starting to wear out. They've got a lot of the big stuff, their Minos, their Fleshhounds, their Cav, but their infantry is really starting to be worn down. But I expect we'll be seeing a second wave coming in for them at some point, but looks like it'll be a little bit late. Khorne Horsemen throwing axes are coming in as well, and that Treeman is need to be very, very careful. These throwing axes deal a ton of damage, and they deal fire damage, which of course, it's a tree. He's weak to fire. He needs to be very, very careful, because they will do a load of damage to him very, very quickly, especially with the help of those Minos holding him in place. Yeah, the Khorne infantry has largely worn out, but so is the Wood Elf infantry. There's not a whole lot of Elves left on the field, so there's not a lot to capitalize on the lack of Khorne warriors or marauders. So, Chaos Knights are still on the field, and they are able to just run around and sweep up any of these Wood Elf infantry that they get too far overextended, and that's the problem here for the Wood Elves. You have to play very, very tight together, because none of your units that well alone fare that well against the Chaos Knights of Khorne. I need to turn stream mode back on Discord. I forgot to turn them back on. I will do that after this game. Is that DM important right now? No, it's not. And yeah, that is going to be a pretty swift victory for the Blood God. That'll be Houseplant striking first for Team 2, and that'll be me turning streamer mode back on so you guys don't hear my Discord notifications. Welcome, Meow Meow. Yeah, Khorne Chaos Knights are... I mean, Chaos Knights of any variety are an absolute terror for Wood Elves. That's one of Wood Elves' big weaknesses at the moment is Armored Cav, because they don't have good options for them to deal with it. Their own Cav is not very good at dealing with it. It's not AP sort of Great Stags, which are very, very squishy. So typically you see them resort to either AP Archers in Way Watchers or the Starfire Shafts, or Zotes. But the problem is both of those are kind of reactive answers to them. They can't really go and seek out the Chaos Knights and really shut them down. They really just have to opportunistically strike when the Chaos Knights are trying to do whatever they want. So you're really playing the Cavs game with Wood Elves. But the front line did reasonably well for Wood Elves. Wood Dancers chewed up a lot of the Marauders and the Chaos Warriors, but the Minos and the Chaos Knights just proved too much. Deepwood's got pretty good value, but I feel like they just got shut down too quickly. They weren't given the space they needed. They got back in that corner really, really quickly, and Khorne was able to just corner them and shut them down. The Blade Singers got absolutely demolished between the Minotaurs and the Spears of Slaanesh. The Azure Spears did alright. Dryads. Typically, Dryads are a great unit. They're one of the things that make Wood Elves so good. They're fast, they tear apart light armor, but into Khorne, where there's so much fire damage, they feel like such a liability. Which is a rough spot to be in for Wood Elves, because the unit you do depend on a lot. Minos did pretty good. I mean, they're still full health. Yeah, the Furies are also a nightmare for Wood Elves. But, taking us back to our scoreboard, you have Houseplant striking first for his team. No surprises there. Houseplant is the world champion for a reason. Let's see if Team 2 can strike back here in our next game. But first, I need to fix my settings. So, next up we will have, I believe it's Roland versus Kip. Let me DM one of them and see if they have a lobby up. And then after that will be Housecat and Rusty. Gonna let Housecat and Rusty know they're up next to get their builds in the lobby up, so we don't have too much downtime. There's Kip's lobby. Doesn't have Spectator slot just yet. So we'll get in there in a second. Cool. Occurs to me I never put the screen blocker, so let's put my screen blocker up. Because I don't think that this screen blocker is necessarily appropriate for this event. So let's change that. Change it to this. There we go. We can make that a wee bit bigger, probably. There we go. So, yes, now we have Roland for Team 1 and Kip for Team 2. And I believe the matchup is Bretonnia into Norsca. Let me Streamlabs. Let me fix it. There we go. Streamlabs does not like my cursor today. I'm having to do it with the keyboard. Don't know why. Alright, hopefully we can get rolling in here in just a second. Is Khorne good and Dom? Not really at the moment. Triple Giant allowed? You know, 1v1? No. I mean, we're using unit caps. If you can make Triple Giant work with unit caps in a team game, then yes. Alright. Roland is not responding at the moment, so I'm going to see if Rusty and Housecut are ready to go, and we can come back to Kip and Roland. So yes, Triple Giant. If you get to work with unit caps, like if you want, like for the 3v3 over here behind my face cam, if like Nurgle brings the ROR and then Norsca brings 2 giants, then yes, that will be legal. So if you want to convince your 3v3 team to see that Rusty, you can. Alright, trying to track down the players real quick. Sorry about the wait. Hopefully clean this up a little more as the time goes on. Part of the idea for this event is that players have known their matchups for over a week, so they've had time to prepare, so hopefully build times don't take that long. And I'm going to try and make sure people know that they're up ahead of time, so they have time to get their lobbies and make their builds before we get there. Alright, looks like Roland is coming, so we can get that going. I assume this is Roland. I don't actually know what his Steam name is, so probably him. I sent him a lobby code, so Rusty. The caveat there is that you have to convince Tim to run Triple Giant, that's the hard part there. That's the part you might struggle with, Rusty. Alright, looks like Kip is good to go. Got the build ready. Is this the map? Yes, this is the map I set. You know, I picked all the maps. You'd think I would remember, but I did like 2 weeks ago, so I don't remember. Alright, looks like Roland's just about got his build. Good to go. Norsca is good to go. Hopefully we can get into this real quick. So Brett Norsca is a little bit of a tricky one. The infantry fight typically goes in Norsca's favor. They have very, very efficient infantry with their Marauders and their Rage mechanic. Very, very effective, very efficient. Marauder champions are excellent. Berserkers are good, but they're very vulnerable to shooting or cav charges, so probably not what you want here. And the cav fight is, of course, going to favor Bretonnia. Skin Wolves don't have AP, and they're not very durable themselves, so Bretonnian cav charges can typically tear them apart. And then Bretonnian archers can also be very, very effective, though they are vulnerable to being hit with things like Burning Head or, or Sea Fang from Wolfric the Wanderer. So what Norsca typically has to do in this matchup is find a way to mitigate the cav's impact while enabling their infantry grind. So things with mass, things like trolls or Vermeer are typically very, very useful to try and break the cav charges before they tear apart their infantry. So that's kind of what I'm expecting to see here. Ice trolls are typically very, very good if you can shut down the fire archers. Peasant bowmen with fire arrows are, of course, very good into trolls that are very weak to fire. So you really need to shut those down if you want any kind of troll play for Norsca. Or you could just go for the more expensive option in Vermeer. Vermeer aren't typically that great, but they're very tanky. They're hard to kill for Bretonnia, and they can stop cav, though they are, of course, more expensive, so it's harder to have them everywhere you need them. So it's a bit of a give and take. For Brett, I expect you'll see a fairly typical Brett build. Lots of peasants, men-at-arms, and some bows. And then in the reinforcements, you'll see Knights of the Realm, maybe some Grail Knights, that kind of thing. There's also some Hippogriff Knights here, maybe. They do very well into a lot of the infantry options, even some mobility choices, but they need to be very, very scared of Hunter Javs, which I think we do have a couple here for Kip. So yeah, for Kip we have Throg with Fight or Die, as well as his Vomit ability. We have a Vermeer Balefiend of Burning Head. Yeah, Burning Head, no shocker there. Very, very good against the Bretonnian archers and peasants. Frontline of basic Norscan Marauders, again with the Rage. They're very, very efficient against most targets for their price. Not super expensive, but for a 400 gold Marauder, very, very solid. Spears as well. We're going to play the flanks a little bit more. Spears, of course, they fight cav, ideally, if you can get them there. Anti-large bonuses will do good work there. A couple of Great Open Marauders to round it out, and a couple of 100 Javs, which, despite lacking AP, they hit so hard, they're going to tear apart most large things that they're able to sit and shoot. But they also need to be scared of the archers, as they're heavily outranged. It looks like that is our Norsca build for the forces of Roland and the Bretonnians. We got a bunch of peasant mobs out front. No shocker there, very, very common. Just wearing down that opponent's vigor and just wasting the time in the front line. Need to be a little careful here because it will actually charge up the Norscan's rage, but it's probably still worth it for the Bretonnians. We got some peasant bowmen with fire arrows, pox arrows, fire, and another pox. Looks like we got, what, 3 fire arrows, 2 pox arrows, a bunch of men-at-arms with shields, swords and shields, men-at-arms, polearms, spears, just lots and lots of peasants. A couple of grail relics to buff them up. We got King Luanleonke in the sky with the Lion's Shield and the Sword of Khorne, as well as the Lady's Champion and Beloved Son of Bretonnia. We have a Life Caster to heal him up. We got Earthblood and Dwellers Below. Dwellers Below is a pretty nice option to try and chew through any kind of Marauder champions you may see, as Bretonnia typically struggles with those heavier infantry options, but I don't think Kip opted into any of those, at least not in the starter. So those are our builds for the day. It's actually only one for a week. Typically you see 2, but just the one for the day. I wonder if he's going to throw out another one. Because Grail Relics are, of course, exceptional. They provide AoE leadership and melee attack and ITP in a pretty large radius, as well as, oh no, they're not a knight. For some reason I was thinking they were a knight, but no, they are a peasant. Yeah, pretty big AoE to buff up a lot of your infantry. And when you have a big heavy infantry build like this, they just get so much value, helping your infantry fight longer and fight better with the melee attack buffs and the ITP. Maybe not super relevant this match, because doesn't seem to be any terror for the side of Norsca, at least not yet. But Norsca definitely can bring things that cause terror. And kind of Manticore or Mammoths. I can't remember what else Norsca has that causes terror. What does Norsca bring that causes terror? Does the Familiar ROR cause terror? It does, okay. Yeah, Familiar ROR, Giants. I guess Norsca doesn't actually have that many great terror sources. At least not in the Brett. So, maybe not a huge concern here. But the leadership and the melee attacker is still exceptional, so. So I suspect what we'll see from the forces of Brett is you're going to position your archers about here, have your infantry in front of that, and you just kind of want to set up this firing position and force Norsca to come into you here without great flank options. Because you have the trees to protect your rear. If they want to come all the way around here, they practically go through the Bretonnian spawn, at which point Cav can be sent out to intercept. So it's a very, very strong position to just have some archers posted up here. They can rain down death upon the center. And if Norsca wants to play the flanks, well, you have Cav. You have good Cav to go and try to play that mobility game, as well as Lewin in the air to go and influence it however he pleases. So it's a very, very strong position for Bretonnia to hold. We're going to see how Norsca tries to break that position. For the moment, they are just posting up in the trees, not interested in getting too far forward and getting shot. Probably going to try to get some cheeky side caps. Yeah, we got some Marauder weapons over here. Just going to grab that side point pretty much for free at the moment. Maybe we'll see some Cav summed out to contest that, but for the moment, it looks like we just got some foot squires coming in. Excuse me. Foot squires are very, very solid anti-infantry bonuses. I mean, they chew through most infantry very, very quickly, especially when combined with that Grail Relic. They'll chew up Marauders. They'll chew all right into Marauder champions, but doesn't look like that's a big concern in this game. We've got some Armored Skinnels coming out. Armored Skinnels are pretty nice in the Brett. Most of the Bretonnian cavalry doesn't have AP, so that extra, 30 to 40 armor they get actually does increase the durability quite a bit. So I don't mind seeing those here, although they are quite expensive at 1100. So we do have the Famir Balefiend of Fire coming over here. Probably just going to, set a toe on this point. He will outcap a single Spearman at Arms, because that is expendable. It has 2 caps rate, whereas he has 3. But it looks like now he's just trying to get up here and get cheeky with a Burning Head, I think. Oh, that could be really nasty. Peasants kind of dodged. The archers kind of dodged into it. How is it curve? Oh, that was a lucky curve. That's one archer gone, as well as a polearm. And do we get collateral? Oh, okay, Roland dodges just in time. Still takes some damage on those archers. That's still a very, very valuable Burning Head for the forces of Norsca. 63 kills already, and more. Oh, it singes the last archer, too. That's a valuable Burning Head. 725 value of one Burning Head that early. That is very, very valuable. That's a very greedy Burning Head, but it did dividends for him. So, Objective 3 has been capped for Norsca, and they are seeming to just opt into building up a little bit. They realize this Bretonnia position is going to take a lot of forces to overwhelm, so you just want to make sure you have as much as you need on the field before you take it. It looks like they're actually going for a pretty heavy play onto objective number 1. Got some Javs coming, they got some Marauders. Bretonnia's forces are very heavily concentrated in the middle, and there's no Cav on the field yet, so there's not much to actually help support this lone spear off on the side. On the far side, though, we do see some Knights Errant coming in. And where are they headed? They're going to try and contest objective 3? Are they going to try and punish the Norscans in the trees? Curious to see. Armored Skinnels coming in, and Knights Errant will probably lose to Armored Skinnels. These are the cheapest Bretonnian Knight at only 700 gold. They're not the most well statted for sustained combat. They're really just good as shock troops to go and run over infantry. So they're going to pull back once they see those skin wolves coming to screen them out. Bretonnians are actually rotating their whole formation over to the left, which I think is a mistake, because now Norsca's engaging in the center, and now your position is just decentralized. You don't have that safe position for the archers over here anymore. They're kind of caught out in the middle. Your formation's a little bit wider, and now there's more room for the Norscans to get around your sides, and they're in a really, really position to flank you and hit you from both sides. This looks like a pretty big blunder from Norsca, I think. Marauders are now engaged in peasant mobs, which means they're going to be charged up that rage nice and quick. Knights of the Realm coming in should get some real nice damage on those Marauders. Oh yeah, give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Or the charge is going to completely fuck up and just not do anything. Neat. That's actually really tragic for Brett. That charge looked so nice. Now the jabs are actually going to be punishing that Knights Errant really heavily. And like I said, they don't need armor piercing. They just hit so hard, they will punch through with any Bretonnian cav if they're allowed to hit them. And Norsca has actually managed to overwhelm the center. Now Brett is in a really awkward position where they're fighting on two fronts over here. This is not what you want with the missile position, because now there's just a lot of gaps in your line where Norsca can start sneaking units through and trying to get on top of those archers and shut them down. Lifecast is actually sniped by Skinwolves. That's terrible. That's a huge loss for Bretonnia. If Norsca can actually finish that off and confirm that kill and stop her from rallying, that's going to be a huge loss. Losing your Lifecaster is so big. The passive healing for all of these Bretonnian peasants is so valuable, and losing that is a tragedy. Now, she might be able to get away. She is quite a bit faster than those Skinwolves, and there are some polearms and some Calco intercept, so she should be able to rally in the back and get back in this fight. Knights Errant are being torn apart by Skinwolves, but the Skinwolves, in contrast, are being torn apart by the Pox arrows. Doing very good work there. On the far side, looks like some Foot Squires are fighting Marauder Grapplins, but they should lose that fight in a 2-on-1. So, no big concern for Norsca there. A bunch of spears in the back are chasing off Lewin. The value trade is going pretty heavily in the favor of Norsca so far. Got some more Knights of the Realm coming out. Some fire arrows rallying in the back. And yeah, this is a really rough position for Bretonnia to be in. Norsca's got a really good engage. They're fighting multiple fronts, and that's the thing. This Bretonnian army really wants to fight together. They really want to enable those archers and just kind of survive with their peasants. Their peasants don't trade that well on their own, and they want to play around those railroad leaks. Whereas Norsca, all of their units are really happy to fight individual, divided fights. So this is just Brett playing into Norsca's hand right now. And this is really good for Norsca. Hits the Realm are a little bit idle in the backfield. Get some Pox Arrows. They are clearing their right flank, which is very nice. The Skinwolves are routed off. With any luck for Norsca, they will regenerate and be able to rally before they hit the white line, but they are getting very close. A bit rough there. Brett is starting to scrap back the value lead a little bit. Nice Burning Head comes down, gets some of those men-at-arms, gets some of those Peasant Bowmen. Good damage on the Peasant Bowmen. So we got a Dwellers Below back here, trying to get those Norscan Ice Trolls. Trolls aren't the best target for Dwellers Below. You typically want things with higher model count, infantry, cavalry, that kind of thing. Lewin is stuck up in these Trolls and these Spears, which is not a fight he wants to take, but he is a very strong combatant, so he should be just fine for the moment, especially with a bit of Peasant Mob support. Throg is over here just chewing apart some Battle Pilgrims, doing his best, living his best life. Doing what he can. He is up to 80 kills already with almost no value. Bretonnia. Fire Archers are just free-firing the Marauders. The Norscan front line is starting to get worn down, slowly but surely, whereas Bretonnia seems to have an unending tide of peasants. Peasant mob are shattered there. Trolls just running in and going peasant bowling, as is their wont. Knights of the Realm are getting into the backfield here, tearing apart those jabs, and going to start trying to fight these Beasts of Tashnar. No, they're going to be chased off by the Beasts of Tashnar. Well, Lewin might intercept there. On the far side, the Foot Squires do seem to be being dominated by those Marauder Grey Opens, so that objective will be held by Norsca for the long run, it seems. And Norsca, the fighting is getting more even, but Norsca's still holding all three objectives, and Brett's going to be forced into a 3-cap situation here very quickly if they're not careful. But the Marauders are all being worn down. The Norscan front line is wavering, and the reinforcements are slow coming. Both players seem to be banking up actually quite a bit of funds. So, really curious to see what they're coming out with summon-wise. The Knights Errant are just tearing apart these backline jabs. Although they probably... No, the jabs haven't even paid for themselves yet, which is a travesty. That unit could do absolute work if you keep it online. But against the Bretonnian Knights, that can be very difficult to do. Trolls are just tearing it up. The Life Mage is interested in getting in there and getting some business with those Trolls, but I think that's a bit of a mistake. You could lose that Life Mage very easily, especially when she's already low health, and that would be a huge tragedy. Far side, we do have some Knights of the Realm coming in to finish off those Marauders and try to make a play for this objective. And that's a nice charge, and it can force these Marauders to just rout right off the map, and that'll be an objective back in the hands of Bretonnia, which is what they need desperately right now. They got to get on these points. They are almost in a 3-cap situation. They're going to need to cap all 3 objectives. They can do it, though. Like, they are dominating the battlefield, it looks like. Norsca's forces are being pushed back by the forces of the lady. Burning Head here, a little questionable to use just on a peasant mob. You'll collateral this men-at-arms shield, but that's not a huge amount of value. You probably get more value just by blowing up that archer, but it does eliminate the cap weight, lets you get your spears back on point. We have Pegasus Knights coming to try and fight Throg. Not typically a unit you see all that often. They're not thought very highly of, but I mean, this is kind of an ideal fight. Just a bunch of anti-large calves surrounding a large target. With fire arrow support, and Throg as well is very vulnerable to fire. He has regeneration, so he's got 20% fire weakness, so he's actually taking a lot of damage here, and he's dangerously close to the white line as well. If Throg routs, he's probably gone. So Norse needs to make sure they get on top of this and keep their lord alive and in the fight, because there's no healing. I mean, he has regeneration, but there's no lore of life, no lore of Nurgle or anything for the force of Norsca. Burning Head Caster is shutting down those fire archers, which is very, very huge play, as those are the main source of damage into Throg. Now the Pegasus Knights are surrounded by an anti-large character, a bunch of anti-large infantry, who have charged up to 54 melee... Oh, Fighter Die is active, okay. Yeah, so Fighter Die with those spears, they just tear apart the Pegasus Knights, and these spears are just chewing... Oh, is it just Throg chewing them apart? Where's all this damage coming from? Yeah, I guess it's just Throg and the spears. And the jabs. And in the center, Brett is making a push with their caster and their Rare Relic. Cav is trying to fight for the side objective. The Ice Wolves and the Ice Trolls are tearing them apart. And like I said, Knights of the Realm, they aren't the best in sustained combat. They really rely on that massive charge bonus. Their bonus large is alright, but really what they want is that charge bonus to be getting most of their value. But these Trolls to get in there. These Trolls are whomping them. Those Cav would be dead already. Another Questing Knight coming as well. These guys are much better in sustained combat. Very, very well statted. So these Trolls... This objective may well be going in the favor of Brett, but Brett needs to get all 3 objectives, and they don't have much time. Oh, excuse me. Lewin has now dropped onto Throg and the Famir Balefiend, and that's a really rough spot for him to be in. Throg is very low, but he's got so much support. Throg and a Famir are actually a really, really nasty combo. The armor center from the Famir, as well as the hefty weapon strength, and then Throg as well, the massive anti-large bonuses. Lewin needs to be a bit careful. He does have the Sword of Crown active, so the melee defense is going down, but the melee attack is just fine. And Throg is going to be doing a lot of damage to Lewin. But yeah, Throg needs to run. Make sure he stays alive. If Throg dies, that could be Brett's ticket to actually getting on these objectives. Whereas they just don't have the troops in the area to actually get on this objective. They do take the center, it looks like. They're just about to flip it. They're fighting for Objective 3. They should get that too pretty soon. Norse needs to send everything they have to Objective 3. That's all they need. They only need this one objective. They've got a lot of Marauders coming. They can hold this objective for a long time. They only need to hold it for about 3 minutes-ish. 250 points. Javs are doing work against Lewin in the air. Throg needs to be very careful. Honestly, you might want to just de-summon Throg to keep him safe, but Lewin's not going to let that happen. Lewin's trying to get the snipe on Throg. And again, that could spell doom for Norsca. But no, Lewin turns around. Throg's safe. He can regen, he can de-summon. Either way, he's alive, and that means Norsca's leadership will hold for the time being. These polearms are not going to last very long. They're too low. They don't have a Grail Leak to buff them up. And Norsca's going to hold this objective for a little while longer. You're really relating for those Foot Squires, those Peasant Mobs, and you need to rotate some of this Cav over. This Cav is, I mean, it's done its job. You needed 3, you got 3. Now you really need some kind of Cav support over here on objective number 1. You got to take this, and you got to take it fast if you're Brett. Lewin is doing what he can, but he's got no cap weight. He's got no support. He's just fighting Throg, which Throg is playing with fire a bit. He's got Fighter Die popped. The spears and the jabs and the Ice Wolves are helping him, but Lewin is a tough customer. And this is Throg is dancing on a knife's edge. But the jabs here to support. Lewin should be in a bit of trouble here, but he might be able to take out Throg before he himself takes too much damage. So we got a Dwellers coming in, but that's a good dodge coming in from Kip. Keeping those jabs alive, keeping those Ice Wolves safe. Foot Squires are coming in, but there are Ice Trolls here to kill them as well. Lots and lots of Norse reinforcements. The Marauder Grey opens, and as well as a bunch of normal Marauders coming in nice and fresh, trying to hold this point. And Norsca needs to just cling to this point with everything they have. The far side it doesn't exist. Don't fight for the far side more. Nothing else needs to be summoned over there. Everything you summon comes over here. And the problem Brett has right now is that you need to have so many forces over there just to ensure there's no back caps. Because a back cap could be devastating, but you also need to commit forces to this point to actually take it. The Pegasus Knights are coming to try and kill those Norse Control, but they're right in front of Jabs, and the Jabs can tear them apart. And Earthblood coming in to try and heal up Lewin, as well as those Pegasus Knights, but those Jabs are going to tear them apart very, very quickly. Peasant Mobs coming in, the Pegasus Knights are bailing out. The Beast Attacks are coming, but routing immediately. Marauders can try and shoot apart those Great Open Infantry. Where's Throg? Did Throg get desummoned? I don't see Throg. I don't see a Lord Loss penalty. Oh no, he's back in the trees. He's just hiding. Honestly, I think at this point you just desummon him. You need the money more than you need the Lord. Just try and get the money back. Burning Head is huge. Routes off those peasants immediately. Get some good damage on your own Marauders, which is really unfortunate. Nukes their leadership. Okay, maybe not huge, but very, very well timed. Gets that cap weight off immediately, and now you can collapse onto the back of those foot squires with these Marauders and just pincer them and kill them immediately, which is what you need to do. You kill them quickly. Oh no, the bounce! That Burning Head might have done more harm than good. But these Marauders, they need to be over here. You need to make sure that this second wave of Bretonnian peasants can't touch the objective. You're just fighting for time. And actually, they're camping the far point. The Bretonnian Cav wandered off, and the Norscans rallied. The Trolls are going to fight these Cav again. The Questing Knights are in Lance formation. They should do pretty good damage on the charge. The Norscan Ice Trolls might actually take them out. They're very, very low. The Trolls are quite durable. They might actually win that fight. I don't know, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But at the far point is the big problem. The Bretonnians just don't have the troops there. The Bretonnians are rerouting. No, you can't do this. You can't reroute these. Wait, where did these guys come from? Where have they been? Anyway, yeah, you can't reroute. You got to get on this point. You've only got about 60 seconds. You got to get on this objective. You got to take it fast. And these Marauders, they need to be on this side of the objective. Just block them. Don't let them touch the objective. Get these Marauders to the far side. Lewin is blocking you, and you need to not let that happen. Lewin is not important right now. Just get over here. Stop the infantry from touching. Get in the back of these foot squires and tear them apart. 6 extra Marauders coming in are going to be doing good work. These armored skin wolves can come and intercept the reinforcements, or they can go deal with Lewin and let your rest of your infantry fight. Either way, it's fine, but you need to get them there fast. Time is of the essence. Value no longer matters. It's just about those capture points. 40 seconds to go. Brett needs to get on this, but I don't think this is even going to be enough capture point. I think Norsca has this. The caster is dying. The Famir is still here fighting strong. Lewin is getting very, very low. The ice controls are tearing apart. What is that? Is that Sword of Khorne? Sword of Khorne. Not going to be enough. The Marauders are finally getting there to try and stop them, but they do set foot on the objective. But the cap weight is still very heavily in Norsca's favor. Some Grail Guardians coming in, but that's too late. A unit like that needs so much time to pay for itself. And while they do tear off infantry, it's just not enough in time. And that's, I think, going to be Norsca taking it. 10 seconds to go. And this objective is still very solidly in the hands of Norsca. So that is going to be Kip striking for Team 1. Wait. Team 2. Team 2 taking our second game. Very well played. Norsca was looking pretty rough there in the mid-game. Their infantry got worn down really heavily. They kind of had to wait for that second wind to actually try and stay on. But they did manage to scrap pretty well and keep their value up, despite going down in units pretty heavily. Oh my goodness, Fire Archers. Fire Archers are such a menace for Norsca, because they have so many good units that are Fire Weak. Yeah, Grail Guardians, like, a unit like that needs so much time to pay for itself. So in late game scenario like that, you're better off with just Knights of the Realm, probably. You just need bodies on that point. Knights of the Realm did really well, actually. A lot of value. Vegas Knights, I think they got summoned twice, but it's still decent value. Foot Squires. Foot Squires did real good. Although they also got summoned twice, I think. Knights Errant did alright. Mere Balefiend, the Burning Heads were pretty good. Javs, not that great. Infantry did pretty good work. Skinwolves did well. The Trolls, if they're not being shot by Fire Archers, the Trolls are a menace. Yeah, it was really just good objective play from Norsca. Keeping things where they need to be, keeping control of those objectives, and doing good work. Alright. Now, next up is... Alright. So, back to our scoreboard. So that is Team 2 taking our second game. Who was next? So, Rusty said it's dinner time for him. So, let's see if we can go to... Let's see if JP and Sipa are around. Alright, JP is good to go. Alright, so I need to remember how Streamlabs works. I need to copy the check marks. How does this work? I don't remember how I do this. How do I do this? Ah, copy. There we go. So, Kip has defeated Roland. Alright, so now we are on to JP and SIPA, which is, in fact, a land battle. So for all you land battle enjoyers out here, we do have a couple of those today. This wasn't strictly a Dom event. Basically, I let people sign up for whatever they wanted, and whatever they signed up for, people are playing. So we have a couple of people who want to play land battles. So that's what we've got. Now, what was the map? The map is Galbaraz. But it also means I had to restart my game to turn off the mod pack, so. Just a moment. This back up. So now we have, who is on which team? SIPA is on team 1. And JP is team 2. And we do have Greenskins versus Dark Elves. And we are getting right on into it. Nice. Very, very nice. So I'm a little less familiar with the land battle meta, but what I'm kind of expecting is, I don't know. I know Greenskins typically win the infantry engagement pretty heavily against Dark Elves, so I expect Dark Elves will go for maybe a more kitey build. I don't know how Cold One Knight's doing to Borp or Biggins. That's probably a pretty decisive factor in this matchup. I imagine the Dragon Lord is still an absolute terror for Greenskins. Greenskins typically struggle to kill those big single entities. They have to rely on archers, or I really don't know what else, to be honest. Like, Greenskins have a hard time killing big single entities, so the Dragon Lord for Dark Elves is likely to be an absolute terror. Excuse me. But the infantry engagement typically goes pretty well for Greenskins, although it looks like Big JP has actually opted into a pretty heavy infantry build. So, JP's Dark Elves, we do have the Dragon Lord with Soul Stealer. No shocker there. This is pretty much the default for Dark Elves in land battles, and in Dom, to be honest. Like, the Dragon Lord is just so cost effective. It's just the strength sources with Soul Stealer on Dragon. We have 4 Cold One Knights. So I think JP believes that killing the Borb Biggins is a priority, at the very least. They should do pretty well in that Cav duel. They're very, very good at the anti-Cav roll. That's what they specialize in for Dark Elves. So we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 Witch Elves. Not something I expected to see. They should trade pretty well. They tear up infantry very, very quickly, but they are pretty squishy to any kind of archer fire, so you need to be sure you mitigate any of that Greenskin shooting. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dread Spears. Looks like the plan, I assume, is going to be have the Dread Spears up front, let them engage, and have the Witch Elves countercharge, and start rampaging things. This is just a pretty simple Dark Elf build. There's no shooting for the Dark Elves whatsoever. No handbows, no Dark Repeaters, no Scourge Runners, nothing of the sort. Just pure melee grind. Going balls deep, nothing. You can't protect things against Greenskins, I guess. So, for the Greenie Boys, I see Wurzag, which it should come as a shock to nobody. He's very, very strong. He has Here We Go, Fists of Gork, Brainbuster, and FNG of Degit. Squiggly Beast, Bonewood Staff, and Bonewood Staff is the reason you take Wurzag in pretty much every matchup you can. It's just massive amounts of melee attack and charge bonus for your whole army every time you cast a spell, so it increases the efficiency of every unit in your army so much, except the missile units. Only applies melee buffs. And we have some Borbor Biggins, some Forest Goblin Spider Riders. On this side, a bunch more calves. Looks like we have 4 total Borbor Biggins, including the Arwar. We got the Moon Howlers. What do these guys even do? I don't know what they do, other than the basic variant. I don't remember. We got the Morgan's Ancient Marauders. We got a front line of Goblins backed by Squigs. We got the Swamp Things. We got the Rusty Errors. And we got the Orc Error Boys. So, the Witch Elves... I'm a bit concerned for these Witch Elves, because they tear apart the Goblins like absolute paper. But they're not as good against large things. They rely on that bonus for his infantry, and they're very, very squishy. They're very squishy. 26 melee defense, 6,500 hit points, and no armor, just fizz resist. So these archers are going to tear them apart, and maybe the Squigs too. And any spells from Wurzag. So I'm very, very scared for those Witch Elves. But, again, the Greenskins don't have good answers to that Dragon Lord. Morgan's Ancient Marauders and the Rusty Arrows will do alright work if she mispositions, but she's usually going to be able to avoid those positions where those archers are relevant. Well, oh, there's also a Dark Rider I missed. Where's that Dark Rider hiding? Oh, 2 of them, actually. So yeah, this is going to be a big, big cav engagement. Lots of cav to micro. Lots of, not exactly skirmishing, but big ability fight. The infantry fight, I probably favor the Dark Elves a little bit more. They spent a little more on infantry engagement, but the archers for the Greenskins are going to do absolute numbers on those Witch Elves. Dread Spears are happy to take the arrows. As Dark Elves, if the Dread Spears are being shot, you're so happy. They have silver shields, they're cheap, they are the ones you want being shot. So as Greenskins, you probably may even just want to save your ammo for not the Dread Spears. Although, to be honest, you're probably just fine with shooting them. Like, you've got enough ammo, you'll be fine, right? What could go wrong? You got the biggest wall. The Dark Elves are getting very aggressive with their cav. They get a little bit interrupted by Goblins, and this is going to be a big engagement for the Greenskins. That Borbor Biggin cav with a rear charge on those Cold Knights, those Cold Knights are in a lot of trouble right there. Oh boy. Loads of damage coming down them really quick. Dark Order Riders and Cold Knights are trying to punish, but another nice engagement over here through the spears, the Broken Tusk mob. That could turn on them pretty quickly if they get stuck in those Dread Spears, or if they get rampaged by these Witch Elves. Oh, is the Rampage coming in? Rampage. Rampage! Come on, I see one of you in the melee with the Witch Elves. Get rampaged. And they have the stats effect, but they're not low enough to rampage just yet. In the front line, the Borbor Biggins have rampage. The Dragon Lord is coming in to punish. Getting good fight there, as they are rampage on those Witch Elves. The Witch Elves will still tear them apart. Borbor Biggins rely on their charge bonus. Their melee stats are not that good. Dark Riders in the back on those Orc Arrow Boys. So we got, here we go on these Borbor Biggins. And the cav fight seems to be going really well with the Borbor Biggins. The Cold Knights are getting shredded, but the Witch Elves are punishing them very, very hard. But the melee attack buffs from Greenskins are just doing this frontline fight go so poorly for them. Greenskins are out to an early lead, but the Dragon Lord is starting to tear out some of these Greenskin cav. They are just rampaging and wad and ready for a fight. But they don't do that well against the Dragon Lord. They've got Witch Elves just streaming in to punish. The backline is compromised. The archers are not firing. Where's the Morgan Finch Barrage? Okay, they're sitting and shooting. Taking out Dark Riders, which is not a very valuable use of their ammo. The Morgan Finch Barrage ammo is so valuable because it's your best tool against the Dragon Lord. You cannot afford to waste it on anything else, really. Except maybe Cold War Knights. But the Rook Test Mob is routing. They're terror routing. The Boar Cav is all routing. The Soul Steal is coming out on the archers. This is exactly where the dragon needs to not be. This is where the dragon needs to not be. The arch is the only threat to it. Get it out of here. This is the one place it cannot be standing. Okay, it does shut down the Rusty Arrows, but Morgan Finch Barrage are still going to be free firing. The Dark Elf infantry line on the left side is being crumbled. The left flank is going very heavily in favor of the Greenskins, whilst the right is just being swarmed by the Dark Elves. The blood fight on the Dragon Lord is actually not that bad for Dark Elves. They got Witch Elves and Cold One Cav coming in to try and punish. Getting into the back of the Greenskins over here, and oh, if there's a Soul Stealer here, it'd be so valuable. Borbor Biggins, Squigs, Goblins, Wurzag. But looks like a lot of the Dark Elf forces have been routed off. The Witch Elves are being torn apart. Dark Riders are routing. There are some Forest Scum Spiders Riders just chasing down what they can, getting those routes off. The Dragon Lord is taking a lot of damage from those Morgan Finch Marauders. Like I said, they're the best tool that the Greenskins have against them, so she needs to get in the air until she has some Soul Stealers available. We try to go over after Wurzag. Okay, you can tear out the Squeakers, no problem. The Swamp Things are a big problem as well. If you try to get a breath attack on them, you don't really have a great answer to the Swamp Things. Cold One Cav does so terribly into monstrous infantry. I don't understand why. Cold War Knights are so bad against monster infantry. They only kill cav. It's the only thing they're good for. Soulsteer coming down here doesn't quite get Wurzag, so it's just on the goblins and the Boarboard Biggins, which is not the greatest. You'd probably rather have it over here on the River Troll Hags. Not River Troll Hags, just River Trolls, the Swamp Things. But this is looking pretty good for the Greenskins so far. They have a lot more units left on the field. Whereas Dark Elves are kind of hanging on by a thread. They've got some spears, some Witch Elves. Their cav has been completely destroyed. Got a Brain Burst coming down here to tear apart those Witch Elves. You're really just relying on that Dragon Lord to carry you. The balance of power is creeping ever more in the favor of the Greenskins. But that Dragon Lord can still carry. There's not a lot of ammo for Morgrim Mages and Marauders. And the Rusty Arrows are online for the moment, but the Red Spears are trying to get on top of them and shut them down. If these archers die, that Dragon Lord can kill a lot of what's left here. So we got Effigy of the Git coming down on the Cold One Knights, trying to finish them off with Wurzag. Wurzag needs to be careful, because the dragon is a-coming. Dark Elves have a singular purpose in mind. If they can kill Wurzag, they can easily still pull this game back. But they need to do it, and they need to do it fast. Looks like we got a Breath Attack coming down. How's that going to do? Not too bad, actually. But still have another Breath Attack in the tank, but at this point, they just don't have time. That Dragon Lord's going to have to land and fight pretty soon. Dark Elves don't have a whole lot left on the ground. So I hope there's a Soul Stealer available for Dark Elves to go for this fight, because while Wurzag is a beautiful target, this is a big hit squad that can actually do a lot of number against the dragon. The archers are, however, out of position. The Morgrim Marauders are almost out of ammo, so there's not a lot here left to punish the dragon. I hope there's a Soul Stealer available for you, dragon, or you're in a lot of trouble. Brain Burster does good work there. The Boarboard Biggins are now buffed up from those Wurzag buffs. You need a Soul Stealer, or this is going to be a very, very short game. And yeah, that is army losses setting in for the Dark Elves, and the Greenskins take it. Cold was so bad, period. It's a shame they're pretty much the coolest mount in the entire setting. So they make more nuts. They're okay. They do well into Armored Cav, but that's like the only thing they do. But they are even a little bit pricey for that, yeah. And yeah, they got shut down real hard here. Like the Greenskin Cav is just so cost effective. Yeah, the Witch Elves, the Rampages were valuable, but they're just so squishy. So squishy, and yeah, nothing on the Dark Elves roster really paid for itself. Where's that got good value? Swamp Things did good. The Boar Cav did excellently. And that is Sepa striking the first blow for Team 1, I think? Can't remember who's on which team. Yes, Sepa is on Team 1, so Team 1 is officially on the board. Alright. Is Rusty back? Rusty's not back. Alright, let's see if we can get our other land battle done while we're here. Alright, so we've got one more land battle, which is Nurgle's PA versus Slaanesh, so we'll head on over to that just as soon as they sent me an invite code. But we in fact have Team 1 on the board at long last. Alrighty, there's the invite code. Let's put our blocker up. Cool. Cool. I take Dread Knights TBH. Which else are kind of wasted? Dread Knights? I'm kind of suspect of Dread Knights there. I'm kind of suspect. Mostly because they're so expensive that you lose a lot of width, which means screens are almost guaranteed to get good engagements on you. So now we do have Walk Norsca. So we have Nurgle's PA on Team 1. And on Team 2 we have Slaanesh. Did I read that right? Yeah, Slaanesh is on Team 2. Walk Norsca. So traditionally, what I expect immediately is, yeah, I expect exactly what Norsca has, is just 6 Skirm Cav. Looks like that's not what Slaanesh has opted into. He's got, let's see, he has Archaon with Burning Head, Spirit Leech, Searing Doom, as well as a Fight or Die and the Crown of Domination. He's got heavy infantry core with Chaos Warriors, Chaos Warriors, Chaos Warrior Halberds, Khorne Knights, a couple of Skirm Cav, Dragon Ogres, and some more Chaos Knights of Khorne. So we're just going full heavy metal for Walk, and honestly, I'm here for it. I am so here for it. Dragon Ogres, these things have consistently disappointed me, but I'm here for it. They're a super cool unit, so let's see if you can actually get some value out of them. Yeah, just 2 Skirm Cav, mostly just probably assume to just contain your opponent's Skirm Cav. Oh, these are actually Horsemen of Tzeentch. So yeah, just going to try to absorb shots from the other Skirm Cav and waste their time and ammo, so that your main line can actually get in there and get dirty. Which honestly, your main line isn't that vulnerable to Skirm Cav, aside from the Halberds, so pretty safe in that regards. For the Forces of Norsca, we do have, like I said, those 6 Skirm Cav, just a mix of Horsemen and Horse Masters. Pretty typical for any of these Chaos Mirrors. You often see a lot of Skirm Cav because, well, there's not a lot of missiles to shut them down, and it's a hefty melee grind, which is pretty vulnerable to just being set and shot by Skirm Cav. Marauder Grey Weapons are going to trade very well. They're not going to win versus Chaos Warriors, but they will trade up as they are armor piercing. We got the Maws of Savagery, some Hunter Javs, Wolfric the Wanderer with Hunter of Champions and Seafang. We have a Metal Caster, which I assume has Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. Yep, Searing Doom and Plague of Rust to help chew through some of that heavy armor. Another Hunter Jav, a couple of Berserkers. And that's it. A much lighter infantry core, but a much heavier skirmish core. Not a lot of answers for those big, heavy-hitting Khorne Knights. Maws of Savagery can do okay, but they're fire weak. They are weak to fire, and Khorne Knights deal fire damage. So do the Tzeentch Skirm Cav. So the Maws of Savagery are going to be playing very much on the back foot, trying to find places where they can get their value without getting charged by those fire damage-dealing cavalry. Alright, I need to ping what was up next. Is Rusty back? Rusty's not back. So, do I have the blocker up? No, I moved the blocker, good. I'm not that silly. Yeah. So we are just going to have a hefty skirmish game immediately, I imagine. Yeah, the Tzeentch Skirm Cav are just going to try to waste as much of the Norscan Skirm Cav's time and ammo. And also, they can trade up because of the barriers pretty heavily, and like that's a good opening volley for the Skirm Cav. And like the value says it's pretty even, but that's on Tzeentch barriers, which are going to recharge. So you're perfectly fine with that if you are Walk in this moment. Okay. And yeah, the Tzeentch Skirm Cav are just hiding behind their front line, letting the shields take the damage, while actually trading pretty well into the Norscan Skirm Cav. They'll start to take some damage, you want to back off probably at this point and recharge your barriers. And they're actually doing a pretty good job of skirmishing into the much heavier skirmish score. Which is a bit of a problem for Norsca. You invested a lot of money into your skirmish core, so to be losing out on the skirmish game is actually pretty devastating. That's what you're banking a lot of your value on. Getting some value on the Khorne Knights, though, is very, very valuable. You don't have a lot of good answers to them, so you really like seeing that being taken care of very, very quickly. And the early value there. The Tzeentch barriers are doing absolute work, though, just absorbing as much missile fire as possible and wasting the time of the Skirm Cav and their ammo. Because ammo is a very, very valuable resource in this kind of a matchup. Oh my gosh, the Tzeentch Skirm Cav projectiles are so cool. So good looking. Nice dodge there on that volley from Slaanesh. It's a bit laggy, which means our players get more time to micro their Skirm Cav. So, yeah, Norsca, I imagine there's no one actually kite here. Probably just start moving, this around Norsca a little bit, or around Walk a little bit. Try to deny the actual melee engagement until you can spend more of that Skirm Cav ammo, as that is really your win condition here. As Norsca, that's what you invested a lot of your money into. So you want to make sure you have time to spend as much of your ammo as possible. Chew up these halberds, chew up the Khorne Knights as much as you can, really before you actually get invested in melee engagement. And that's going to be a big burning head if he doesn't dodge. Ooh, that's going to be good value for Archaon. A lovely, lovely burning head. Just chews up the Norscan front line. I mean, no models killed, but whew, that's a hefty HP chunk. Good dodge in the second one, makes sure there's no collateral. But still, that's solid value for Archaon. Yeah, like I said, the halberds are the perfect target for the Skirm Cav. They don't have shields, so they are the best target. Where it's Chaos Warriors, Silver Shields, mitigate a lot of the damage. Don't waste your ammo on them too much. And yeah, the halberds are the ideal target. The Tzeentch Skirm Cav are trading back pretty heavily, though. Tzeentch Skirm Cav are so good. But Walk is now getting the melee fight. Norsca's not actually going to try to kite them, just let the Skirmcav shoot from the sides while they take the heads-up melee engagement. So, Marauders are just going to be charging in here, I imagine. Yeah, we have a little bit of lag. This happens sometimes. Yeah, we got some, I think these players are both, I know Nurgle's PA is European. I can't remember where Slaanesh is from. But I'm obviously North America, so we have a bit of lag sometimes, but it won't be too bad for the 1v1s. But we will be casting the team games off of replays because those will lag a lot more. So got Plague of Rust coming down, upgraded on these chaos sets of Khorne. Marwet Grandma's actually doing some pretty nice damage in return, as well as the Hunter Jabs will tear them apart. Maws of Savagery coming in to try and countercharge to peel them off of those Hunter Jabs. Where's the Hunter Jab? Oh, this Hunter Jab needs to turn in Crossfire. You can tear apart those chaos sets of Khorne so fast. Maws of Savagery just tearing them apart as well, doing some good value. Where is Wolfric? Wolfric's still just chilling. He needs to, put a muzzle on Archaon, try to mitigate his influence. Burning Head coming in. Another one from Archaon. Looks like it's undercast that time. I mean, it's a good cast, but not a ton of damage because it is undercast. Skirmcav are doing their best, but the Dragon Ogres are very, very durable against skirmish fire with their missile resist and their 60 armor. And Nurgle's PA is actually up a lot more value than I thought he was. Now, some of that is on Tzeentch Barrier, but a lot of it is on the infantry. And the Skirmcav are now just sitting on this side, free firing the back, and the Chaos Warrior front line is taking a lot of damage. Chaos Warriors are losing out pretty heavily, but the Khorne Knights are also losing pretty heavily. They're taking a lot of damage against those Maws of Savagery and the Jabs. Wolfric is now finally charging in. We'll try to take the fight with Archaon, who is hit with Hunter Champions. Brought his melee attack defense down to 20, but his melee attack, he still hits plenty hard, so Wolfric needs to be very, very careful. There's no healing available for either of these characters, so health bars, what you see is what you got. And what you got is a big old brawl between Skinwolves and Chaos Knights, which is heavy metal as fuck. Wolfric is getting a good beating in on Archaon, but Archaon is very, very tanky, and as soon as that Hunter Champions wears off, Wolfric's going to have a much worse time. But the Khorne Warriors are starting to wander off and leave Archaon surrounded by Skinwolves and Wolfric, which is not where he wants to be. Norsca's front line is starting to crumble a little bit, but so is the Walk. The Walk's just being dragged down by the Skirmish Cav. And the thing is, with all this Skirmish Cav, if any of these Chaos Warriors rout, the Skirmish Cav just escort them off the map forever. Like, if anything routes, because Norsca has so much mobility control, they're never coming back. Or they shouldn't. Nurgle's PA should be right on top of anything that routes and make sure it doesn't come back. Although he does lose one of his Skirmish Cav there, which is a pretty hefty amount of ammo left, which is a bit of a tragedy. Berserkers are doing their best against those Chaos Warriors, and Wolfric, Archaon is in such a bad spot. This is not where he wants to be. He needs some Khorne Knights to come and help him out. Or, better yet, Dragon Ogres. Suddenly this fight is being turned on its head. Whose Searing Doom is that? Don't they both have Metal Cast? No. Yeah, they both have Searing Doom, so I don't know whose that is. That's Archaon's Searing Doom. That is a surprising amount of damage against those Skinwolves. Plague of Rust coming down on Archaon. Archaon's taking a hefty beating. This is still anyone's game, honestly. The Javs are just tearing apart the Dragon Ogres. Berserkers here are rampaging. The Skirmcav are just going for a desperation dive onto those Javs to shut them down before they tear apart those Dragon Ogres. Javs hit so hard. Just a couple of volleys, they tear apart large things like nobody's business. But the Skinwolves are routing, because Wolfric is isolated. He's a strong duelist, but he is completely surrounded by Dragon Ogres and Archaon, which is not where he wants to be. Although it looks like Skinwolf just buffering between Wolfric and Archaon, so Archaon can't hit, which is the only saving grace. That Skinwolf, oh, it's dead. And that means Wolfric is in a lot of trouble. Archaon has Fight or Die popped. His melee attack's 104. Wolfric is having a bad day. He's being Spirit Leech, and suddenly that fight is flipped heavily on its head. Balance of power is favoring Norsca a little bit, but if you lose Wolfric, that's going to change really quickly, and Archaon is just smacking him about. So much damage coming in. He's terror-routed. He's not coming back. Archaon can chase him off. And that's a brutal loss for Norsca. But Norsca still has control of most of the battlefield, but now, at this point, what is left to kill Archaon? Shaman Sorcerer? That's not going to do it. Berserkers? Not really. Skirmcav has a little bit of ammo, but at this point, you need to save that ammo to try and kill Archaon, because nothing else is going to do it. The Maws of Savagery, maybe if they can run away and heal a lot of HP, but that's not going to be allowed to happen. The Skirmcav are here to make sure it doesn't. So what do you have to kill Archaon at this point? Got a Hunter Jav. Hunter Jav could honestly do it if you can keep it alive. They hit super hard, combined with a Plague of Rust. Gotta rely on that shooting. Javs needs to stay alive. Don't walk into the halberds, please. Please, Nurgle, please. Keep it away from the halberds. Plague of Rust coming down. Skirmcav are not going to be focus firing those halberds, which is good value there. Walk is just going to try and come over here and regroup, get the forces back centralized. It's a bit unfortunate they're going to be shot and harried the entire way by the Norse Skirmcav. But there's not a whole lot left on the field for Walk. It's really just a question of how hard can Archaon carry. And chase off the Maws of Savagery, which is definitely a valid option. You want to make sure those don't come back. That's an elite unit with regens, so if they wanders off and regens a bunch of HP, it can be a huge threat in the late game. Plague of Rust is doing a lot of work against those halberds, just softening them up so that the Skirmcav can tear them to pieces. The Walk Skirmcav is trying to chase off the Shaman Sorcerer of Metal, but honestly, not going to do a great job of that. He's a very small target. So, halberds are getting worn down. There is still some infantry here for Norsca. Yeah, some great weapons and some berserkers that can finish off this Chaos Warriors. It's really just how much can Archaon and those Dragon Ogres do. And I fear that the answer is going to be an absolute ton. The loss of Wulfric might just be the nail in the coffin. Alright. Alright. We have our next game set up. Perfect. So, yeah. So how much can these low health Dragon Ogres and Archaon do? Skirmcav are practically out of ammo, which is really unfortunate, but these Javs, I think it's all on these Javs. It's can these Javs kill Archaon? In a vacuum, like, yes, they have the damage output, they have the ammo, but does Archaon have a burning head? If Archaon has a burning head, he might just carry this whole game. He is the Ever-Chosen for a reason. He may just put the entire team on his back and just beat the Everloom ass out of. Honestly, not a lot of melee potential left for Norsca. You've got some tired infantry, but a lot of what they have is healthy Skirmcav that aren't very good in melee. They're not going to kill Archaon. Archaon has nutty melee stats, he's real tanky, he's got good fizz resist, causes terror. He's going nowhere fast. You need those Javs to do a lot of work against him. You need to spend all the ammo left on him, I think. The Dragon Ogres are much less of a threat. Although they're actually doing good value. Like I was saying earlier, Dragon Ogres have consistently disappointed me, but those guys have decent value. Wow, you're terror routing already? He's barely in melee with you. It's a bit of a tragedy, you know, a bit of a loss because you lose a bit of ammo there. So far, so we do have the Skirmcav being chased off as well by other Skirmcav. Yeah, it's really just about the Archaon, which it's smart that, you know, Slaanesh is making sure to chase off every little bit he can. Make sure he just wears off anything that routes he wants to chase off, just whittle away at his opponent's forces. Taking the heads of engagement is obviously not what you want to do. If you can, you know, you can just carve off pieces of this formation one by one. You're very, very happy, and then Nurgle to make sure that doesn't happen. Keep your formation centralized. Make sure all units can support each other, because individually they all lose to Archaon. Really, I am really banking on this Jav. This Jav needs to end the Ever-Chosen. The humble Marauder Jav, but they can do it. They have insane damage output. Bonus versus large on missiles is probably the best stat in the game. Like, bonus versus large on missiles is just insanely good. And I also wonder if there's any Plague of Rust left. I assume there's probably a little bit of Wham left, so one Overcast Plague of Rust, combined with a good Hunter Jav volley, could end it all. Archaon needs to be very, very careful. Now, Archaon is coming back in. Everything's routed off, so he is compelled to attack. Skirmcav in the distance are coming back as well. So, what might be really unfortunate for Norsca is if they actually end up getting in the fight in these trees. Probably want to just roll the Skirmcav back and just walk forward with the Marauders. Let the Marauders take the engagement rather than try to get in too early with the Skirmcav. And then Archaon's just going to chase the Skirmcav. The Hunter Javs. Oh no, there's the Burning Head. Dodge, dodge, dodge! Down goes the Hunter Jav. Moment. Oh wait! Oh, that curve! That curve could cost the game. No, they rout! They rout! Can they rout? Can they save them? Plague of Rust goes down on the Ogres, which I think is a mistake. Gotta take down Archaon. Archaon pops fight or die. The Javs are trying to rout through. Oh, this is close. Searing Doom comes down from both casters. One on the Dragon Ogres, one on the Infantry Blob, and the Infantry Blob was going to do a lot of damage. Looks like, oh no, it's a little too slow. And a little bit of lag coming in. Searing Doom does some okay damage to this Dragon Ogres, some good damage to the Cav Blob. And yeah, Nurgle realizes he's just got to get those Javs to safety. They still have 49 models. A lot of damage output, but you got to get them to safety. Archaon is causing mass terror routes. Norsca is mass terror routing to Archaon. And the Dragon Ogres. Archaon, can he take this? The bounce power is creeping back in the favor of Walk with these massive terror routes, but there's nothing to chase them off. So they should be able to rally, but they're so close to the white line. The Skirmcav might be off the map before they can come back. Archaon is going to clutch the hell out of this. The Berserkers are still fighting strong. They have good leadership. The Marauders are bailing. Okay, the Skirmcav rallied. One of them did. They both did. Okay, they both rallied. Terror routes aren't too much. The Dragon Ogres are routing. There's only 3 of them left. It's just Archaon. It's just Archaon. He's got to stick on those Javs and make sure they rout. Make sure they cannot come back, because they're the only thing that can just shred him. Looks like he's going for the caster now, which I think is a mistake. If those jabs rally, you're in so much trouble. It's the one counter they have to it. But Arcan, yeah, he's going for that caster. I mean, the caster is worth a lot of balance of power, so you can try and maybe army loss, but I think you gotta chase those jabs off. You gotta chase off those jabs. Scrimcav do intercept him, stop him from getting there. Wear him down a little bit and just buy time. The Burning Head. I can do some good work. The jabs. The jabs rally! The jabs rallied! The jabs rallied. Balance of power is creeping more in the favor of Norsca. Searing Doom coming down. That'll do some good damage on the Scrimcav. There's no dodges. Scrimcav are terror routing. Very, very good damage for Arcan there. The Burning Head almost gets Hunter jabs by accident. Hunter jabs are wavering. If they come near Arcan, they're going to rout just from his terror aura. But they need to do the work of the Dark Gods here. Plague of Rust is down on Arcan. The jabs! Come on, get in range. Okay, he's got about 3k hit points. The jabs are nearing their range. They're in range, but they're not very accurate, so you want to be as close as possible, but you cannot get closer to him. You have no mass to stop Arcan. If Arcan beelines for them, jabs are firing in. It's about 40 HP down. Doing good work there. The problem is the Scrimcav will hold him in place, but they'll also block the jab shots. This is real close. This is really close. 2,300 hit points. I mean, he'll army loss before he gets to 0, most likely. But jabs, they're obstructed. They need to be firing. But Arcan's trying to push for them, so they don't block them, then he'll just go kill them. But if they do block them, he can't shoot because they're obstructed. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. What do you do as Norsca in this position? They're wavering again. Okay, they got a volley off. Can they get a volley? Arcan's charging them. Can they get point-blank volley into him? Okay, they got some good damage on him. Oh, this is so close. They tear out. They're so close to the white line. Searing Doom comes down. Not going to hit the jabs, but they will hit the Scrimcav. But it does mean Arcan's free to chase them off. Whew. Which rise Arcan up to? Yeah, that's not that surprising at this point. Arcan is just carving up those jabs. The one counter to him, I don't think they're going to be saved. He's going to be able to chase them right off the edge of the map, and now it's a question of can those Marauders and Berserkers, maybe even the caster, actually wear down Arcan. His leadership's getting very, very low. He's down to under 2k HP. Plague of Rust goes down. The Scrimcav can actually do okay damage to him now. There's still like a minimum chance to hit even through his melee defense. They're taking some health off of him. It's very, very slow. Wounds is also activating here pretty soon, looks like. Yeah. So Wounds is popped, so Arcan's weapon strength goes down a bit, but he's still going to be killing Scrimcav models on every hit, I imagine. So yeah, Plague of Rust doing good work. The Marauder Berserkers could actually tear him apart. They have enough melee attack and plenty of weapon strength. They might be just the carry that Norsca needs, but they're so close to the white line. Any terror route is devastating because they're going to rout off the map! This is a devastating spot for Norsca to be fighting. That's 2 units of Scrimcav just gone, but Arcan is getting worn down. The Berserkers are doing plenty of damage to him, and they might just be the carry that Norsca needed. Scrimcav coming in, but Arcan is getting super low, but so is the Marauders. The Scrimcav is coming in to take hits for the Berserkers. And I think Norsca's got this. I think they've got this. Arcan's leadership is getting desperately low. Hold on. He's wavering. He's wavering! He's wavering! Down to about 1,100 points. Taking a lot of hits from those Berserkers. They hit real hard. He's got Fight or Die pop. The leadership stabilizes because of that, but only for 15 seconds. Can he kill these Berserkers before then? There's still some Marauders. Okay, I think Norsca's probably got this, but I think he's out of WOM. If he has a Burning Head, though, that could be devastating. But I think he's out of WOM, so I think Norsca has this. As soon as Fight or Die... Nope, that's army losses. Looks like... Wait. What? He was at, like, negative 50. Did you guys see that? Or am I crazy? Am I crazy? I thought I saw him at, like, negative 55. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Plague of Rust coming down, and that should be the nail in the coffin the Berserkers need to finish him off. Berserkers are Rampage, which means they're not routing anytime soon. There's only 25 of them, but yes. Army losses kicks in, and Norsca just barely clutches that out. Archaon is a beast. He can definitely put the team on his back if you let him. Also, this... I just realized how shadowy my face is. I am a creature of the dark because the light And the windows behind me, so put some light in front of me so you can actually see my lovely face. There we go. Now I'm less a creature of the darkness. But now I need to figure out cable management, but we can do that a little bit later. Alright, so yeah, Archaon got almost 4,000 value. Dragon Hours, they didn't pay for themselves, but I've never seen them do that much, to be honest. I have never seen them get that much value. Not in Warhammer 3, anyway. Chaos into Khorne got shut down pretty well. They got some pretty bad engagements into the Maws of Savagery. So Norsca did a really good job of punishing them there. Scrimcav did pretty well, honestly, but they're not damage value doesn't actually reflect that. I thought they did good, but the value just isn't there. Wolfwork got deleted by Archaon, Maws of Savagery. Got some good damage, but didn't quite pay for themselves. The Horsemen were allowed to free fire for a long time. So they got good value. Berserkers were absolute chads. Marauders did pretty well. And that is going to be Nurgle's PA striking a blow for Team 1. Team 1 evens up the score at 2-2. And now we are back to domination games. So I need to restart Warhammer once again and get the mod back on. So while this launches, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I will be back in just a moment and we'll get Rusty and Housecat. So BRB.
It reveals the secrets of the past, the present, and what may come to be. Most would think me fortunate to own such a book, but I can only use it in service to others. That is my curse. It wakes, tormenting me once more, feeding on the mysteries of this world, unraveling them into opportunity. But opportunity for whom?
Alright, we're back. Let's get our blocker up. Code Plez. What are you guys up to in chat? The table's turned. Yes. It's really nice seeing you for no time and on live on us. Hey, happy to have you. I miss streaming. I'm glad we're back. Hoping to have a couple more events on the weekends going forward. got some fun ideas for events, so hopefully we'll have some more content for you guys going forward. Alright, so we got Rusty Housecat. I believe this is Beastmen Tzeentch, and we are back to domination. I believe that's the only land battles we had, so going forward it is going to be just domination. Rusty boy for team 1. Ooh, Rusty's name is very tiny. Let's fix that. Rusty's a big boy. And Housecat. We are on the Gates of Ekrund. So, I kind of like this matchup. I was playing this, I actually helped Housecat practice this matchup a bit. It's a pretty fun matchup. Like, the Mutalith is like an absolute terror for Beastmen, but like aside from the Mutalith, they kind of just dumpster the Tzeentch frontline. Minotaurs are of course very, very good. I mean, both sides of Zangor, so it's a wash, but the side that has Minotaurs tends to win the frontline fight. And the Beastman shooting is actually a huge issue for Tzeentch. And actually, the reverse can be true. Horrors can actually be a very big problem for Beastmen. But it really depends on the position of the map, because this map is very heavy with tree cover. So here, see if we how much shooting our players bring and where they actually end up positioning it. And this is a matchup that has changed an absolute ton with the latest DLC, because like Zangors just changed how both factions play a ton, and of course the Mutalith for Tzeentch is just a game changer as well. Oops. Just loading in, just be a second, and then I'll get that blocker down. I'm a little scared to alt-tab and remove the blocker because sometimes my alt-tab it crashes. And I really hate when we crash because of me as a spectator, because the player sees each other's builds and it's kinda unfair when it's my fault. Well, it's unfair in general, but like I feel bad when it's my fault. Alright. So for Rusty's Beastman, we have Malgor up in the air with what spells he got? Flock of Doom, Enfeebling Foe, Something Wicked This Way Comes, Bestial Surge, and nothing else. Malgor's been very popular lately. I think Tim the Wilder has been the one selling it a lot. He's got good combat stats. He's kind of like a budget Valkia. He can just kind of fly around and he can disrupt missile units. That backlines just be annoying. You know, he's fast as heck. He's got base 110 speed, but he's also got Primal Fury, so he actually goes to 121 speed, so he's the fastest flying unit he's the fastest unit in the game when that's active, so he can kind of just get away with a lot of shenanigans. As well as being infantry size means the Screamers aren't actually that good against him. So he can actually do a lot of work just as a combatant. And he's got a decent spell kit, so Flock of Doom is really solid. Feeling Foe's alright. I actually like Mantle of Gorak on him as well. I used it a couple times in this matchup. I would just pop on anti-large Minos, and they would tear up the Mutalith. It was so satisfying. So kind of sad we don't get to see that, but it's a lot of fun. Anyway, we got the Butcher's Calcangard. We got 4 Ungor Raiders. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 4 Zangors or 5? I can't count. 4 Zangors and 2 Centaur Throngs. So a lot of shooting for the Beastmen. Really, really worried about pressuring down that Mutalith. So we'll see how we actually do it about that. And of course, there's a Mutalith. No surprises for that. Mutaliths are very, very strong. Huge anti-large damage in melee. Their damage output is incredible. They also have the Mortis effect, the debuff auras. They're very, very good. And the debuff aura is actually super, super relevant here, because you have Zangor mirrors. Both front lines are using Zangors. So the side that has the Mutalith giving them AoE buffs, and then don't they have a debuff effect? Am I crazy? I thought they had a debuff aura. Am I crazy? I thought they had a debuff aura. I thought this. Oh yeah, this revises disoriented, which is a debuff aura. Okay. So yeah, Mutalith applies debuff aura and buff aura, which means that your Zangors actually win, which is a pretty big deal. Then we have the Shrieking Sky Rays, the Aura Screamer with their Explosion, which is actually a breath attack, but it's just mislabeled and mistargeted. Frontline of Zangors, we got the big bird up in the air with Harmonic Convergence, Gaze of Fate, Blue Fire, and Regrowth of that Mutalith, as well as both lore passives and the GAC, Greater King Conduit. We also have the Sour Guts. A little bit of shooting coming in for Tzeentch. With some more Zangors coming in for Tzeentch as well. And the Sour Guts going to do a good job of counter-skirming the Centaur Throwing Axes. They have excellent range damage and are pretty resilient in melee, so Beastmen actually have a pretty hard time shutting them down. But, of course, the trees are always an issue, so Let's see how well they actually do firing through these trees. And this is a pretty standard opening you see from both players. On this map, it's really rough to actually try to push down this lane and take 2 objectives. So what you want to do is you play your home point and the side point. And the way you do that is by controlling the center. And if your opponent commits to one side, you have all your forces rotate. And if your opponent like half-asses and commits to both sides, you have all your forces in the center, crush whichever side you want. Whereas if you push down this side, then the person in the trees can just come over here and just completely collapse on you from 3 angles, which is not what you want to see. Blue Fire getting a lot of damage on the Scrim Cav early. It's a pretty big win. Those Scrim Cav are really, really threatening, so killing off models of them is a big deal. Those throwing axes hit really, really hard. They're probably the biggest threat to the Mutolith that's currently on the field. Although I say that, Minotaur Grippins are also a very big threat to it. Though perhaps a little bit less so than the throwing axes. Sourguts are firing at the Zangors. We have some Zangors ripping on their Zangors here. It's going to be a wash, as we do have, like I said, it's a complete mirror match. Who knows whose Zangors are whose? Just good old Zangors rubbing on each other. Pink Horrors are going to massively outtrade the Ungor Raiders. The Barriers are going to help with that as well. Minotaurs, Butchers of Calcon are coming in, but they need to be a little careful. They are weak to fire, and of course, Horrors do fire damage. The Chromatic Abominations coming in as well. More of that flaming shooting. For Zinch, the Mutolith is coming in to actually tear into the Butchers of Calcon, and it does just that. It does really, really good damage. Aside from the Mortis Engine, it just hits really hard. And if you've played against Beastmen, you know how tanky the Butchers of Calcon are and how much damage that actually is. Like, look at it tear them apart. This thing hits so hard. The Mutolith is disgustingly high damage. Now I expect the anti-large Minos are here. And I expect Enfeebling Foe's going to come down. Where is Malagor? Where is Malagor? Okay, he's right there. He's sitting on the ground like a coward. But Enfeebling Foe, still no Enfeebling Foe. Okay, the Xandor's coming in to peel him off. And that means those Butchers, or the Minotaurs, are going to be taking a lot of damage from this Mutolith. Okay, there's the Enfeebling Foe. It finally does come down. But the damage has been done. Those Minotaurs taking a ton of damage, and Sourguts are kiting back a little bit. Malagor is on foot, and this is just, that feels bad. Malagor needs to be in the air, and yeah, okay, he takes off. He can go dive the Sourguts to stop them from firing. Kairos dives in to try and help out as well. We got some Harpies coming in. What are the Harpies here for? They're going to try to fight the Sourguts? They're going to lose the fight to the Sourguts in melee, pretty sure. What is that? Is that, oh, Flock of Doom coming in to some good damage. Kairos and the Mutolith are just tearing apart the front line. Zeech is taking pretty hefty early value lead. The Ungor Raiders are free-firing in onto Kairos and the Mutolith. But the armor as well as the trees are doing good work to stop that from mattering. Zinch has, or Beastmen have also neglected to cap their home point, so he's thinking to do that at this moment. Point 3 has also not been capped just yet, as it has been highly contested. As we have this massive fight for it. Chromatic Abominations are being charged by Centigors, but honestly, that's a melee unit. They're going to do just fine. Probably still going to lose, but they'll do just fine. The Mutolith has penetrated into the backlines. The Minos have died. The Centigor throwing axes to the new target. The Zinch Firestorm coming in, but immediate dodge from Rusty. Very on top of his micro, despite being exactly his namesake. So, very solid micro there. Does get one of the Ungor Raiders. Gets a little bit of damage, but overall, pretty good dodge. Now the Mutolith has penetrated the backline. It's kind of free. The Minotaurs have died off, which is your best answer to actually hold it in place. So, Butcher's Cock are also getting just absolute last right in the back. The Pig Horrors and the Mutolith is just tearing apart. This Mutolith has already got to be paying for itself, right? Okay, yeah, 1,300 value already. The Mutolith is such a strong monster. It's insane. But the Zangor frontline, like I was saying, it does kind of go in the Zinch favor because they have the debuffs from the Mutolith as well as the buffs, and they have the Harmonic Convergence going down on them, I imagine, although I didn't spot that. So they do have a little bit of frontline left, whereas the Beastman frontline is much more tattered. The Blackhorn's Ravagers coming in to try to supplement that, as well as Centaurs coming in to try and peel them off. But going a little rough for the Beastmen. With that Mutolith still alive, it's an absolute terror. Though now it is completely exposed. The Throwing Axe and the Scrim Cav can do good work, but they're taking damage themselves. They're getting pressured. Their frontline is gone, and the Sourguts and the Chromatic Abominations are starting to put down the damage at range and do a lot of work into those skirmish elements. Terror Routes coming in as well, chasing those Ungor Raiders right off the side of the map. Not far to go. Although this objective still has not been capped. There's been so much value trading, and there's less than 200 points on the board total. We are like almost 5 minutes in. There's almost the entire starting armies have died for both teams. 200 points accrued. But now the Mutolith's taking a lot of damage. The Ungor Raiders do a deceptive amount of damage to that thing. Like, they're such a good unit. Ungor Raiders are so good. But there should be a regrowth coming down before long. The Mutolith is backing off a little bit. You can just bail into the trees and get some healing in there from Kairos. Block of Doom on the Screamers and the Zangors. Get some good value. The Beastmen are definitely in the back foot. Their front line is pretty much gone. There's a couple of Tired Minos. Do we have any summons coming in immediately? No, looks like I haven't. I've been keeping the close eye on the summons. Chaos Warhounds are fighting the Zangors. Should be able to finish them off. They're very low health. Screamers are chasing down the Centigors, and the Blue Horrors are just firing in onto Harpies that are fighting the Mutolith. Why are there Harpies fighting the Mutolith? The regrowth has come down. The problem is, There's friendly fire. The horrors are debuffing the fire on the healing on the Mulith, their own friendly fire. That's actually tragic. You're getting so much less value off the regrowth because you set your own Mulith on fire. That's so unfortunate for Housecat. Oh no. But okay, he should be fine. Mulith is near its heal cap. It's just perfectly safe. You probably want to back off and let it regen its barrier a little bit. But it's fine. The horrors are shooting at Malagor. Probably not worth your time. You're not going to kill that fucker. He's so slippery. Got a bunch of Beastmen units rallying in the backfield, but you probably just want to desummon them. They are too low to be much use for anybody, and a full health Centaur with Throwing Axe is a much bigger threat, so you probably want that back. Beastmen are capping Objective 3 for the moment, but I can't imagine the whole... Although the back cap! I didn't even notice the Zangor back cap, but now there's the Chaos Warrior Halberd, which I should beat the Zangor. They have AP, but they're anti-large, so I hope they would win that fight. They cost a good deal more. But now Tzeentch is taking Objective number 3 back as well. The Mutolith is just tearing apart whatever it pleases. And honestly, I feel like the Mutolith needs to not push too much further. If you push too deep, you're going to get kited by these raiders. Just kind of chill out in the forest over here, avoid too many shots, and then if Beastmen actually come to a fight for the point, that's when you can pop out and start dealing damage. No. You see the Thargoid's explosion passive be effective? I suppose it's good for the Godot. It's hard to evaluate that kind of ability because they have good melee stats as well. It's really hard to evaluate that kind of explosion ability in isolation. Wait, they have... That's Chronic Abominations, that's not the Thargoids. I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, these guys... This ability, it's really hard to evaluate because it's not the only thing doing damage in melee. So it's hard to evaluate like the actual damage it does. So I really don't know how much damage it does, but I know some people like it. I mean, it's just a well-statted unit, so it's not that bad. It has this ward... Oh, it's the lore passive, that's why it is ward save. I was going to say, that... ward save. Malagor is in trouble now. Kairos and the Mulith are beating on him. He is infantry-sized, and anti-large bonus to the Mulith isn't helping too much, but its melee stats are still impressive. And if Malagor is down here, might not be the final nail in the coffin for the Beastmen, as Tzeentch has a pretty hefty value lead. Malagor does get airborne, which is safe from the Mulith. Kairos will chase, but Kairos has much worse melee stats, so he'll have a much harder time confirming that kill. But Beastmen are being pushed back pretty heavily. They have actually just backed off, and there's Flamers coming in. I love Flamers. They're so bad, but I love them. They should actually roast these Zangors just fine. If the Halberd's pushing up as well, they should be able to take Objective 1 pretty easily, although if they can hold it is another question, and they don't need to hold it, honestly. They could just plant their feet on Objective 2 and be just fine. And we have another Firestorm coming in, tearing apart those Centaur Throwing Axes. Not sure if they got netted or not, or if that was just a bit of a lapse in micro, but still good value there for Tzeentch. Malagor is routing off. And I think that's probably spelling doom for the Beastmen. Kairos should be able to chase him off, or blue fire him and just seal the deal. Either way, the Beastmen Lord is gone, and Beastmen are not a high leadership faction, so losing their Lord is pretty crippling. And yeah, there's the blue fire. Good night, Sweet Prince. 27 HP, and Malagor is gone. He starts flying up over the wall. And yeah, I suspect that's going to be it for the Beastmen. They're down about 4,000 value. They lost their Lord. The Mulith is still alive and well. It's just tearing apart whatever it wants to. And at this point, there's nothing that can really stop it. You need like a coordinate, or not necessarily a coordinate, but like a solid missile line to actually shut it down. You need multiple units firing at once, so you can't shut down them one at a time. Problem is, like, if you summon a Centaur Throwing Axe at this point, it's just going to get shut down by Kairos or the shooting. And if you summon Raiders, the Muliths just run at it. You need multiple units so they can't shut them all down at once. They also need to actually cap Objective 2. They didn't cap Objective 2, and that might cost them. Housecat didn't notice. He didn't quite cap 2. He's capping 3. But the Harpies should take apart the Furies, the Screamers. Don't actually do well into Harpies. Harpies are infantry sized. Their melee stats aren't that good without their anti-large bonus. But the Halberds are strong. But 2 Zangors might beat the Halberds, but he really needs to cap Objective 2. He hasn't realized it. And neither of them realize. Rusty's coming for a back cap. Neither of them realize Housecat didn't cap Objective 2. Neither of them realize. Rusty, don't touch Objective 2. You'll make Housecat realize he hasn't capped it. You'll make him realize that he doesn't have the cap. The Flamers are having line of sight problems because of the hill, which is kind of the reason they suck. Their line of sight is awful. Yeah, they have big problems with that. Beastmen are holding on, and if Housecat doesn't realize this... Okay, he might accidentally fix it. These Chaos Knights might Don't... No, Housecat! No! Okay, he's going to put Centaurs. Rusty... No. Rusty's running away. Oh, no. Come on, accidentally cap at Housecat. If Housecat loses because he doesn't realize he didn't cap his home point, that'd be so tragic. Housecat, no! They're running away! No! Oh, no! He should have just sat on Objective 2. He didn't need to push. He didn't need to push! The Centaurs are killing the Flamers. No surprise there. Mulith is Wander's way. Okay, the Mulith is coming over. He'll seal the deal. Oh, gosh. Housecat, no! He didn't cap! left side, Beastmen get up on the left side. These Angors, the Spears should probably be desummoned or moved back. The Tzeentch is just rotating over, and yeah, the Mutolith is here now. The Mutolith will tear apart everything. He should be fine, but he doesn't know, guys. He doesn't know. He lacks the critical information. The Chaos Knights are coming in now. They'll tear apart the Centaurs. Centaurs have no hope against them, really. They're so tanky. And with the Mutolith here, there's no way Beastmen can actually get on us, unless they have, like, they need, like, multiple missiles to shoot to take down that Mutolith, and it's so hard to stay on a point when the Mutolith is there. Although, we do have a backup attempt coming in. The Centaurs and the the Warhounds. Tzeentch does have a bit of a mobility disadvantage, as Centaurs are much more, like, cheaper and very solid for the price, so Tzeentch has a hard time actually containing all of them. So, Beastmen can actually play a bit of a, you know, do-si-do cap game, and just kind of, like, rotate to wherever Tzeentch isn't. Tzeentch's power point is that, Mutolith and the Chaos Knights now that they're out, but they're all a lot slower than Centaurs and not Fleshhounds, just Warhounds. They can back up, but with 2 Zangors coming in, that should be enough to secure the cap on Objective 3 for Tzeentch. But he doesn't know. He still hasn't capped Objective 2! House Cat, no! Oh! It's the only thing keeping Rusty in this game. This game would be completely over if House had capped that when he thought he did. But the problem is, yeah, he's got 1 now. He's got a solid hold there, the Mutolith is there, nothing's taking that. That's a done deal. But if Rusty can actually backcap this, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the backcap's going to come in. The Raiders will do good damage to the Halberds, but with 2 Zangors and a Halberd here, there's no way the Beastmen should be able to take this, and Kairos shutting on the Raiders anyway. There's Zangors coming in. The Sour Guts are here too. There's no way Beastmen take this, right? Oh, it'd be so tragic. It'd be so tragic. It'd be so funny if neither of them realized that that wasn't capped. But I think Beastmen are out of it at this point. I think Tzeentch has it. Yeah, they got the point. We got a lot of infantry here. They're up enough value that, like, they can hold both sides of the map pretty effectively. They've got some Raiders coming in on the Mutolith on the far side. But they're not going to kill the Mutolith anytime soon with just the 1 Raider. Chaos Knights are taking on the Zangors. That Harmonic popped on them, looks like. It's up to 70 and 78. They're fighting the trees, though, so they get a little melee attack, but they're still going to beat the crap out of the Zangors. Zangors don't have good AP values, so they have a hard time killing units like Chaos Knights, especially when their melee defense is 80. That's absurd. That's absurd. Chaos Knights have such good defenses. Ungor Raiders coming in, but a 3rd Firestorm for Tzeentch coming in, tearing apart those Ungor Raiders. Mutolith, like I said, if there's just 1 or 2 Raiders, the Mutolith just runs at them and they die. Mutolith's such a cool monster. Like, it's wildly overpowered, but, like, it's fragile enough that I don't mind it. Its damage output may probably reduced a little bit, but it's such a cool monster. And it's honestly, like, it's surprisingly fragile. Like, its melee defense is very good. It's a massive, like, lumbering target, so it's really easy to shoot. So I don't mind it too much. That's it. It is exceptionally strong. But yeah, I think at this point... Oh no. Oh no, the Mutolith wandered off, and he still hasn't capped... Okay. House Cat finally capped on accident. Now Rusty should be screwed, right? Right? There's no way he takes this back. The Mutolith isn't the worst. Like, the Mutolith needs to be on the objective. There's no... Like, the Raider is not that big of a threat for you to go chase it into its spawn. Oh, gosh. House Cat, no. You have this game. Don't throw it away. Rusty is, like, just hanging in there, trying his damnedest to just play objectives despite a massive value deficit. Just uses mobility to outcap, and honestly, he's doing a pretty good job of it. Just because House Cat didn't realize he hadn't capped 2. And he didn't realize. He capped that on accident. I'm pretty confident he capped that on accident. He never realized he didn't have 2 for, like, 10 minutes. That's what, like 600 points? Rusty would be so far behind. Or no, sorry, yeah, Rusty would be so far behind in points if House Cat had just realized. Oh gosh, are these guys still in their first summon? They've been here a long time. Alright, there's no way Rusty wins this, right? Yeah, the Chaos Knights are going to clean up wherever they win. Thing is, like, Beastmen don't have enough forces to win a fight anywhere. They're really just trying to kite and play objectives. Thing is, wherever the Chaos Knights show up, Tzeentch just wins. Wherever the Mutolith shows up, Tzeentch just wins. Wherever the Halberds, like, wherever these horrors come out, Tzeentch just wins. Ooh, quad 3 horrors. I like them as a late game summon. There's not a lot that Beastmen have in the late game that does that well against them. Like, Zangors do okay, but Centaurs kind of struggle. especially when they're in mass, like multiple of them. But yeah, he's just gotta have this, right? There's no way Rusty pulls this one out of his ass. Right? Right, chat. Right. Right. There we go. Okay. That was stressful. House got lost because he didn't realize he didn't cap. That would have been an absolute tragedy. Oh my gosh, that would have been so sad. And really funny. Like, if I was Housecat and I lost that, I would have been so tilted. Alright. Butcher's account got absolutely shut down by the Butylith and the horror shooting. Centaurs got shut down pretty hard. Yeah. Like, Housecat played a pretty clean game. Aside from, like, the capping shenanigans, Housecat took really clean engagements. He shut down the biggest threats very, very cleanly. And Rusty is his namesake. He hasn't played in a while, so he still put up a pretty valiant fight for being as out of practice as he is. So, Centaurs did good value. He honestly, for a while there, he was keeping the value pretty even. But you get to a point where the threats to Mulith are shut down, it's just free to rampage. At that point, it's really hard to win any kind of engagement as the Beastmen. Yeah, Mulith did really well. Kairos did good. The Screamers did amazingly. Zangors, like I said, the Zangors all trade up because you have the buffs and the debuffs from the Mutylith as well to win those mirror fights, and you just have better support. The Sour Guts off of one summon got 1400 value, which is beautiful. Chaos Knights, not a ton of value, but they were a late game, like, just kind of a... What am I saying? They're a late game trump card. Like, in the late game, there's nothing that can really contest them, so they did really, really well. And they were full health, so just kind of wherever they go, they win fights, and they take objectives. So, Horrors, they didn't actually fight. The Flamers, I don't know why the Flamers were there, honestly. But that is Housecat striking another blow for Team 2. So, who is next? I think it's Khane and Cows. Let me message them. Unless they're playing the team game, which doesn't look like they are. Although, actually, Cows... Oh, no, I think they... Wait. They might be playing the team game. So, the way we're doing this is the 1v1s we're casting live, but the team games we're going to cast off of replays, because team games are going to lag a lot more, and we don't want to sit here and watch a slideshow. So, we're going to let them play their team games off stream, then we will cast the replays. So they're just kind of fitting in their team games whenever they have time between their 1v1s. Some people played ahead of time, I think, but some people are playing currently. So that is a point for Team 2. Rusty said he realized that Housecat didn't cap was just trying to bait him away. That's pretty funny. Alright. Kane's got a lobby, so we are going on to Kane versus Cows, which is on screen, so you guys see the matchup, but I don't remember what the matchup is off the top of my head. It's like Empire. Kane's on Empire, I think. Okay, Kane, what's your... Oh, he killed my password. Okay, that's the password. So, get the blocker up before we load in. Cool. Okay, so Kane versus Cows. It is Empire Beastmen, and it's on... I am not a player. Why am I in a player slot? I didn't do that right. Spectator slot, please. There we go. I did that wrong. Alright. It's almost half the into the other player pretty convinced it's doomed. You'd think so, but when one player doesn't realize their opponent has a point, like, you can get as long. Yeah. There's time to prep since he's coordinating the triple giant. The casting any plays all, especially if we get a 2v2 out of it. Yeah, we got... Well, how many 2v2s do we have? We have 3 2v2s and a 3v3, which I'm super excited for. Like, that's half the reason I hosted this event, because I love team games. So I got to play a bunch because I was helping people prep for them, and now I get to cast them. So I love team games so much. So that's a large part of the reason I hosted this event, because I just wanted to see team games. So who's pinging me? Why am I being pinged? Oh, it's just Ratboy posting, pinging this Discord. I don't need to care right now. Ratboy, stop pinging me. What map is the 3v3? Let me pull up the list. I have... where's my list? So, is this, that's not this one. Probably scene. I haven't streamed in a while. I'm forgetting what all my scenes do. So, give me the Chrome. That's chat. You don't need to see chat. Here we go. Let's see. Here's the sheet with all the maps. So the 3v3 is on Imperial Road. But also, it's not that many units, because team games... Basically, the game is capped having 40 units on the field for team. Like, the game just won't allow more than that. So for a 2v2, both players on a team are locked to 20 units on the field at most. And for a 3v3, it's 14, 13, 13. So one player gets 14, the other two get 13 on the field at most. So it's not as many units, but that forces you to go pretty elite. So you see a lot of very unusual builds. So you see a lot of, like, in 3v3, you see a lot of super elite builds. And it's a 2v2 replay for later. Are we in love? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is our sheet with... This was the original sheet, so some of these are not updated, but these are the maps. On the right side, we have all the maps. Oh, I guess you can't see by my camera, but... Oh, that's not moving the camera. Yeah, we have Imperial Road for the 3v3. Yeah, some of these matchups got changed because of scheduling, because you needed different things or all that, but... We are into our game. We have Empire versus Beastmen. That is not what I expected to see out of Beastmen. So I picked this matchup because, like, this is a pretty fairish matchup. I didn't know that Cows doesn't have the DLC, so this matchup is not as good for Beastmen without Zangors. So curious to see how he gets around that, and he has a very interesting approach. This is not something I would have gone for, but, you know, when you don't have Zangors, you do your best. Don't mind me forgetting how to spell Kane's name. Alright, blocker be gone. So, these are Bestigors. These are 4 Bestigors. This is not what I expected to see into the Grenade Launcher faction. But the thing is, so... Empire has a hard time kiting Beastmen, because Razor Gores and Centaurs are very, very strong mobility pieces, and they actually beat a lot of Empire Cav. So Empire typically doesn't go heavy kiting style. They typically go a static, like, Huntsman build. So there's not likely to be grenade launchers, there probably won't be a Sunmaker, only Huntsman to worry about, which Huntsman can still do good damage, but they're not AP, so Bestigors should be a little more durable. These guys can chew up a lot of Empire State troops and even some Cavs, so not a terrible idea. Butcher Scalping Guard, pretty standard. We got a Doom Bolt to help with that frontline grind. He's got Slaughterer's Call as well as the Dazed Hunt effect. Just run over the Empire Infantry. Ungor Herd up front. Razor Gores on the flanks. No caster yet, but I assume we'll see one summoned in. And yeah, all 4 Bestigors, including Corks Man Rippers. For the Empire, we have... Oh, War Wagons. I forgot about War Wagons. Karl Franz up in the air with Reik and Lunarfang and Gal Maraz, as well as the Blood Roar from the Griffin. Noble War Wagon, a life caster to heal the War Wagons, because you must inflict maximum suffering on your opponent when you play Empire. And then a bunch of dudes with spears and halberds. No Huntsman, actually. Kind of surprising. Like I said, I usually go Huntsman because they kill Minos very, very quickly. But spears are, of course, very fine. But there's not a lot to deal with the Bestigors. The War Wagons will do fine against the Bestigors, but it'll take them a while, and they're going to be screened out by Centaurs, I suspect. So, yeah. Going to be a bit of a problem. Also, after this game, I think we're going to take a bit of a 5-minute break, as I need to have lunch, because I haven't yet, because I am very hungry. So, after this game, we'll take a bit of a break. So, Bestigors are just going to be advancing, trying not to get shot by the War Wagons too much. Are the War Wagons shooting the Bestigors or the Butchers? Butchers are honestly, you'd rather have them tank for Beastmen, because they have shields and regen, whereas the Bestigors are not, don't have either of those available, so yeah. Shields actually block the War Wagon shots, I believe? I'm pretty sure they count as small arms fire. I'm not entirely certain. Cows sent the DLC, so no Zangors. Yeah, I know. I didn't know that when I gave him the matchup, but now I know. And I was like, oh, I heard him say that when we were practicing one day. I was like, oh crap. If Franz lands, the Razor Gores are actually going to be doing really good damage to him. And Franz, that could be actually a big catch for the Beastmen. The Centaur's getting here. Franz could actually, like, Razor Gores hit super hard. 52 AP weapon strength. Their melee stats aren't that great, but Franz's melee defense isn't very high either. He's going to take a lot of damage there. And there's no regrowth. It's just Earthblood, so no massive burst healing. But he is able to push through the Razor Gores. Their mass is insufficient. Stop him. So he is taking that pretty quickly, or getting out pretty quickly. Razor on the side should cap objective 3 pretty quickly, and Beastmen might get a 3 cap here before they get the actual main engagement. The Bestigors are just going straight into the Spearmen. The Warwags are shooting the Butchers, and I think that's a mistake. You have nothing to kill these Bestigors. Nothing here is good against the Bestigors. You have no damaged magic. I suppose you could have another caster in reserve, but I kind of doubt it. Sometimes you do see Empire take a second caster because they are very, very cheap, but it doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. You do have some Knights of the Blazing Sun, which will dominate the Centaurs in a vacuum, but the Razor Gores do very good damage to them with, again, massive charge bonus, good weapon strength. Bestigors are getting in. Franz is doing what he can to help them out against the front line, but the front line of the Empire is no match for Bestigors. We do have a bit of lag coming in. Again, I think these are European players, and I am in North America, so we will just have to soldier on through it. Harpies and the Cav are getting a very, very good engagement on Knights of Blazing Sun, who were trying to bail, but they are a bit slower than the Centaurs and the Razor Gores, so they're going to be torn apart by those big ol' bacon, not Cav exactly, I was going to say bacon Cav, but that's Greenskins. These are just bacon. Just unassisted bacon tearing apart the Knights of the Blazing Sun. We got a Abrasion of Death coming in, with I assume Biona to try and kill grenade launchers or Cav that aren't here. Although we do have some more Knights of the Blazing Sun on the far side, going to try to charge into those Chorus Manarpists, I suppose? Or at least try and come and punish the front line. But again, non-AP Cav, hard time killing the Bestigors. Bestigors aren't actually carrying apart the infantry as fast as I thought they would, though. They have solid melee stats, but they're not super high damage. Franz is actually in a bit of trouble here. He's fighting the Butchers, he's fighting the Doom Bull. He's got his buffs popped, but his melee defense is down to 28. He hits really, really hard, but he's taking a lot of damage. And again, no regrowth, only Earthblood, so very, very slow healing. So he's going to be out of commission for a little while as he falls back to heal. The Doom Bull is going to try to do what he can, and the slow as well is make sure Franz has a hard time getting off the ground. The contact effect actually didn't apply on that hit. I guess he didn't take the damage. Doom Bull didn't quite hit. Knights of the Blazing Sun are being chased off. Beastmen are keeping the value pretty even. They're slightly behind. The Warriors are just chipping away. They're losing the front line in the meantime. The Halberds are doing good work against the Butchers, but they are healing just fine. The Jade Wizard is in a bit of danger. Honestly, the Beastman Lord could go kill him, but now he's got Franz in his sights. Centaurs and the Razor Gores. So now he turn on Franz. This could be dad. You can catch Franz here. Come on, turn around the Cav. Come on, Cow. Cows, turn around the Cav. The Earthblood comes in, but yeah, Franz is fine. Although the dazed, the slow does go off, but yeah. Another hit comes in, but he should be able to get off the ground here. War Wagons can punish the Doom Bull if the Doom Bull's not too careful. The Beastmen do have a 3 cap for the moment and are racking up those points very, very quickly. We do have, what are these? These are Free Company Militia? Yeah, Free Company. Again, a little bit of lag coming in. These guys, they'll plink away at the Bestigors just fine. They're not AP, but Volume of Fire will do good work over time. The volley does get some good damage down. On the far side, anything happening over here? No. Just some bacon Cav. Not Cav. These aren't Cav. There's no one riding them. It's just bacon. Just pure unadulterated bacon versus Knights of the Blazing Sun. Do really, really good damage on the charge, but once the charge wears off, they will probably just get torn apart by the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Better combat stats and fire damage. Although they are fairly heavily armored, but they are quite low on the HP. They just have a pretty low HP pool in general, but they do pretty good work. For the price disparity, pretty good damage. The caster has finally been spotted. Yeah, the Empire caster is just too far up and alone. Spirit Leech coming down. The Beastman Lord is just beating out the Doom Bull, taking it down to 20 melee defense and just tearing it to pieces. It is trying to run away, but the Data's effect should mean he could stick to him, but doesn't seem that interested. Just helped with the blob fight instead. And the Empire infantry is being worn down pretty quickly by the Bestigors, and the Empire is falling behind in value, which is never where you want to be as Empire. You want to be up in value as much as you can, as you do rely on that shooting a lot. Your melee isn't that strong. Actually looking pretty good for Cows, despite the lack of the DLC. He's doing very, very good work. And Doom Bull's chasing that Jade Wizard, confirming the kill. And, yeah, doing very, very good work. Free Company is just plinking away at the bacon as much as they can, the Centaurs as well. These Bestigors are a pretty big problem. I feel like you need a grenade launcher here as Empire to try and chew through these Bestigors. They're not AP, but they hit so hard it doesn't matter. Jade Wizard is routing for the moment, but he should be able to route to safety behind the War Wagons. Doom Bull can't chase too far or he will get plinked apart by all of the shooting. This death ball over here of Bestigors and Doom Bulls, not Doom Bulls, Butchers, is doing good work. Halberds are trying to fight back, but they are just massively outclassed by the infantry. The 3 cap is still in full force for the Beastmen. Spears are trying to start backcapping. The best herd is coming in, as well as some reinforcing gore herds. And this is going surprisingly well for the Beastmen. I was kind of despairing for cows, but it is going pretty well for him. Yes, dying Empire units, how nice to see. I mean, the War Wagons haven't died yet. That'll be the true treat. Bestiors and the Doom Bull are chasing the Free Company back in the spawn. The Jade Wizard just did a 180 while routing. That's cool. He's near the white line, but his leadership is stabilizing, so he should be just fine. There it is. There's the unit. Grenade launchers, the carry of the Empire. Is there a unit ready to delete them? If there is, oh, they just immediately spawn in and delete some Centaurs. That's good value. If the grenade launchers get to this blob, it could be lights out for Beastmen. Like, they could just lose if the grenade launchers fire a couple volleys into this blob. But where is the Deathcaster? Where is the Beastman caster? He's there and he just popped Spirit Leech, means he probably doesn't have the Womb for Abuna. He's in Spirit Leeching characters, which means this grenade launcher might just be free. This grenade launcher gets so much value, just one volley into that blob. Kane, do you see it? Kane, turn around. Go to the blob. Turn. Just bringing it in. The best scores are starting to rout. Franz with those leadership debuffs are doing good work. Actually, Empire's starting to break through on that side. Beastman's front line is wearing thin. Grenade launchers are firing in. They'll do some really, really nice damage to the Blackhorn's Ravagers. Ooh, what a good unit. What a dumb unit. This is good unit. That's 400 value of 2 volleys. Oh, that's such good value. The value. And the Beastmen, yeah, their infantry is wearing really thin. I don't know what he has in his reinforcements, but he doesn't imagine. I imagine that much more infantry. The best scores are all routing. They can't be brought back for a few minutes. So it's just going to be on these Centaurs to try and hold the ground, but there's lots of spears. They can't really take the fights into the infantry that well, and it's just pure spears, and there's nothing on these grenade launchers. The Wom was used on Spirit Leeches. There's no Buna available at the moment. So Empire is slowly starting to creep back onto this map, and the value is ticking back in the favor of the Empire. The problem is, a lot of the value is on Franz. Like, Franz, we probably got at least 2,000 damage value on him, maybe a little bit less. The Beastcaster is also being killed off. The War Wagons are coming out at this point. They are going to outcap the Gore Herd, I suspect, to help the Spearmen. They could also just start running over the infantry. They have decent chariot stats, so they could actually do some pretty good damage in melee. They won't take a whole lot of damage from the Gore Herds. Empire is taking Objective 1 as well as Objective... They're taking back all 3 objectives, and the value lead does swing back in the favor of the Empire. And again, a lot of that is fake value from Beastmen on Franz, who is still alive and well and being healed. And the healing is mitigating a lot. Is the Jade Wizard alive? I didn't see if he got caught. I don't see him on the field at the moment, so I think he... there he is. He's being chased off by the Doom Bull. So the Jade Wizard is shattered, so no more healing for Franz, but Jade Wizards are pretty cheap, so maybe he'll come back out at some point, but no time soon. Beastman Caster has rallied. Franz is getting dangerously low, but I feel like you gotta be those grenade launchers. There's nothing to get on them. You've got a Manticore coming in, and the Beastmen do surge back forth. The Empire Spears have all been worn down by the Centaurs and the Razor Gores, so they are going to retake Objective 1. And at this point, Empire almost has to 3-cap. Almost. Not quite. If Beastmen can retake one of these objectives for just a few moments, then Empire will be forced in a 3-cap situation. But now, there's just not enough Beastmen on the field to actually shut down these grenade launchers, and there's 2 of them on the field, and they can tear apart so much, so quickly if you don't shut them down. They're such a dangerous unit. This one's fired only a few volleys and has already paid for itself. This one's firing into those Blackhorns, or Chorus Mandarins in the backfield. And like I said, they're not AP, but that's never stopped them before. They just hit so hard. There's the Buna. There's the Buna. There goes the one grenade launcher. Okay, the Manticore is getting on top of it as well. They're going to tear her out. They're going to be gone. The War Wagons are almost out of ammo. Beastmen retake Objective 1. And now Empire is going to be forced into a 3-cap situation. So they got to get on the map in a big way. We got some Razor Gores over here to come and take down those Empire Knights, who are just probably going to lose in straight up 1-1. Franz is here, but he is routing. He's 400 HP, and there's no Jade Wizard on the field. He died. Well, he routed off. So Franz is in a lot of trouble. I mean, he could live, but if he lands in those Razor Gores, he might just die. So, looking pretty good for Cows. He's got the value lead back in his favor by about 1,000. He's retaking the objective. He's got a second wind. He's got infantry coming in, maybe? No, still no infantry. Just rallying Beastgores and a couple of Gore Herds, as well as those Butcher Calcguard that have just healed so much. The Caster, the Chariot Caster versus War Wagons in melee. The battle for who has less damage output. But it's not going to matter. I think the Empire's ground forces have been largely beaten. Franz is routing off the map. He's routing as far away as possible. Okay, he's at 400 HP. One more Spirit Leech would do him in. If he lands, he's in trouble. He probably needs to be desummoned. There are some more Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in. The Razor Gores are, as I said, tearing apart the Empire Knights. Threatening that 3-cap. Franz comes back. But shatters at the sight of pigs. He cannot withstand the horror that is bacon. Franz is apparently a vegan. Bacon terrifies him. He runs off the map. And I don't expect to be coming back. And with that, Khane bows out, and the Beastmen take it. Very impressive from Cows. Like I said, I thought he was in trouble when he didn't have the DLC. Like, Zangors are just so good, but the Bestigor build, Khane seemed completely unprepared for it, just totally blindsided. Spears were not enough to wear it down. The War Wagons, I feel like War Wagons just aren't that good in the Beastmen. Like, I mean, I guess they got the good value, but they took so long. Beastmen are very, like, up-in-your-face, value-quickly faction, so you need that stopping power from higher DPS units like Grenade Launchers and Huntsmen. I don't think War Wagons are the way to just plink away at them. If you are going War Wagons, you need to deny the melee engagement. Like, taking the heads-up melee engagement against these Bestigors, like, you're never going to win that. You're just giving them so much value so quickly. So, Franz got shut down really hard. Beastman Lord did a good job of punishing him, and the Doom Bull is so good. I feel like it's underrated. Like, I feel like people aren't aware of just how good the Doom Bull is. The dazed effect is so strong. It sticks to targets with the slow. It's really good. Knights of the Blazing Sun also, yeah. Empire Cav just gets dumpstered by Razor Gores. Razor Gores are so good into Empire. That's one of the things that does make this matchup so tricky for Empire, is just the power of Razor Gores. So back to here, we have another point for Team 2. So they do lengthen their lead a bit. Get our check mark here for Cows. He has earned his check mark. And, alright. Who's up next? Is Dustman? I know Dustman is having. Okay. Draken's just pinged me. Alright. So, next up we're going to do Drakens versus Chicken Feed, but I need to run and get something to eat real quick because I haven't eaten lunch, and I am starting to shake very heavily. I get a lot of trembles when I don't eat. My hands tremble a lot, so I need to get something to eat, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. I will be right back. See you guys in a bit. We are back. Just finishing up my lunch real quick. But I'm going to hit with Draken's Chicken Feed, which is Vampire Coast versus Khorne. Nice matchup handpicked? Yes. So what we did was we had people sign up with whatever, like their top 3 factions they wanted to play. Then we assigned the teams, and then myself and the team captains went and tried to assign like even matchups based on what people wanted to play and play relative skill level. By the way, big thanks to the team captains. So Drakens and Stingers volunteered to help me do all the matchups and all that stuff. So those two both took a bunch of time to help me set this all up. And unfortunately, Stingers didn't even get to play because his PC died a couple days ago, so we had to take out his match. But he still put in a lot of effort to help me get all the matchups set up, get our players coordinated, and help everybody get there. So big thanks to those two. Alright, so we're going to leave Drakens for a moment. We are going to go watch Dustman and Iskander, because Dustman's internet has been coming in and out, so it's working for the moment, so we are going to try to get his game done before his internet craps out again. So we have Dustman's Tomb Kings versus Iskander's Empire. I spelled that right, yeah? Yeah, we're good. So it's fully fun matchups? Yeah, we tried not to do anything too annoying. like we tried to mitigate how many super meta factions there were. Like, you'll see Ogres aren't in the event at all. I think Kislev is only in 2v2s, Cathay isn't in the event. So we get some more variety, things people don't usually play, and let people play factions they like rather than worrying about the meta too much. So it's a nice change of pace. Okay, Iskander's on his way. As soon as Iskander gets here, we should be able to start, because I'm pretty sure these two both have builds pre-saved. The really fun thing for me for this event was that, because I'm not on either team, I was able to help both teams practice. So, which means I got to play a bunch of 2v2s and 3v3s, which was tons of fun. But it also means I played a lot of these matchups on both sides, so I know kind of what to expect. So, it should be fun. I'm kind of excited to see the people I helped with their builds and stuff, see how they actually execute, and see if it goes well, and see if what we worked on is going to be working out. It's weird seeing GP out and Dom. Yeah, they're really strong right now. I mean, Crows and Zombing are just stupid. I have stopped enjoying playing Cathay because they're just really dumb. I was the biggest Cathay player in the competitive scene, Dom, for the longest time, and now they got the DLC and they're actually good, and they're just not fun anymore. Come on, Iskander, where are you? That is not Iskander, is it? Yeah, I didn't think that was a Scander. Where is the Scander? Come on. Yeah, he's probably just loading. He's in the RTK voice chat. Like, he knows what's up. He's just... His PC is slow. You're so cool, thanks. How healthy is GC overall as a faction if they didn't have overtuned units? I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by healthy. I think they're a pretty good spot. Like, if you just take away Crows and Zhao Ming's healing bullshit, they're probably in a good spot. Like, they do what they're meant to do pretty well. They have very clearly defined limits, and they're still strong on the right maps, but they're very weak on maps that are bad for them, so... They have play into a lot of factions when they have the right maps, but they are very map dependent. There's a Scander. Even with their overtuned units, they are still somewhat map dependent. Like, they do a lot worse on maps without good shooting lines of sight. Like a map like Gates of Ekron, where we saw the Siege into Beastmen, like that's a map you just don't play Cathay on, even in its current state. It's like they are a very map dependent faction, so they're actually, in my opinion, one of the better balanced in that regard. Again, barring the silly units. So I remember my build that I used to use for Empire and Tomb Kings was like... I think I had both a Life and a Firecaster for Earthblood and Burning Head. And what I was healing was the Black Lions, and I would use them to try and skirmish the Ushapti Great Bows. And even if I didn't win that fight necessarily, I would keep them occupied while my grenade launchers did work, and I would just kite with grenade launchers. I don't know if that's a style that Iskander is as fond of. I know I think he tends to prefer more static styles, so I'm surprised to see like a wall of huntsmen with infantry support and maybe some cannons. Cannons are very, very good in the Tomb Kings. They do very well to Ushapti Great Bows. A little scared of Bone Giants, but they do outrange them. I'm not sure how Bone Giants do into cannons necessarily. I don't think they kill models that reliably. Well, that is definitely one angle we could see. Now, of course, Empire Cav is very tricky for Tomb Kings to deal with. They have no real way to answer to... Empire Cav in melee, aside from Tomb Guard Halberds, which you can't really get to the Cav. The Cav can just go around you. So you really have to shoot them, so you need Ushapti Great Bows or Sepulchral Stalkers, which are vulnerable to the Empire shooting, so it's really tricky for the Tomb Kings. Very tricky matchup. Hope we get Black Lions. Black Lions are pretty good, honestly. The Black Lions are a really strong unit. They're pretty expensive, but like they just delete whatever you want them to delete. If you have any kind of shooting superiority, you can just dominate with the Black Lions. Alright. Loading in. Just a sec. These biggest fans are good value chaff. Not really. Empire doesn't really care too much about chaff because they have grenade launchers and flagellants that both trade extremely well into the Tomb King's chaff. Tomb King's biggest advantage are probably... Probably they're shooting if they can leverage it. The Ushapti Great Bows are extremely strong if you can get rid of the cannons or avoid them. Then they can screen out the grenade launchers and the cav, which is really, really essential. The chaff definitely doesn't hurt, but you really need a way to mitigate the grenade launcher value. Is better shooting than dwarves, better shooting than Empire, better archers than high elves, better Pegasus Knights, monsters on top of that. Definition of power creep. So yes, they have better infantry than dwarves, but they only get 5 of them. And it's not AP. So they still very much lack any kind of AP frontline, which does hold them back in a lot of ways. Better shooting than Empire, I wholeheartedly disagree with. I think Empire cannons are very good. Huntsmen are exceptional. Grenade launchers are exceptional. Yeah. Longbows are better Pegasus Knights. Everything's better than Pegasus Knight. That's not a that's not an achievement. Being better than Pegasus Knight is not an achievement. Everything's better than Pegasus Knights. Alright, so for Iskander's Empire, yeah, he does seem to have more of the static formation. You have a front wall of state troops, swords and spears. Got some huntsmen. We got the Black Lions, just for you. Who was the mostly amenable? Yeah, Black Lions, handgunners, Bright Wizard, Gelt, who I assume is just going to be desummoned. He's just naked to be desummoned, yeah, because there's not really great Empire Lord here. And we have a singular cannon. For the Tomb Kings, we have Katep on foot, looks like, with Petra's Incantation of Righteous Smiting and Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance. This helps with Cav quite a bit. There's good damage there, as well as procs the passive for lots of healing, and Lich Staff to just annoy your opponent's caster. Excuse me. Very burpy today. Bone Giant should be able to duel the cannon pretty well. Shut down the Black Lions a bit as well, if it gets good angles on him. The Black Lions can get in range. They can actually do a lot of damage to the Bone Giant, but it does have the advantage of quite a bit of range, as well as a hefty bonus versus large at 200. And as I was saying earlier, bonus for large on missiles is so good. Then we just have a bunch of skeleton bodies. We got some Nekar warriors, we got some spears, we got some swords, and we have a Sharptooth Greatbow on the far left, and the warrior Sharptooth Greatbow on the far right. And I kind of like this use of the trees on the side, because you can advance all the way up in cover if you want. And if your opponent's not like on top of counting your units, there's a chance they just don't know these are here, and you can get a like really cheeky surround by just sneaking up through the trees and then advancing the front and get a three-pronged assault pretty easily. Let's go, Black Lions. Pegasus Knights beat Longma? Really? Really? I find that hard to believe. GC cannons with Harmony are better than Empire cannons. Fair enough, but honestly I just don't like cannons that much. They're not that useful. Except in like this match specifically. I think the Tomb Kings are really good, but no, I don't like artillery and Dom that much. It ties you down way too much. So I'm a bit of an artillery hater. Although like that into Tomb Kings it's really good. But in the context of Cathay, like I just don't like the artillery. I think it's almost never miss, Emperor ones do. Fair. Yeah. Cathay is very limited in that they can only play one style. That's Cathay's biggest weakness, is they only play box style. I guess now they can do a bit of a monster rush, but it's not that good. They kind of have to box. Whereas Empire, at least, is more versatile. They can go for a heavy cav rush. They can kite very, very well. They box not as well, but like they have more styles. Even dwarves can do a full infantry rush much better than Cathay can. Cathay is very, very good at the one thing they do, but Cathay's weakness is predictability. You pretty much know exactly what they're doing every single game. And yeah, so Iskander's probably just going to set up his infantry line, like, with his back to the trees right here. Nice safe spot for his missiles, real close to his spawn, and then he just puts, like, you know, a spear over here, and then he can move his caster right on the center. Yeah, cap like that. And if you want, you can take your caster of the Black Lions and cap objective 1 if your opponent lets you. And I expect Tomb Kings are going to build up for a little while, or Dustman's Intercept's going to give out. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Dustman's been having internet problems today. That's why we skipped Drakens and Chicken Feed to come here. So. Oh, Iskander crashed. Oh wait, no, that was actually just a lobby bug. Alright, I'm gonna host a new lobby. Failed to host game. What the heck, game? That's not what I wanted. Host a spec. Alright, both of you get to my lobby. Yeah. I think it's got for Black Lions. Dustman didn't actually crash. That was just a lobby bug. Because for Dustman, it showed that a Scander crashed, which is just a lobby bug that happens every now and again. So it just desynced the players and ended up kicking them. So just we made a new lobby and we'll go again. That's interesting. Why would you chevron that? What is he cooking? What is this man cooking? Alright, I guess we can lower the blocker. Everybody knows everybody's builds at this point. So yeah, we got the defensive formation for the Empire. Gonna try and box near the trees on the top left here. Now you can't see my cursor, but the top left. With his back to the trees, touching objective 3 with just one toe on objective 2. And Tomb Kings are probably going to build up and try to push that position with an infantry rush, backed by a little bit of missile support. Weird spaghetti code indeed. Yeah, I did like the clever play, like I was saying, with the trees on either side, using them to protect these shabby great bows from cannons. You can allow them to creep up, and then you can kind of surprise your opponent when they try to come at you with grenade launchers or cavalry. Because they are really your best answer to those two units. Like, Tomb Kings have a hard time dealing with armored cav. You have to shoot them, so you need the shabby great bows. But the conundrum is, like, how do you keep them safe from cannons? And I guess the trees on your side do allow you some play there, so I really like that usage of trees. Look at them. Behold their beauty. I didn't actually realize they have different skulls. That one has like a crocodile skull, doesn't it? Yeah, that one looks more like a crocodile. That one's a bird. That one's more dog-like. Neato. I didn't actually realize they had different skulls. What do the Chosen have? They have color. Remarkable. They have purple. Actually pretty cool. And they have the big old Bone Daddy. You just snipe some cannons. Where'd he go? There we go. Bone Daddy. Why does the Bone Daddy have fangs? Never understood that. Why does he have fangs? Why does he have fangs? What creature is he supposed to be? Like, giants don't have fangs. I guess this isn't like an actual body, it's like a construct. It's a construct, right? Yeah, it's a construct, so it's just a sculpture, I guess. Okay, so it's not actually a corpse. Then that begs the question, why do you make them look like undead if they're a construct? You don't have to make them look undead. What is that sound? Do you guys hear that? Like drum beat? Alright. Are they waiting for me? Nope. I guess they haven't messaged me, so whenever they're ready. I think it's a mix. At least that's what Dustman's going for here, is a mix. Gonna build up and rush with a lot of infantry, and then use the shooting to support. The problem, if you just pure rush, then grenade launchers and cav will destroy you. If you pure shoot, then you have difficulty killing the infantry, and their cannons typically trade pretty well. So like, you need a mix. You need the infantry to shut down the cannons, and you need the shooting to shut down the cavalry. I think this match is actually kind of tricky for Tomb Kings. Some Free Company militia coming in for the Empire. I don't know if I like the Free Company Militia here. There's not a lot of great targets, like most of the infantry is silver shielded. So they have a hard time getting good targets. Like nothing large. I mean, if there was melee shop sure they could shoot plink away at them, but I don't think they have that many good targets here. I guess he's going to send them cap objective 1 because they're somewhat quick and also kind of expendable. So you just use them cap objective 1. If Tomb Kings jump on them, you just run away. If they die, that's not a huge loss. Looks like the Bone Giant got a shot off on the caster, I assume? Did he actually find an angle from in there? Is he in range? What's the range of the Bone Giant? Yeah, maybe? I mean, he's facing the wrong direction now, so I guess he got a shot off on the caster. Not bad. Care all about aesthetic. That doesn't mean to an end. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's a Bone Giant. Why it could just be a giant with a bow. It could be a bow giant instead of a Bone Giant. Not a huge fan of this yellow Empire color scheme. Kind of mid, I'll be honest. It's very like mustard yellow, which is not an appealing color to me. It's kind of gross, like the pale centerpiece. Not great. What's the Tomb King color scheme looking like? Take a peek at these trees. Shields, that's alright. I don't know. Tomb King's banners are really disappointing. There's just not a lot of good options, I feel like. These shields are alright. The banner's kind of lame, but the color scheme is fine.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
So we got the Shabby Grippa poking out of the trees and firing some shots into the Free Company. Getting some good value there. Yeah, this is kind of the thing with the Free Company. They're pretty expendable, so they cap this point, which, if you're being built up against, you want to cap all 3 points safely, because that reduces the amount of time your opponent has to build up. If you only cap 2 points, they have a lot more time to actually build up without falling too far behind on points. When you do this, then they have less time, and they have to actually get on you a lot quicker and 3 cap you. And you do it with something that can get away, because you don't actually want to be drawn into a fight over here. Your positioning is strongest back here where Iskander is, so you want to make sure your position stays over here, your formation stays over here for the most part, so you just send something quick to go cap the far point, so it can run away when the enemy actually shows up. Huntsman and, Cav are pushing up. Looks like they found the Shabby Grapos from the trees. Empire Knights, Huntsman, and Black Lions are coming over to punish them now. That could be a pretty big pick for Empire. Hopefully these guys can get into the trees and get to the spears to safety. The Empire Knights are notoriously low damage output, especially against armor, so the Shabby Grapos should be pretty safe. The Black Lions can put a lot of hurt on them if they don't get to the tree cover. What are we doing on the far side? The Horror Warriors are pushing up pretty far. And they have a pretty nice angle here to come in on the side. Get into the Empire backline. Chosen Gods are still nice and safe. And those guys did get to the safety of the trees, where they can now turn around and start putting the hurt on those Empire Knights. Which, as I've been saying, it's the only real answer you have to Empire Knights, because look how little damage the Nekar Warriors do to Empire Knights. Nekar Horsemen, excuse me. Which, like, Nekar Horsemen are a solid light cav, but Empire Knights have 110 armor. They're very, very tanky against non-AP units. So, it's a bit of a problem. Bone Giant is doing good work against the Black Lions. Is there a life caster? Or is it a fire caster? Just a fire caster, so no healing available for those Black Lions. The Bone Giant does need to be a bit careful not to get blasted to pieces. The Black Lions have already lost a model, so a lot of damage output lost for the Empire. So I'm curious to see what the breakpoint is going to be for Empire here, or Tomb Kings here. When exactly are they going to go? And also, kind of surprised that Scanner's banking this much funds. Kind of surprised. Empire, like in this situation, there's no reason not to summon as Empire. Get your flagellants out, maybe your grenade launchers. Cav fight over here is going all right for Tomb Kings. I think they've committed more funds to it, but they are winning it, so you take those. Huntsmen in the trees are going to help out a bit, though. They should tear apart these Cav. Again, anti-large missiles. I've been saying it all day. Anti-large missiles are insanely strong. Especially against the light armored Cav. But Shopee are flanking some shots in. The spears have approached, but these spears are kind of forfeit. Like, as soon as these skeletons come out of the woods, there's just going to be overwhelmed and outnumbered. So we do have some Tomb Guard coming in. Interesting. I mean, they'll dominate all the Empire infantry, but be careful of that. Alright, our grenade launchers, baby. Our grenade launchers. We're sacrificial for the company. Yeah, what happened to the Black Lions? Okay, the Bone Giant is still plinking with the Black Lions. Yeah, that is a bit of a threat to them, although he does whiff that shot. No, look, there's the dead one. Look at these poor, poor dead kitey boys. Woe is you. Woe to the Empire. Cav fight in the corner. Looks like the Cav has all died off for the most part. Some spears are now chasing these guys, but these guys are just going for a valiant last charge into the Huntsmen. They will not survive this charge, or they're not going to make this charge, and they're just going to sit here. Wait, Nahgar horsemen have shields. I did not know they had shields this whole time. Yeah, they're going to die to the Huntsmen. They're going to crumble away. Dead horsemen. Tomb Kings need to go pretty soon, though. They are getting pretty far behind in points. They're going to have to 3-cap. If Tomb Kings don't cap a point and Empire gets to 750, they'll have to 3-cap, which looks like it's going to happen. But honestly, Tomb Kings is primed to 3-cap. They're going to be pushing on all fronts, right up the middle, around the side. So they're primed to just take the entire map all at once. So like they're pushing it everywhere. So they are going to have a very easy time 3-capping. But yeah, they do need to go. Empire Knights are hiding in the trees. I don't know if they know about these Nahgar warriors in the trees. If these cheeky, sneaky Nahgar warriors would still pop out and be a huge problem. Although the Empire Knights, they do pretty good damage in Tomb King Infantry. Tomb King Infantry is very low mass, so they take a lot of damage from heavy cav charges. Now, what Tomb King needs to be very careful about is make sure these Tomb Guard don't get shredded by grenade launchers. You make sure if the grenade launcher is shooting, it's into your skeleton warriors, but ideally you just want to make sure they're not shooting. You really just want to make sure they're not shooting. This is some Toonwire level buildup? Yes, it is. Dustman is RTK, as you can see, and he has adopted our ways very quickly. But I think it's the correct play into Empire. If you go out too soon, Empire can just kite you very, very effectively with the grenade launchers, the Black Lions, and they can put a lot of hurt on you very, very quickly. Nahgar warriors have popped out of the trees. The cavalry is now coming to punish, although they're sniffing in the trees looking for the chosen of the gods. So they saw the great bows on the other side. Now there's some on this side too, presumably. And they are correct about that. Chosen of the gods are going to try to punish them, though, before they get to them. There's nothing really here to protect them. Be a bit careful. And the Tomb King infantry push seems to have stalled out a little bit. You need to keep that pace up and keep everything moving up real quick. The Sharp Great Bow also looks like it's been forgotten in the backfield. You need to keep it up. You need to keep it protecting your front line from those grenade launchers and those Black Lions. Carrion are in the back, just trying to get on the cannons, on the grenade launchers, whatever you can get. Flatulence are coming in now. And Flatulence are really, really good into all the lightly armored Tomb King infantry. They do real, real well at just tearing up these skeletons. They probably struggle in the Tomb Guard a little bit more. The basic skeletons, the spears, those get torn to bits. And the Cav are not coming for the Chosen of the Gods. There's some spears coming to peel. And as we saw earlier, even if they hit this charge, it won't do a whole lot of damage, because the Empire Knights don't have much armor piercing. So these Sharp Geckos are just fine, and they have solid melee stats on the ROR. So they'll probably win that fight, but it's not cost effective. Like, you want these Sharp Geckos to just try and shoot. It's way better value. But the melee engagement is finally happening. The Skeleton Spears and the Tomb Guard are engaged on the front line. The guns have all turned around to fire on the Carrion, which have killed off the cannon, which means now the Bone Giant is free to fire. Burning Head comes in on Skeleton Warriors. Probably not the best target selection, but you probably don't notice that these are Tomb Guard, to be honest. I know they're Tomb Guard because I practiced with Dustman. I told him to bring them. But if they have all the same icons, so it's kind of hard to tell. Black Lions get another big hit from the Bone Giant. The value trading is going pretty even. The Black Lions are tearing apart these Sharp Great Bow, though. These Sharp Great Bow need to be online to actually take out the cavalry. Otherwise, the cavalry can do a lot of work. The Nahgar warriors are just engaging the Empire on all fronts. The problem is the Huntsmen and the Free Company don't have great target selection. The Nahgar warriors are unshielded, but everything else is silver shielded. So the shooting really doesn't have great value targets. And with the healing from Katep, the frontline trade should just go very, very heavily in favor of the Tomb Kings. Although that's a beautiful Burning Head. That's what, 2 Tomb Guard? Looks like an undercast though, which is kind of unfortunate. But the healing is coming in too from the Realm of Souls tier 3, and that means the Ushabti summon is available for the Tomb Kings as well. Frontline trade is going slightly in the favor of the Empire. The Scander's got a bit of a value lead. Black Lions are stuck up in melee now, fighting into some Skeleton Warriors, springing from firing. Where's the Bone Giant? What's it up to? Okay, still plinking with the Black Lions. Gonna do some real good work there. Take it down to 2 models. The Chosen of the Gods on the far side are being killed. They finally got rid of the Cav. They're finally free. They have all their models. They are free to just start firing. The Ushabti summon in the backfield is going to start getting on top of these Huntsmen, I hope, but it looks like some of them had forgot. It's really unfortunate. You need to get them to charge into those Huntsmen. Huntsmen need to go down. And this is also really, really bad. When you're doing this kind of build-up, you really need to sneak things through the gap. Just go find the gap. Do not have multiple units stacked in the front. It's really, really bad, especially if there's any grenade launchers in the area. But it looks like he's done a pretty good job shutting down the grenade launchers. I don't see any of them. Oh, there's one left on the field, but it's being pushed back into the trees. Where it can be managed. The Sharp Great Bows seem to be shooting into it as well. No, maybe I'm lying about that. Maybe I'm wrong. Black Lions are going down to the Bone Giant. Bone Giant is taking some shots, but it's got so much hit points, it doesn't really care. The problem is that Objective 3 is still being held by the Empire, and that's all they need to win the game. Tomb Kings need to get on this objective, and they need to go on it fast. Excuse me. They've only got 4 or 5 minutes before they need to actually be on that objective. Looks like we got a catapult coming as well. Don't mind that as well. It helps clear the Empire infantry a lot faster. Flagellants aren't going to be bothered by too much, but the leadership debuff on the swordsman is very, very valuable. Nekar warriors are getting the backfield. The Shabti have killed off those free company. And the infantry trade on the right side is going very heavily in favor of Tomb Kings, but the left side is still being held on very valiantly by the men of the Empire. They need to go down. They need to go down quickly if Tomb Kings are going to take this point. It's like, what do we reinforce do we have coming in? We got some more Skeleton Warriors coming in. Empire Knights are routing off the backfield. Chosen of the God are fighting Empire Knights, but they'll probably win that fight. And we got some idle units over here. No, these need to be moving. Get in the backfield. Kill the missile units. Get the infantry to the left to start capping. You need to get on that left hand objective. You need to cap your Tomb Kings. Even if you're going even in this fight, it doesn't matter if you're losing the objective in the meantime. Carrying on the Huntsman, they should be able to win that fight pretty easily. We've got more Tomb Guard coming in. Bone Giant, also, I wouldn't mind seeing the Bone Giant just walk up and start terror routing. Most of its ideal targets are dead. Like the Black Lions, they have 2 models, like walk up, take a shot, walk up, take a shot, and just get them on the points where you can start terror routing these swordsmen. Ushabti as well could just position like right here on the edge and start shooting in. You really got to be on the point if you're the Tomb Kings right now. You don't have the time to spare, and they are starting to get the capture rate. It's flipping back and forth. It's very, very close with more Empire swordsmen coming in, and this is the Tomb Kings nerf showing themselves. The swords and spears don't have much cap weight, just the Tomb Guard and Hotep capping. It's having a very hard time displacing all of these Empire infantry units. There are more bodies always. There are always more besides for the Tomb Kings. Lots more skeletons, lots more bodies to come and pile on this point. Burning Head coming in. Gonna finish off these Skeleton Warriors and this Tomb Guard probably. Do damage there. Not the greatest. There weren't a ton of targets, but they're the high priority targets. You really got rid of what you needed to. It's a pretty good value one. But all of these infantry are low health, and if there's the Bone Giant needs to get into melee, you need that Terror Source. Just walk it over here. It has cap weight, it has terror. There's so many things here that could terror out. All this infantry except for the Flagellants. That'd be huge, huge value. The Skeleton Horsemen coming in, getting a nice charge into the back of these spears. Can't leave them in combat too long. The Cav is coming in from the right side as well. And the right side is like completely collapsed for the Empire. There's nothing over here. Just the Tomb Kings trying to collapse, and everybody's trying to find the objective. And there's a grenade launcher. Is there anything to shut them down? There's some great bows in here back you can plink away at. Where's the Chosen? The Chosen are way out of position. They need to get over here on this left side. The left side is all that matters right now. If those grenade launchers are allowed to fire, this objective is going to go very, very poorly for the Tomb Kings. They're already lacking infantry on this point. The grenade launchers, actually, honestly, if the grenade launchers fire at this point, it's probably going to do more harm than good. You're probably going to kill Flagellants, so I kind of want to see this, to be honest. Come on. Friendly fire those Flagellants. Although this Cav is going to get demolished. Okay, Tomb Kings are starting to cap, but they need to hold this for quite a while. The Bone Giant has finally gotten into melee. There we go. Get those terror outs. Help kill the Flagellants. Grenade launchers are firing, though, and that's a big problem. These Shabti Grippo need to kill them ASAP. These guys, we've seen their damage output already. If they're allowed to fire, they're going to do a ton of damage. But there's Incantation of Vengeance. Okay, I don't know. I don't think that one-shots them. Not even close. But the Cav is here and can be lurking on top of them. There's not a lot to peel them. Black Lions are dying off. But they've already gotten pretty good value. Burning Head friendly fires a bunch of swordsmen and routs them. And that's 3-cap coming for Tomb Kings. Empire's got a few units here in the center, but Tomb Kings having a 3-cap. Can they hold it, though, is the question. How long can they hold? Those grenade launchers are allowed to fire, but they're not. They're dead. They didn't even fire a single volley. They didn't fire a single volley. The Cav is just swarming over them. And Empire is just being beaten back and beaten back. Their infantry is all in tatters. They just don't have any wind left in their sails. But Scanner's banking so many supplies! He hasn't summoned! Is he supply capped? Does he not have things to summon? Or has he just forgotten? He got his cannon out, so I think he just doesn't have things to summon. The cannon will do good work against the Chosen of Gods, but that doesn't matter right now. Like, you don't need value as Empire. You need bodies. You need just infantry to get back on these points. You need fresh flagellants, grenade launchers, something to clear off all this infantry so you can get back on these objectives. I don't think he has it in the tank, and at this point, it's getting very, very close to the point where Tomb Kings won't need to hold the 3-cap anymore. Empire is going for a cheeky back-cap over here, the Free Company Militia. Is there any Cav to answer for Tomb Kings? Yes, there is. Yeah, the Free Company won't get away with that. Chosen of the Gods are going to just find these Cav again. I think Tomb Kings have this. I don't think there's much coming back for Empire. Chosen of the Gods, like I said, they'll just fine. The cannons are probably going to friendly fire Cav. They'll be fine, right? These Cav will run over the Free Company just fine. Nurgle Horsemen are like deceptively really, really strong Cav. I mean, for a light Cav, for a 650 gold light Cav, they're really excellent. They got shields, they got good melee stats, and their charges are pretty solid, to be honest. Like, this is a good Cav unit. No? Solid Cav unit. For a light Cav, they're like one of the better light Cavs in the game. Centaurs are probably the best light Cav at the moment, but Nurgle Horsemen are pretty good. Black Lions are off in the trees, and I feel like a scanner just hasn't been desummoning effectively. All this stuff is in tatters at the edge of the field all the time. But there's the second wave. There's the second win for Empire. But at this point, he has to at least cap 2 points. One cap isn't going to be enough, but Tomb Kings have all their forces on the left side. The mass summon on the right could just catch the Tomb Kings out of position and cap these points quickly, but they need to get there very, very fast. We got some Nekar Wars on the cannon shutting it down, but also the cannon isn't that valuable at this point. It's just probably the only thing he could summon. Scanner's still banking a ton of funds. He just doesn't have the troops to summon. Everything's been routing so slowly, so he just doesn't have a second wave. I don't know if he's going to be able to get back on these points in time. These Sharpie Greatbow are still online. They can tear apart those Empire Knights who are just sitting there, just sitting ducks through these Sharpie Greatbow. And here come the shots. Oh boy, that's going to be a lot of damage. Sharpie Greatbow just... Okay, that was a little lame. Okay, there's some good damage, yeah. They do really, really good work against these cav units. Yeah, their leadership is tanking really heavily. They're not good to cap this point. I think Tomb Kings have this. I don't see a way for Empire to get back on these points in time. They just don't have the infantry clear. Their Grand Launcher's been shut down so heavily. The Huntsmen just were ineffective against all the shields of the Tomb Kings. Yeah. And the Bow Shop have been alive this whole time, able to just keep punishing grenade launchers, Empire Cav, and just helping win the mobility fight. Very, very nice showing of the Tomb Kings from Duskman. Last one starts being stopped by the Cav. I like this play, just stop the reinforcements from getting to the objective. And at this point, Iskander's going to be the one who needs the 3 cap, and I just don't see that happening. He's too far behind in points now. He's down in value, and he just doesn't have the units on the field anymore. He's down 26 units to 15. And it's just fresh bodies for Tomb Kings all the time. There's not enough grenades or Empire Knights to actually clear the field. So I think that's going to be Tomb Kings taking it, yeah. And Iskander taps out. Very well played. That was a close one. Like, if Iskander could have held on to that far point just another couple of minutes, he would have won the game, but Tomb Kings just swarmed and overwhelmed and just shut down. He did a really good job of shutting down the grenade launchers. If the grenade launchers were allowed to fire, we would have had an entirely different game on our hands. Black Lions got shut down a bit. Cannons didn't do great. The Huntsmen did alright, despite the fact they were shooting silver shields. Handgunners didn't. The handgunners were probably a hedge against like melee Shabti, which I know have been being pretty popular, but I just don't think they're that good in this matchup. Yeah, Empire State Troops thing. The Burning Heads were pretty good. Empire Cav, yeah, Empire Cav is a real problem for Tomb Kings. Okay, only one grenade launcher. Hurts so much. I think you need at least a second. Like, maybe replace the Free Company with a grenade launcher. Both of them for a grenade launcher is just so much more valuable. It's like one volley of grenade launcher fire will kill most Tomb Kings infantry. Just almost 100 to 0. That was a very good game. That Capel? What killed that Capel? I didn't even notice. It died. Tomb Guard. Yeah, Tomb Guard did alright. The Cav play from Dustman was also pretty good. The Nekar Horseman did a really good job. Yeah, this is I was talking about a chevron. I don't know why he put 4 chevrons on a catapult, but it did alright. Anyway, that is Dustman taking a point back for Team 1. Oh, that is a big fat L for the Empire, which is what we like to see. Alright, and now we'll go back to Dragons and Chicken Feed. Assuming they're still in a lobby, which they might not be. Alright, so yeah. Coast Khorne on Twilight Forest. This one I'm pretty excited for. Coast isn't a faction we've seen a whole lot of this patch. They got them getting pretty heavily nerfed for the last few patches. Yep, good to go, Dragons. But they haven't getting buffs to their gun lines. Like, in previous metas where they were actually good, it was mostly about their melee grind capacity. But that's been heavily nerfed, and they've been getting shifted more towards the power in their gun lines. So we haven't really been seeing a lot of success off the Coast gunline play. So I'm really hoping the Dragons can actually bring out something like that and have success with it here to show us, like, you know, how the Coast gunlines can actually have success. But Khorne is, of course, very good at aggressing into gun lines. We saw them already take down Not a gun line, but we saw a Wood Elf Kite dismantled by Valkia and some Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights expect to be a little bit worse here, but Valkia is still exceptional, as are a lot of the Khorne infantry options. We don't need a blocker anymore. Let's get rid of that. Have you ever seen VC Coast vs. Khorne? I have, long ago. But as I said, it was a very melee-oriented build back then, so I expect it'll be quite different. So, for Draken's Coast, we have RNS Assault Plate. She's got her Kraken's Bane for anti-large melee attack aura, which probably does a lot of work against like Minos. It helps the zombies trade a lot. And Spearfisher's Net. I wonder if that's to like punish Valkia? Or what that's for. Here's see, and a Vampire Fleet Captain. Oh, you Vangeist. I love this spell. It deletes everything. I am excited to see some good Vangeists. The damage on this spell is absurd. And he's also got Taunt, which probably going to be Minos, maybe Fleshhounds targeting to just lower their, well, defense, not their damage up, but like help actually wear them down. And then we do have a big gun line. We got handguns, we got halberds, we got hand cannons, which is not a unit we've seen a whole lot of. And we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 handguns and, math is hard, 3 hand cannons and a deck gun. I like the deck gun inclusion here just to apply Shield Breaker to help you kill those Chaos Warriors. Because otherwise the Silver Shield Chaos Warriors can just tank a lot of fire. So I do like that. Also, I keep thinking this icon is a bloated corpse and getting disappointed. That's not a bloated corpse, but it looks like it. Now we just have halberds and zombies up in the front. For Chicken Feeds Khorne, we have Valkia, Demon Shield, and a Sloppy Spear. We have, looks like a cultist here. Is there another cultist right there? Yeah, so double cultist with the summon as well as the icon of Endless War. Why icon of Endless War? It only affects them. It's not a good item. I guess maybe they just had some money. Chaos Warriors, Marauders, Halberds, Marauders. Coast, I suspect they're going to try this up on whatever hill Khorne isn't on. Because like if you don't want to go head straight to the hill and fight, because then you're shooting uphill, which lowers your damage output and makes you struggle with line of sight. So they see Khorne on the left, so like, alright, we take the right hill, we'll set up like here, and we'll just pew-pew whatever comes at us. Valkia is coming to fuck around and find out, but she needs to be a bit careful as those guns do a pretty good job of shooting her if she's not too careful. If she can feed lapse on this micro at all, you could lose a lot of health of Valkia very, very quickly. So, needs to be pretty on top of his micro, but this is something that Khorne players typically very practiced with, is using Valkia to waste ammo with their opponents. She's very, very good at it. She's a small target. She's very fast, so it's something you see a lot. So, should be pretty on top of that micro. Looks like we got some animated hulks coming out. Just a bit of mass to help protect the backline from any kind of mobility, like these Chaos Warhounds over here. Oh, look, double Warhounds. You don't see Warhounds a whole lot for Khorne. Usually it's Fleshhounds. The mobility choices, or Chaos Knights. Yeah, looks like we have 3 Warhounds. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The Coast gun units have terrible melee stats, like some of the worst melee stats in the game. Like actual zombie level melee stats. 6 melee attacks, or 8 melee attacks, 6 melee defense. So Chaos Warhounds can actually tear them up real quick. Especially with the Frenzy from the Khorne mark. So I kind of like this pick from Chicken Feed. Cultists are on foot, which means they are silver shielded, so they're going to be very, very durable, and a very nice unit to actually start breaking the the Coast gun line. So they can walk up and they can tank quite a lot. They're small targets with silver shields and a good deal of HP, so they can just dismantle they can just kind of waltz into the back line, do whatever they want. There's nothing that can really kill them. I don't know how they get into Arnessa and the Caster, but I suspect they're just fine, because they're pretty strong melee combatants in their own right, especially with that icon of Endless War. Valkia is landing on the deck guns. And this is, okay, Demon Shield popped, start absorbing that gunfire, but she needs to be very careful as she sticks around. Being on the ground is a very bad place to be. Sloppy Spear coming down. It's about half health off the deck mob, but they are still stable leadership, and they have a whole full model, so their missile capacity is unchanged. They still do a lot of damage. Points are opening up, and Coast has cemented their position on the right side objective, and they are just shooting in as Khorne does advance onto the Coast gun line. The hand cannons are online. The cultists are being annoying, but they're kind of just stuck in zombies at the moment, just charging up those summons, which will be pretty annoying once they come online, but for the moment, not a big problem, as the guns just do start plinking away at the halberds, at the marauders, the chaos warriors, whatever they can really get. Oh, I'm so excited for the Vangeists. I'm so excited for Vangeists. I love that spell. Looks like Coast does have... Ooh, we got a dog-on-dog fight. I imagine Khorne dogs will win this. Like, the frenzy is just so good. We got more scurvy dogs coming in. The dog fight is very real. And now, what does this come in? Is that taunt? That is the taunt. Chaos Warhounds are losing all melee defense. They're down 0 melee defense, so they should melt to this charge. Yeah, taking some good damage there. Which means Coast will actually be able to win that fight. On the far side, there are more dogs for Khorne than there are for Coast. They're just trying to harry them, keep them off the gun line. In the mid line, just look at all that DACA going in. Silver Shield Chaos Warrior is still getting melted by just sheer volume. There's the Bloodletter summons now. Those can be a big problem for Coast as they'll tear up these guns very quickly. RNS is running in the front line to provide that melee attack aura, as well as just help grind a little bit with her own AP fightings. And there we go. Which side are you shooting out? There we go. A little bit of a whiff, to be honest. Oh, that could have been a collateral, but still does good damage to this Chaos Warriors. Still some pretty good value. Khorne is slightly up in the value trade, but this engagement is just... There's just so many guns going off. I suspect that will flip very quickly. Spearfish is net on the Bloodletters to just nerf their melee attack. Oh, no, it's melee defense. Excuse me, so it doesn't actually do a whole lot. RNS is trying to pick a fight with Valkia, which seems really risky. RNS is not the greatest duelist. She doesn't have a ton of HP, whereas Valkia has like 1,000 HP on her and really good melee stats. Seems a little suspect to me. Halberds in the front line are getting pulled away from the battle. Bloodletters are getting torn apart by the crossfire. These crossfires are doing an excellent job. These handguns are just tearing things up. There's a Sword of Khorne coming in. Oh, goodbye. Oh, what you say? Oh, and the collateral dogs, too. The dogs ran into it. That's so unfortunate. On the far side, the mobility fight is actually going pretty well for Coast. They're getting a lot of good engagement with their dogs and their animated hulks. But the front line is just going in favor of Khorne. The Bloodletters are tearing apart this gun line and doing very good work. The Bloodletter summons are an absolute terror. Valkia is fighting Aranessa and doing pretty well there. Aranessa is trying to get away, and the Cultist looks like it's killing... Oh, that's a zombie, not a... Where's the caster? There's the caster. Caster's over there, that's fine. The guns are still pretty fine. These guns up on the hill are doing alright. They have a pretty safe position. Coast is starting to lose value. Their value lead... Sorry. Falling behind in value. Pretty heavily. That's a problem. Fleshhound's coming to the back line. Scurvy Dogs are going to try to protect with the guns support, but Fleshhounds are quite tanky and quite fast. It's going to be a bit of an issue. The Coast front line is wavering pretty heavily, and the Cultists are now tag teaming the Vampire Caster, so she is going to be in a bit of trouble. She's not a very strong duelist, whereas these Cultists are quite strong. The ability fight is still going pretty well for Coast, but these Halberds have to come over to help, and they're going to start tearing apart these animated hulks. This is looking pretty good for Khorne at this point. 1,500 value lead, dismantling the gun line. The guns are almost all offline. And at that point, like, the Marauders and the Chaos Warriors will just destroy the zombie deckhand mobs. Coast is holding on to objective number 1, but I don't think that's going to last very long with more Warhounds coming in. There's going to be a lot of cap weight coming in, as well as a lot of diving pressure for this backline. Not the Cultists. The Cultists are killing the Caster. The Caster's running from the Cultists. And there's a Vangeist. Does Chicken Feed dodge? Chicken Feed should dodge. Damn shame. Oh, the net! The net, was it in time? Yes! That's some good damage. Anything over here? Yep. Collateral as well. Pretty good damage there. Spearfish net, but that is the caster's last gasp. She does fall. On the far side, we have a back cap coming in, from the Scurvy Dogs and the Animated Hulks. I think it's a pretty desperate attempt from Coast to get back in this game. And they are getting just torn apart by all of these dogs. Looking kinda rough. Kinda rough. Those Cultists are being an absolute menace. They're getting good value on their own, and the Bloodletter summons were just such a devastating drop into the back line. Khorne has the 3 cap at this point. They're getting back cap, but it's not a big problem at this point. There's nothing left that can really kill Chaos Warriors of Khorne. The Caster's dead, the Animate Hulks are busy, the guns are offline. So I think at this point, this is Khorne's game to lose. They're up a ton of value, they control the map. I don't really see Coast come back into it. These kind of heavy gunline builds really rely on formations. You really got to stay together and have that overlapping fire. And without that, there's not a lot of hope for Coast getting back into it. GG. Very valiant attempt. Coast is in a really rough spot, so seeing even the attempt with these gunline builds is still inspiring. Look how the depth guard came out. I feel like the depth guard would have been a really big problem for Khorne. I don't think they had any throwing axes or anything that could actually kill them. I guess they did. They just never summoned them. Okay, good value. The Cultists did good. Chaos Warriors, they didn't get much value, but they were alive the whole time, and they're just a tanky nuisance. They do win the frontline fight very slowly, and the Coast just doesn't really damage them in melee. Well, that's Chicken Feed striking another point for Team 1. And tying it up. Alright, so we are on to our final 1v1, which will be cast off a free play because my players had a bit of time constraint. So they played earlier and they sent me the replay. So we will catch up with that. Off to bed, have to get up at 5 a.m. Morning. I'll the rest of you tomorrow. Thanks. Happy to help. Happy to stream. Been a lot of fun so far. Had a good one. Alright. So did I don't remember if I got that replay or not. I don't think it's my replay folder. There it is. Just a moment, I need to respond to some DMs. Okay, there's a problem, but looks like it has been sorted out without need for my intervention, which I appreciate. So now let's check out this replay. So this is Scrambled Egg versus Toxic Fireball on Wood Elves versus Vampire Counts on Rift's World's Edge. Now, who was on which team? I think Toxic Fireball was Team 2. Toxic Fireball was Team 2. So I'm just doing Egg. I've typed out his full name many times. Setting all this up, I'm not typing out anymore. No one can make me. So we have very misleading banners, and I'm not fixing it. Wood Elves versus Vampire Counts. This is actually a pretty even matchup this patch. The frontline fight typically goes very heavily in favor of the Wood Elves. War Dancers, Dryads, Blade Singers all cut through the basic skeletons and zombies very, very effectively. Graveguard can do a little bit better, but they are slow and grindy and not very quick, which leaves the archers online. Counts have the advantage of cavalry. Black Knights and Blood Knights dominate most of the Wood Elf cavalry, so as we were talking about our first Wood Elf game of the day, they really have to rely on shooting, the AP shooting, the Starfire Shafts or Way Watchers to really take down the cavalry and protect their backline, which can be really tricky. But you can bring Nats to help with that potentially, or you can bring Melkoth Casters, which is also a very popular choice. Melkoth slows the cav as well as does good damage to them, so it can do pretty good work actually helping shut down that cav. Because we got a Spellweaver of Life. Do you actually have spells? Yes, you do. So Earthblood for the Wood Elves. We have a front line of Dryads, mixed Dryads and Eternal Guards. Eternal Guard without shields. So the cheaper variant. Shields, of course, aren't very useful against counts, but the extra melee defense is always good. Gladeguard Starfire Shafts. That AP value into the Graveguard, into Cavalry, into the Mortis Engine, all very, very good options. And fire damage is, of course, very good against counts, negates the healing. There's a lot of things that are fire weak on the roster. Excuse me. Blade Singers as well, to just be that elite anti-infantry option, to just shoot up Graveguard if you need it, Sternsman, that kind of thing. And then we have the Firebark Elders. Just a tanky presence on the point. Help you keep you in the fight, get a bit of that flame resistance aura in case they do bring the corpse cards that would do with flame attacks. So that'd be a pretty unusual pick. For the Vampire Counts, played by Scrambled Egg Special, we have Kemmler. He's got Krell, he's got Raised Dead, Invocation, he's got Master of the Dead, and the Chaos Tombblade. This is the reason you take Kemmler, really. Chaos Tombblade, it's just very, very strong for any kind of melee grind. The healing and the melee attack is all excellent. You got Corpse Carts, again, healing, vigor, leadership, great. Foot White Kings, 2 of them with Scabscrath. Scabscrath just destroys light armored infantry, so archers, Blade Singers are all excellent targets. Blade Singers are going to get really scared of this, but also they can you can cast both of them at the same time and just one-shot most archers. So, very good option to disrupt the back line. We do have the Sternsmen. We have a bunch of Graveguard, looks like. And then we have some skeleton spears to support on the flanks. But overall, just a pretty heavy melee grind build for the Vampire Counts. So, the beauty of a replay means we can fast forward while these two waddle up. So, I suspect Counts are going to try to come around this far side over here and try to get a pretty good collapse. I can't use telestrations in replays, and it eternally irks me. I realize it could be. Yeah, they're going to come around this left flank of the Wood Elves and try to collapse the back line. Maybe also try to flank through the woods on the right side. Looks like the Spellweaver is on foot, which is why it's so far in the back, because it is actually pretty vulnerable to those White Kings. Got more Blade Singers coming in, and they're asking to be Scab's Wraith. Oh, you know the other advantage of the Firework Elder is actually the resistance to friendly fire. The fire resist helps them negate the friendly fire from these Glade Guard. It's actually kind of funny, I didn't even think about that. There's the Cav coming in, Black Knights with Lances and Barding. Very, very strong option, the Wood Elves. Good shock damage, can run down all the light armored infantry. They're not shut down. There's no Zotes on the field as well, so there's nothing really to contain them other than the archers. So a Toxic Fire was going to be pretty on point with his missile play. But looks like we just have a pretty static, defensive Wood Elf position here on the 2 points, 2 and 1. And Counts are going to just try to envelop and shut it down very quickly. No building up. Looks like no preamble. We're just going to go in pretty quick. Looks like. Or not. Or we are going to chill and get some more cav. You do want a good deal of cav to overload the flanks. And yeah, that's what we got. Starfire Shaft fire in. We're backing off while taking fire. That seems suspect. I guess he's trying to get that flank on the left side in position before he goes in. You want to get a nice envelop all at the same time. That does mean you do take a little bit of damage on the Graveguard. And my chair is stuck on my mat. Let's get in position, please. Thank you. Just like the skeletons, we need to be in the right position to do our thing. Yeah, the Cav are just primed for a flank around this right side, just completely open. There is some Glade Rider spears, but they are massively outclassed by the Black Knights. All they're going to do is get in their way while the Starfire Shafts actually shoot them and do the damage. I have no appreciate the tactical chess matches that there's 30 seconds of waddling forward with Counts. Yes, that is correct. Normally there can be a lot of really fun little interactions with those kind of first 30 seconds, but when it's literally just walking, both sides walking to the center of the map, this stage is there's a lot of jockeying position, getting a good surround, getting all your timings right. But the first 30 seconds where you're just walking forward, there's nothing happening. It's literally just walking forward and looking at what your opponent's army is. There's a lot to do as a player at that moment. Deciding your opponent's army, deciding your summons, deciding how you want to play the map. But visually, there's not that much to look at. Looks like Counts are content to just build up for a bit. No, I feel like Wood Elves should be pushing their archers up and just poking them. They shouldn't just be letting them sit here. Bring your archers up to the front of your formation. Don't push too past your front line, but to this gap right here between the front line and just poke at the Graveguard. But looks like Counts really did that for you. Just kind of start coming in. They're walking menacingly. Yeah. They're coming in. Going to be taking some shots from the Starfire Shaft there. Shielded, of course. But there's still going to be some good damage coming in. We got some bats coming in as well. Glade Riders, excuse me, should be able to do a good job of peeling that off. We got a lot more cav coming in as well for the Wood Elves. Archers doing some good damage, but honestly, they don't even need to kill the Graveguard. We got Blade Singers. We got the Blade Singers. I am so ready for them to get one-shot by Scab's Wrath. Scab's Wrath, whatever, however you pronounce that. I don't know how to pronounce that ability. Let's go Varix Reavers. They're getting Melcost immediately. And I'd love to see the archers just switch all their fire onto the cav. Especially if everyone's slowed, because you have no other options for the archers and cav. Looks like they're shooting the corpse cart, which is also a valuable target, but I feel like the cav is really Counts win condition, so you just gotta take it down. Yeah, there's the shot coming on the cav. Cav's running away, so their shields aren't even applying, so good damage there. Blade Singers should be able to just start tearing up these infantry. Spears plugging the gap. Bats coming over top. There's plenty of cav in position to peel it, but these Black Knights are looming threat in the background. They're actually just standing here menacingly, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Wood Elf box is pretty widespread. A lot of area to cover, so there's a lot of holes for to be exploited by the Black Knights. Wood Elves are taking an early value lead, but yeah. Blade Singers are getting torn up by those White Kings. I didn't see the Scab's Wraith go down, but it definitely did. Yeah, it's been used. The bats are coming in, the Cavs should peel it off, the Black Knights are coming as well. Good timings here from the Counts player. And the bats and the Knights in at the same time. Blade Guard are preoccupied trying to peel the bats. The Black Knights get good cave into the back. The Spear's trying to peel in as well, but they're not very fast, so bit of a trouble there. Counts are taking a bit of value lead as they are starting to off some of the Dryads. Varix Reavers have almost died, but they do have regeneration of their own. There's, of course, healing available from Kemler and the Invocations. White Kings are fighting on the front line. Where is that, Ooh, this guy's in a little... The branch right there is a risky spot. I see a Crawl Summon come down, maybe, or even just the White Kings waddling over and killing him. That could be a big, big problem. The value's been kept pretty even, and the Black Knights are being kept out of the backline by these spears and the Dryad Summons in the back. The Archers are still in line, which is a big problem for Counts. The Grave Guard are getting worn down by the Blade Singers and the Eternal Guard. How is Blade Singers doing, actually? Yeah, not too bad so far. Glade Riders are just going to be starting to charge into these zombie summons, wear them down. Various Reavers are crumbling away, which is very good. We got a Vargulf coming in. Interesting. Curious what he's going to be there for. Is he going to go for the backline, or is he going to try to kill the Branch Wraith? Either one would be a viable target, but I feel like the backline is much more important. The Glade Rider Starfire Shafts, or even the Spellweaver could be a valuable target for them. But Grave Guard are not doing a whole lot in the front line. They are getting worn down very heavily by the Elf Infantry. Wood Elves have a very respectable front line these days. Even the Sternsmen are being worn down by those Firework Elders and just not making a whole lot of headway. Vargulf comes in. Where is this Vargulf going? I'm really curious where this Vargulf is going. Right into the backline. Okay, ignore the characters. Go for the Archers. I agree. Black Knights do get into one of the Starfire Shafts and shut them down. The Glade Rider Spears are coming to get them off. And I honestly think these Black Knights are playing really coy. Like, they really can just go balls deep and kill those Archers. And that's kind of your win condition. If you get those Cav and the Archers, you just win. The Cav don't need to survive after that. Vargulf is in. Gets surrounded by Cav, but it's doing good work here. Now, the Terror is going to be kind of nice on these Archers. They're like one of the few things in the Wood Elf roster that isn't ITP. Counts are also holding 2 points at the moment, but Wood Elves are retaking the center, so the points lead is slightly in favor of Wood Elves. They held the point for quite a while. The Black Knights are now into the backline. The Zombie Summon as well from Kemmler. Starfire Shafts are going down. There's one down over there here. These two are kiting, so there's currently no fire going on the front line, but the Blade Singers are just cutting up the Grave Guard. Grave Guard are having a bad time on the front line, which is not something you say very often. Coming in reinforced with the Crypt Horrors. Now that the Starfire Shafts shut down, they are actually much safer to come in, and we get a nice charge on the Spears back here. Grave Guard is chasing off Dryads. Beautiful charge here, but now you want to turn around and get onto those Archers that are exposed. Vargulf is running away, as there are some Deepwood Scouts with Swifter Shards poking it away. Nice reinforcement option. Gets some good at that magic attacks. 360 fire. Pretty self-sufficient Archer unit, so it's a nice late summon. Cav are now onto the Starfire Shafts. And now Counts are starting to look... Things are starting to look up for the Vampire Counts. They got a value lead. They finally shut down these Archers. But their front line is in tatters. They got some zombie summons, making it look like they've got a better army, but like their Grave Guard are not doing so hot. I don't know if they have more skeletons in reserve or not. Like, we do have a healthy Grave Guard over here in the trees. We got some skeleton spears. Don't know where they came from. So maybe Counts can grind this out, but this is looking... I don't know. This is a close one. The value is being kept pretty close. Counts have a little bit of value lead. Both sides have some healing, so it's a little hard to guess exactly. No Crypt Horrors coming in, and Crypt Horrors will do a good job of chewing through all of the Wood Elf infantry that is still alive. Even the Spears, if they have infantry support, will do just fine. So these Glade Guard, Starfire Shafts, and the Deepwood Scouts are back online, which means they're a big, big threat to the Crypt Horrors and the Vargulf. And a nice zombie summon coming down as Eternal Guard. We got... Is that an Earthblood? Yeah, it was Earthblood. Can't tell if it's Earthblood or Invocation. Kind of hard to tell when they both heal. The Firework Elders are just... This is like the battle of the two tankiest units on the battlefield. This is really funny to me. Just the two tankiest units on the battlefield doing no damage. It's just a wet noodle fight. Let's see the Dire Pack coming in. Not sure what their great target is. I mean, they can start clear apart Glade Rider Spears and try to wrestle mobility control back from the Wood Elves. You really need to shut down these Archers. These Archers are doing lots of work. She's already 1,200 value. The Deepwood Scouts have not been out that long. They've already got almost 1,000 value. Counts are starting to pressure objective number 1. Spears are taking the Glade Riders. These Eternal Guard are getting worn down by Grave Guard. Counts are looking at taking a 3-cap, but they are losing the center. Counts are, they're in a very precarious position. They're holding them out for the time being, but their reinforcements are slow and few between. They don't have any infantry reinforcements. Their Crypt Horrors are getting torn apart. There's some more Grave Guard coming in, but they're so far away and they're so slow. It'll be ages before they get here. Wood Elves are retaking the center. The Dire Pack is doing a good job of wrestling mobility control and getting back on these Archers. More backline access. But the infantry fight is just going very heavily in the favor of the Wood Elves. Dire Pack, yeah, they get on the Glade Guard. They'll tear them apart pretty quickly. Dogs are very, very good at that. But the middle does go in the favor of the Wood Elves, and they might be able to hold Objective 1. This Lifeweaver is trying to fight these Skeleton Spears and just hold on to that point. But the Vargulf can actually snipe the Wood Elf Lord here. Kemmler and the Vargulf could snipe the Wood Elf Lord here. This could be game-changing. This could actually lose the game for Wood Elves if the Lord dies here. Come on, Vargulf, get over there. Get over there, Vargulf. Yeah, Kemmler, he's not the greatest fighter, but he'll buff that Vargulf and do good damage. I mean, neither is the Spellweaver's not the greatest fighter either, so... Yeah, that's... Oh, this could be really, really bad for Toxic Fireball. This could be real bad. The animations are kind of borking, kind of getting messed up. mean, there's, of course, healing, but Kemmler's just not hitting. And now there's Blade Singers here to... Oh, no, there's a War Dancers and Azrai Spears, so... Alright, the Lord should be fine. Zombie's coming in. Kemmler's trying to get out now. Vargolf... Okay, the Lord lives for the time being. The center is very heavily in control of the Wood Elves at this point. Graveguard are slowly trickling back in, but emphasis on slowly. Counts are still holding 2 objectives, and we are getting towards the later end of the game where points are going to start mattering a lot more. But the Dryads are coming in. The Counts don't actually have a whole lot of cap weight here. Skeleton Spear are expendable. The Zombies still have no cap weight. The Graveguard and the Vargolf have wandered off, taking indications that they need to be on this objective, or they're going to lose it. And you need Kemmler in the fight to buff up these Skeleton Spears and keep them in the fight. You got to get him in the fight. His buff doesn't apply if he's not in melee. Scrambled egg, come on, get in there. And this point would be very, very bad, and they're also losing this point. Back point? Really? I feel like the dogs should win this. Crumbling is a good effect. yeah, they're fine. Oh, but never mind, there's more. So yeah, this is looking pretty good for the Wood Elves. They're taking a bit of a value lead. This has been kept very, very close, but they do cap Objective 1. Kemmler is not really doing a whole lot to buff his skeletons. He really needs to be over here fighting with more units. He's really a supportive character. He's not that great on his own. The archers are still firing. These Deepwood scouts have gotten so much value. And the Starfish have so much value. They're such a threat. The White Kings are also being forced to grind off point, which is not where they want to be. They're out of Scab Scraiths. The archers are... Well, they're out of ammo at this point. They're already a target, but oh my god. If you get a Scab Scraith or a Wind of Death, oh my god. But there's nothing available for Counts to punish this unholy Wood Elf blob. I think Wood Elves are slowly choking Counts out of this game. Counts reinforcements are just being killed as soon as they come out. The archers have been free fire. We've got some Black Knights Lances, but there's just so much work to be done. There's so many elves to kill, and not much time to do it. You're getting 3 capped. You don't have a whole lot of time left. And I think Wood Elves are going to take this. I don't see a whole lot of hope left for the undead boys. Graveguard are very slow. What can I say? What can I say? I forgot Graveguard have anti-infantry. Forgot about that. They're a solid unit, but the reinforcements were really slow. I'm kind of surprised by how few skeletons and zombies we saw. Saw a lot of zombie summons, but no like actual basic zombies. And I feel like they're so important into Wood Elves to just absorb missiles for you. Black Knights are holding on to Objective 3 to prevent the 3 cap, but I don't know if it's going to matter. The Graveguard are coming in, but they've got so many bodies to cut through. Like, they're going to take over a minute to get here, most likely. And then when they do, they're going to take several minutes to actually fight through. Even if they win these fights, they won't, because they're Blade Singers. If they did win that fight, it would take forever. Bats coming in, and Bats just nothing for the Bats to go. I guess there's fresh Starfire Shaft, but I don't see a way for Counts back in this. They just don't have the troops on the field. Kemmler is finally buffing up those skeletons, doing what he can. Keep him nice and healed up, but he's in a bit of a rough spot. His health is getting low. He's surrounded by Eternal Guard, and no other spears, but still, Eternal Guard will poke him pretty good. He's healing a lot, but he's kind of stuck there. Mid is not going well for Actually, Graveguard. Counts aren't doing too bad over here. If these Black Knights could over here and recharge, you could break that pretty quickly. The Black Knights are so busy trying to hold a very perilous grip on Objective 3. The Dryads coming in, the Eternal Guard coming in, the Archers. Those Black Knights are getting poked from every angle. We've got so many threats to respond to, and they are losing the objective in the meantime. Really looking rough there. I don't think Counts have a whole lot of play left in this game. The grind here is going extremely slowly. The Graveguard are waddling their way to the point. I do like this, just walk around them to try and get on point, but the Blade Singers do try to intercept, or the Azrai Spears rather. But yeah, Counts tap out, and the Azrai take it. What a world we live in where Wood Elves can beat Counts. What a world. Blade Singers did alright. Alcast Caster was good. Why is the end screen laggy? The Archers. Oh, the Archers did so good. 1,800 value on that one. 1,100 on that one. 700 on that one. But I mean, for a 650 Archer, it's exceptional value. Yeah, I really think the Black Knights just need to go balls deep in the back line a lot sooner. Like, there's not a lot of things that can kill you. Kill the Cav. So you really just got to get in there and get rid of those Archers because they're so dangerous. Deepwood Scouts did really good too. Also, 265 kills, 600 value. Feels counts, man. Alright. Graveguard did pretty well, but they just got worn down over time. The Vikings did well too. I would like to see the Vikings actually split up more and try to get the back lane rather than grinding on the front. Try to walk through the front line and go after the archers, because they can be really disruptive and annoying, because there's no, like, Wood Elves don't have anything to kill them. Actually, I guess the Blade Singers if they isolate it, but Blade Singers have like work cut out from elsewhere. Yeah, the Crypt Horrors got shut down real hard. They got summoned in and there was immediately archers there to kill them. Alright. Excuse me. So that is Toxic Fireball, striking another blow for Team 2. And that brings us to the end of our 1v1s. We're now ready for the part that you have all been waiting for, and I know I have been waiting for. Team games. So, time to get on people's butts about actually playing the team games if they haven't. Which team game replays do I have? I have this one from Drakens. So who do I need to pester? Okay, looks like Dustman, Houseplant, Scrambled Egg, and Kip are playing right now. Wait. Okay, looks like all the other team games are being played right now, which works out. So we can get right into this game after I get back from a quick restroom break. So I will be right back once again in just a moment, and we'll get those team games started. Alright, I am back. And I think for the team games, we're just going to do away with these because I can't fit two names on them. So, yeah, maybe we'll put Team 1 and Team 2 on them. Although, which side is which? I believe this is Team 1. Team 1 is on the right. Team 2 is on the left. Don't need the scores. Why are the scores back? Didn't ask for you. Recenter those. So, first up we have Nurgle and High Elves, piloted by Drakons and Toxic Fireball, versus Lizards and Tzeentch, piloted by Lord Chickenfeed and Kane. I think it's better on foot so they're hard to shoot, or on horse so they can get on top of the battling faster. It's situational. Into Wood Elves, I'd probably take them on horseback. There's not a lot of threats to them there. But sometimes it is valuable to not be shot. Like if I was going into Coast, I'd probably take them on foot. But into Wood Elves, I'd probably take them on horseback. So, I believe I mentioned it before, but for team games, both teams can only have 40 units on the field at a time. So that means in 2v2s, each player is locked to 20 units. And also there's a little bit of mild reduction in starting funds. But both players still get full reinforcing funds. So what this means is that typically what you see is very elite armies. And as you get to a 3v3, it gets even more elite. Like low-tier chaff, like Skaven Slave Zombies, you don't see those at all in team games typically, because you just don't have the unit slots. Oh my goodness, we zoom in, there's tombstones. I've never zoomed in this far. So, for Team 2, yes, this is Team 2. This is Nurgle High Elves. So, for Drakons and Nurgle, we have Festus with passive spam, looks like. So, the nice thing about passive spam is it affects your allies' army as well as your own. So, basically, double the value that you would in 1v1. In the front line, Chaos Warrior Great Weapons, Festering Stooges, Chaos Warriors, Marauders. It's a lot of infantry from Nurgle. Basically, it looks like they're going to be the main front line, while High Elves looks like they brought a pretty elite shooting corps with triple Sisters of Avalorn. Got Larry on a horse, with Tempest, Star of Avalorn, Earthblood, and both lore passives. Again, they affect both armies, so the ward save and the healing. Very, very strong. There's some Silverin, some White Lions, and it looks like that's it. On the far side, for Chickenfeed's Lizards and Kane's Tzeentch, we have Kairos, Bluefire, Regrowth, Gaze of Fate, pretty typical Kairos kit. We have an Ancient Sally, we have a Dread Saurian, we have a Slann Mage Priest with, again, passive spam, very, very good. Saurus, Chosen. Ooh, Chosen. So the nice thing about in 2v2s is, like, you see the passive spam a lot, which is less likely to be things like Pit of Shades, Banishment, Comet of Cast and Door, like those damaging spells. So things like Chosen have a pretty free time a lot of the times. Of course, things like Sister Avalorn are still going to tear them apart. They get to shoot them, but they are shielded. So then we have Saurus and Chaos Warriors, and the Chromatic Abominations. Abominations? Yeah, Abominations. I keep reading as Aberrations, that's not what they are. So, yeah. Big ol' elite infantry grind with a Dread Saurian to lead them, and Ancient Sally to poke. Nothing too revolutionary there. We have a Cultist of Nurgle. Cultist of Nurgles are great in these big elite infantry grinds because they just have those big AoE debuffs. They have some damage as well as the Icon of Eternal Virulence. Just 20% damage reduction from everything. Very, very strong in those big blob fights, especially against stuff like the Dread Saurian. Because 20% weapon strength off the Dread Saurian is a lot of weapon strength off of the Dread Saurian. That's like... It's like math. I'm not doing it. It's like 175 weapon strength off or something like that. Keeps Festus alive real good if you just pair them together. Ancient Sally could be annoying here for the High Elves. So the Sisters of Avalorn are actually a really good answer to Ancient Sally because they're very accurate. If Chickenfeed isn't on top of his juking, they will tear this guy apart. Because these guys, I don't understand why salamanders don't have fire resist. They spit fire. Why don't they have fire resist? It doesn't make sense to me. Also, Tzeentch is banking, I assume, for a Mutolith. That seems like the obvious choice for Tzeentch here. Lizards bring in the cohort of Huatl, the All-Rise Sacred Crocsword, which is excellent. The Day's Content effects, which is excellent stats. Very, very strong unit, and Perfect Vigor. You have an Arcane Phoenix coming in for the High Elves. Good choice, can poke away at the Dread Saurian, help harass the Salamander. And those, what are they called? Not that one. Ember Storms are going to do really good work against the Chosen, and there's the Mutilith I was talking about. No great shocker there, but those Sisters of Avalorn can tear it apart. The Ancient Glitches really need a way to shut down those Sisters, or they will destroy these big monsters. Sisters have a really good AP damage from really long range, and they're very accurate. And the Festering Stooges can also delete things, so a lot of threats to those big dinos and big Mutiliths, so need some way to deal with that. Ancient Sally is going to start poking. What's our target of choice? Festering Stooges is probably the best target, but you'll probably take whatever you can get, to be honest. Wait, these are not. I thought I said Chosen. There's Exalted Hero of Nurgle as well to come up with the SE fight. Sister of Avalorn, good dodge there from Chicken Feed. The Arcane Phoenix also pester this guy. Yeah, there we go. Get him, Birdie. Get that little hot dog. Birdie should just keep him off. As long as, like, the Saint Salvor just needs to go away. You don't need to kill him. Make sure he's not allowed to shoot. Excuse me. I don't know what's going on my throat today. Saurus and Chaos Warriors contesting the far point, and neither one can really cap, although it looks like Saurus were there first, so they got the point. The right side is also being kept by Saurus, so High Elves and Nurgle need to make a play for the side point. Otherwise, Lizards and Tzeentch are content to sit in those trees and stare at them for a very long time. Like, they have to hold one of the side points, or else the Lizards and Tzeentch never have to come in. Another nice dodge, although I think that volley was a little bit short, to be honest. So yeah, How's these? They need to come out to one of these sides or the other. Looks like they're opting into the left side. Got some Silverin headed over there, some Chaos Warriors. We got some Feral Cold ones. We got the RR Rippers coming in. Exalted Champion of Nurgle just pestering that Salamander so it can't shoot too much. You want to be careful about wasting the Sister's ammo. You don't really want to spend too much of it, because you're going to need it to kill the Saurian as well as the Lilith. Screamers are coming in to help Kairos. That bird needs to be careful. But also, Larry's lurking. Larry is Tempest. She hasn't cast a spell yet, so she can overcast Tempest and catch all three of these if Kairos isn't careful. Oh, come on, Larry. Give us that big Tempest. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting it today. Sister's raining in fire on the Screamers. Just tickles the barrier, though. Doesn't quite do any real damage, which is a shame. And I'm just getting cohorts on the far side, but looks like Nurgle and High Elves are capping. We got some Scream Cap here to poke pressure in the Saurus. Well, the Saurus should lose the Chaos Warriors, I suspect. The armor is very good against them. Saurus don't have great AP values. Feral Cold wants to help with that a bit, but the Skirm Cav and the Silverin Guard will poke them out. Hello, cat. You want to play some Warhammer with me? Want to cast Warhammer, kitty? There's the Tempest. It basically nets Kairos so he can't get away from the bird. The Screamers are getting torn apart by the damage, and the Sister's just pouring fire in. Lots of value there from Larry. Sister's just firing on the Screamers, and the bird is actually winning a 1v3 thanks to all the support from the ground. Far side point does go in the favor of the home team, I guess. The team that sent me the replay. So I guess we'll call them the good guys since they sent me the replay. Whereas the bad guys are still lurking in the trees. Screamers are going down. The Arcane Phoenix is just dominating the skies with the help of that Tempest from Larry. And the Sister's Fire just destroyed the Screamers. Looks like the Exalted Hero got a little bit caught. The Clawson Hunters and the Cohort of Huatl are taking him down. Mula's coming in, but the Sisters could just tear apart that entire blob. They're just about in range. Do a lot of work there very quickly. Kairos coming here to try and get some blue fires on those Sisters of Avalorn. Do we get any model kills? Cat, go away. I'll feed you after the stream. It's not dinner time. You know it's not dinner time, kitty. We got... What is that going down? Is that a... Oh, it's another Tempest. Oh, it goes to the Rippers because they're on the ground. They're still flying units, so they can still be Tempested. They're taking a lot of damage from Larry. The Sister's just pouring the fire on the Mutilith. The Mutilith is going down very, very quickly. Expect we'll see a regrowth coming in on it, but fire damage from the Sisters will mitigate that very, very heavily, and you cannot see anything past the Tempest. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Sisters are just shredding the Mutilith. Toxic Fireball is just spiking in value so hard as the Sisters just free firing into all those elite expensive units. The far side, looks like the Toads and the Chaos Warriors are grinding through the source pretty well. We got some Dragon Princes of High Elves coming in, and there's nothing really here to contest them. We get some Razor Hunting Packs. Should be a bit of a nuisance if they're allowed to free fire, but there's a lot of things there for them to kill and not a lot of time to do it. Mutilith is routing. It's being regrowth, but it's also probably on fire. Who knows? No, I don't think it's on fire at the moment, so it's good. Festus in here just healing up his entire blob. Cohort of Huatl is going down next. The Sisters are just farming damage. That's not what we wanted. Yeah, 1,000 value already. Already paying for themselves. As they just shred that Mutilith. The champion's going to try and chase it off and finish it off. Healing is doing as much as it can, but it's so low. Just being chased off. The Phoenix is grinding in these Chaos Warriors, doing what it can. Let's see, it's used any Ember Storms yet? It did, and I missed it. How sad. The Mutolith is shattered. It is gone for good. Now the Sisters can turn their attention probably to the Dread Saurian. Although the infantry grind is not going that well for the good guys. The Chosen and the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch are actually doing a lot of grinding very effectively. A lot of ooh, beautiful Firestorm. Gaze of Fate on the Sisters, just delete it with that armor ability. But they've used most of their ammo. They've already paid for themselves, but they are also the one big answer that these guys have against that big Shredder, against the Elite Chosen. I guess Festus can help with the Chosen. Festus might need to go over here and start sucking. Suck these Chosen. Oh no, these are Chosen. Where are the Chosen? Chosen, there's Chosen. I knew there was Chosen. Got Kairos come in here in the backline to be annoying. Just try and land on these Sisters. Is there anything to answer him? Not really. Where's the Phoenix? The Phoenix is occupied by the Rippers. Exalted Heroes in the backline, so nothing really here to punish Kairos. So, you might be able to just get away with a wee bit of murder in there. The Coat of Waddle has gone down. The Dread Saurian, not the Shredder. It's usually the Shredder, not this time. It's doing good work, chewing up the armored infantry, and the Sisters are now turning to fire on it. And it is going to take a lot of damage very quickly, as we saw with the Mutolith earlier. Far side, the flank objective seems to be going pretty well for the green and blue team. Their mobility seems to be... They seem to have invested a lot more mobility with these Lyran Reavers and Dragon Princes, as well as the Toads of Nurgle. Toads are like a low-key really good unit. What are these? Sandgors fighting the trees against Great Weapon Warriors. They will lose that. All of the missile fire is going on that Dread Saurian and collateralling these Chosen. They're missing and just hitting the Chosen head. Oh, Festus, please start sucking. Please just step in this blob and suck. Festus, please, suck. He's not mortising. It'd be so much value if he just stood over there and mortis, but the Shredder, not the Shredder, the Dread Saurian is still being fired up on. Sisters taking a blue fire. They're getting healed up by Festus for the moment, though. And a second wave of infantry, as well as ROR Dragon Princes, are pouring into the center. Terror routes on these Chaos Warriors. The Chosen are still hanging on. They're having a hard time chewing through all the armor from Tzeentch. What is that? Is that a banishment from the Slann? Slann banish? Yes, Slann banishment. The Arcane Phoenix is making its way back after having dealt with the Rippers. The right side flank has collapsed from the red team. They are fighting these Silver and Guard. Will take Saurus a long time to get through. Sisters are fighting Kairos. They're almost out of ammo, and they have better melee stats than him. They'll be just fine. The Fireborn can get picked on Kairos here. If Kairos doesn't get in the air, okay, he's fine. He's a bird. He's going to leave. Birds are just notoriously slippery in this game. The Dread Saurian is going down to the sustained barrage of fire from the Sisters. There's some sneak jabs coming in, but there's not many good targets. Everything here is pretty hard, except for the Festering Stooge. Sure, a pretty good target, I suppose. Star of Avalorn coming down to heal up the Cultist of Nurgle and the Bird. A lot of healing to try and finish off that Dread Saurian. And the value for the blue team is just so high. The Sisters are just farming damage so fast. How much value are they up to at this point? Really? 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 I thought it would be way higher than this. Huh. Yeah, that's still good damage. We got a Salamar Hunting Pack coming in, just firing into the Festering Stooges, the Demon Spew, but this is looking really good for the High Elves Nurgle team. The healing from Nurgle from Festus and Larry is really good. The Fireborn are just sweeping, cleaning up everything, and the Sisters are just untouchable. This position they have back here on the left is just so hard to assail. Tzeentch and Lizards don't have the greatest backline assault tools, so like the Sisters are so safe. What do we have coming in? The Puremain Company. Kairos should be getting out of there plenty of time. Festus, is he sucking? No, he's still just healing, which is fine, I guess, if you just want to live. But why live when you can just farm damage numbers? Extreme Corruption over there doing pretty good work against the Chosen Tzeentch. Look at those shots just arcing in on the Festering Stooges. The Festering Stooges are just tanking. They're just such a tanky unit. Mutolith is back on the field, and Sisters of Avalorn are pretty low on ammo, so maybe it'll have a better go of it this time. How much value did it have from the first life? About 1,000. How much could it get the second time around? I'm sure it can farm a lot of damage off of all these White Lions, these Chaos Warriors, and Marauders. The Slaanesh, I like the Slaanesh just hiding back here. Just perfectly safe from lines of fire and just casting its spells. But the Festering Stooges do still have some ammo that can tear it apart too. It's a lot of damage down. It's just another nice volley, and the Arcane Phoenix diving in as well, doing as much as they can to stop this Mutolith from having fun. This Mutolith shall have 0 fun today. Healing elixirs are here, but so is the Aura of Mutation. Festus passive coming in. The Throwing Axe Cav, as well as what ammo is left in the Sisters, should be enough to mute that Mutolith a little bit. Stop it from having its way with the back line, and the front line for that matter. And yeah, with Larry, Festus, and the Bird here, they should be able to take it out. I mean, Larry's probably not going to join the fight, but the Bird can do good work. The side objective is still pretty securely in the hold of the blue team. Their mobility fight seems to have gone very well for them. in the blob fight. They're just the sisters are just pumping out DPS onto those monsters. Mulith is going down again. The Arcane Phoenix is doing really good work. Yeah. This is looking like a pretty convincing victory for the blue team. Pretty convincing. Mulith shall die a second time. The Fireborn have surrounded Kairos with the help of some Illyrian Reaver archers. Heralds of the Wind are back here just screening out these guys while Kairos goes down. Where's that Exalted Champion of Nurgle? Oh, he's taking out the Slann too. So the Lords are in trouble for the red team. Their monsters are going down. Their infantry is in tatters. And I think that is going to be Team 2 taking the dub. And the Mutilith is shattered once again. Got a little more value the second time around. Oh no! That's a Tzeentch army ability. Oh boy, that's... Those are Illyrian Reavers. The Fireborn are fire resistant, but not that fire resistant. That's a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the damage doesn't count on the tracker, but that gets Kairos out of a tight spot. I still don't know if it's going to be enough to get them back on these points, as they are being 3-capped now. Just about. And yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to get back this massive bulk of infantry, and they will tap out. That'll be Team 2 taking our first 2v2. I just realized I started slouching, and now I'm out of frame. Here we go. Am I back in frame now? Yeah. Let's see. Festus. I mean, Festus, the fact that he was on healing the whole time, 1200 value just off Stream Corruption is real good. Yeah. I mean, Nurgle's front line is just due to tank. They got good value, though, honestly. Great Open Infantry did really good. The Marauders, yeah, I mean, they died, but they were just tanks. Delta Hero got 2100. Cultist got some value. Nice. 17. Toads did good work. But I think the real value is right here. 2250, 3k, 21. Yeah, those sisters were doing a lot of work. A lot of work. Fireborn did good. Bird did alright. Dragon Princess did good. Yeah, the Dread Saurian didn't do a whole lot. He's having a hard time actually killing things while also being just shot to pieces. And I feel like the Dread Saurians do a lot more terror routing than actually deal damage, especially like the Shredder. Like, it terror outs things so quickly, but its damage output is like, it's okay. For the price. Obviously, I mean for the price. The price is insane, so. Yeah, a lot of the big elite pieces for the Tzeentch and the Lizardman got shut down. The Chosen did alright grinding, but just had a hard time breaking through the armored healing front line of Nurgle. Alright, I hope those DMs I have are replays. Alright, they are indeed. But first, that is... So 2v2s are worth 2 points, so that is Team 2 going up to 7. And the 3v3 is worth 3 points. Basically, every player in a game is worth 1 point. So that was a fat dub for Toxic Fireball and Dragons. There we go. And now I need to put that other replay in the replay folder. So next we are going to Lazulus and Dustman versus Hitman Hippo and Iskander. So they both sent me replays, so I don't know who won this one, so that's very nice. So yeah, we got Lizards and Dwarves versus Rats and Demons of Chaos. Just coughing up a flaming hairball. No. Unholy 2v2 alliances? Indeed. You can get some really fun 2v2 combos. They're not exactly lore friendly, but they are quite fun. Like, Nurgle plus anything is just really good, because they give you such a solid front line. And then you can actually like augment their weaknesses with missiles, or cav, or whatever from other factions. Alright, so I think red team is team 1. So I don't have to change the card. Nice. The banners are the same. Oh, Slaanesh the only special because he's hiding behind the statue. Alright, so we got Hippo on Dwarves, we got Iskander on Lizards, we got Thoric, Shocker, got the Vigor of Refresh Aura and the ITP Aura, we got Rune of Slowness and Rune of Doom. Rune of Doom, again, it applies to your ally army as well. So that's a really good buff in 2v2s. We got a bunch of Longbeards, we have a Master Engineer with Flash Bomb and Firing of Thori. We got some Quarrelers, Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, Saurus, Life Slan, pretty much the same kit as last game. Saurus, Feral Cold Ones, Cohort. So, looks like we've got a full-on infantry rush. Which, I mean, shocker, I know. Dwarves brought infantry. But just the Saurus are going, the Lizards are going deep on Saurus too, so kind of surprising. For the Skaven and the Demons of Chaos, we have a Grey Seer is going to be desummoned to trigger a Power Grab, which applies to the Demons of Chaos units, which is very fun. Demons of Chaos with leadership is fun. You have Grand Vomitus, again with passive spam. Oh no, passive spam for the Lord of Nurgle, affects all the rats. Frontline of Plague Bearers, Festering Stooges. We got the Natty Boobos, got some Screamers. Got a Warlock Engineer who's, passive spam with the Musk of Fear for melee attack debuff. I kind of like that. Clan Rats, Death Globes, Avalanche Mortars, Chieftain, Exalted Bloodletters. Be very, very careful that these stay far away from the globes. I see counter synergy right here, my friends. I see counter synergy, and I'm scared. Yeah. It's like just a lot of Dock Infantry supported by some heavy Skaven shooting. Which makes a lot of sense. Skaven shooting has always been excellent against Dwarven Infantry and Lizards. So, with just bringing Dock, Plague Bearers, and Bloodlayers to protect your shooting, they should be able to do a lot of work. I want to fast forward. How long are we building up for here, Iskander? Alright. I mean, I'm not surprised, with this build, there's a lot of Skaven shooting you want to build up here. But we do have some skirmishing. Natty Boobos can push up and start shooting things. They can maybe snipe those cannons. Yeah, good value there. The Master Engineer is going to try to plink away at them, I imagine, once he can spot them. Or is getting shot. Hit fighter. Yeah, the Master Engineer is going to try to plink away at them. Firing with... Oh no, that's Wicked. Where's the Slan? Oh, the Slan's... Oh, look, a safety rock. A rock of safety. Yeah, we just got a lot of Lizards here primed on the right side to try and collapse into Objective 1. And on the left side, just a single Saurus Spear on the far left. So... Avalanche Mortar is also sitting nice and safe in the back. And we are just getting as many bodies for the blue team as possible. For Team 2. Yeah, Team 2. But we do have this hefty flank. We have the Screamers actually here, just spotting them out. So it's actually nice from Red Team. They know exactly what's going on in the trees because they've got the Screamers keeping an eye out. Same thing on the far side. They got Screamers keeping an eye out to see, just to know what's on the flanks, to know where to allocate their resources. Which is a solid play. Master Engineer is just plinking away at the Festering Stooges and Grand Vomitus. Natty Boobos could also just delete him. I feel like they could just delete him. Although I guess he's hiding behind the penis statue, the penis tower. Silo, whatever you want to call it. Alright, 6 minutes of build-up. We are almost at full Dwarven units. And here comes the fight. So we got a big flank collapse on the left side for, well, let's watch this from the Defender POV. What's that? Oh, so we got some cannons firing in from the back. What are they targeting? They are targeting into the Avalanche Mortars. Taking out models. They take out 2 models already. That's good. That's a lot of ammo wasted. Got the Ikit Zapzap firing into some trees. Not bad. Not bad. Those trees' cooldowns will be increased. They will have reduced bark regeneration. A little bit jet has been capped. And Dwarves are just chilling for now. They're just shooting. I think they decide they win the shootout at the moment, so they're just content to just sit here and take the shootout rather than actually engage into the globes. They're all cold pop out of the trees and are being shot by the Ikit Zapzap. And, yeah, Skaven need to find a way to actually provoke the Dwarves into engaging. The Miners are walking up, start blasting. Saurus Spears, no more flanks in the trees, no more flanks in those trees. Saurus Spears and Slayers are wandering around the flanks. Toads lurking in the back line. And Avalanche Mortars really need to start firing. They're taking a lot of fire. They need to start getting their value off. They have full ammo, and they're such a high potential unit. It'd be such a tragedy if they lost their ammo. Please don't overlap! Please don't overlap! Don't let the cannon collateral you! This is the worst possible timeline. Please no. Dustman, please. Dustman, please. I'm waiting for the cannonballs. Minor Blasting Charge just deletes the Plague Bearers. Gisele's firing into, looks like Croxigors? Yeah, Croxigors. Not a bad option. The collateral, no! More lightning cannon firing into Crocswords as well. Dwarves are just content to sit on the point and cap, which is pretty solid play. Taking the left side as well as they are engaging on the lizard flank. Avalanche mortars, come on, shoot something, please! There we go. Give him a volley. Show it to me. Give me that mortar value. There we go. That's what we like to see. Okay, that was a miss, but we take this still. You know, good value there. The melee fight has engaged in earnest. The Bloodletters and the Stormvermin Halberds fighting some Saurus warriors. Not to be seen every day. Globes are just deleting both Clanrat and Saurus alike, as is the Skaven way. There's also Bloodletters waiting in reserve, not wanting to run up into the Death Globes. A wise choice, I'd say. But the 3-cap has come in for the blue team, and it's now on the Skaven and the Lizards. Skaven and Doc to press out of their spawn. Both Dwarves and Skaven have accrued quite a bit of value, while the frontline factions are just kind of waiting around. Warp Lightning coming down. These Stormvermin are getting deleted by those extra minor blasting charges. Death Globes are free-firing into that cohort of Huatl, fighting the Aura Rat Ogres as well as Grand Vomitus. Where are the Death Globes? Death Globes dealing with the Slayer flank, or at least trying to. Toad's coming to peel, but that's going to go pretty poorly. Slayers are, of course, anti-large. The Toads are going to have a pretty rough time there. You got to get these Bloodletters back here to try and peel off these Slayers. I really wish I could use my Telestrations. I like having my Telestrations. Looks like everybody in this lobby is already supply capped. So that actually favors Demons of Chaos pretty quickly because they crumble away, so they're going to get back the fastest. Warp Lightning Cannons are tearing apart the cohort of Huatl. Going down very quickly. They got an Earthblood coming in, but they are terror routing. Why does that unit terror route? Why don't they have IDP? They're 1,600 gold elite monsters infantry, and they can terror route? That seems like bullshit. So we got a nice friendly fire. Doc is embracing their Skaven allies' ways and just casting spells on their allies. Death Globes trying to tear apart these swords, but they get in the melee. Bloodletters coming in to peel them off as well. Back in the center, Natty Boobas are still online and just trying to plink away at Croxagors. So we got some Screamers in the back diving those cannons, trying to deal with what they can. Looks like the Avalanche Mortars have been shut down. Not sure where they got. Okay, there's here. They have 3 models. At this point, you probably want to de-summon them, get them back at full health as fast as possible. Like, you just... sitting idle is the worst possible outcome. But in the mid, the fight, Warriors Dragon Fire Pass, Croxagors, fighting some Rat Ogres and some Toads, which do have Death Frenzy on them. Silver cast? No, it's normal cast, but they still hit plenty hard against that infantry. The value is going mildly in the favor of the red team, but they are being 3-capped and need to get on some of these objectives pretty quickly. There's just so many bodies. So many lizards, so many Dowie, so much beef to cut through. And the Skaven are just being pushed back, and their weapon teams are offline. The Avalanche Mortars, they're pushing forward with only 3 models. They're being flanked by a couple of clever girls. The cleverest of girls coming for the highest value target. Intercepted by a few Clanrat Spears. Can their leadership hold, or are they going to rampage? Alright, they're safe from the being point blank. They're being barrel stuffed by Natty Boobos. They rampage. The Mortars get a couple of volleys off. Can we get them good hits? Not really. Weapon teams are being shut down for Skaven, which means Skaven's main sources of value are being pushed off the field. They need to get on one of these objectives very soon. You just take this whole blob right here and just force on objective 1 to buy yourself some time to get a little bit more value, get your weapon teams back on the field. You really need to help clear through the infantry. Iron Breakers here pushing forward with no globes to kill them. There's just nothing that can chew through them very quickly. We got some Exalted Bloodletters way out of position. Not sure they got here. We got a bunch of miners chilling in the back. I think Dwarves have realized their opponent needs to 3-cap. Yeah, they need to 3-cap. Just sit back on one objective, and this is looking real rough for the Skaven and Doc. They gotta get them these objectives fast, but there's so much beef in the way. The Dwarves with the healing from the Life Slawn, so hard to get through. The Exalted Bloodletters are trying their damnedest to cut through these Dwarves, but it just takes so much time. The Longmans are tanky, they're being shot by the crossbows. Chieftain and the Roguers have pushed up, but they don't have that much cap weight on their own. There's a lot more Dwarves where they came from. Mortars, oh, this could be good. That's pretty good, but imagine if these guys actually had full models and actually spent any of their ammo. The Avalanche Mortars getting shut down is tragedy for the Skaven. You're banking on so much from that unit, and without it, you're in a much, much worse spot. Cannons in the backfield are rallying. Probably going to be able to come back online, but I think it's just not enough time for the Skaven and the Doc to fight out of their spawn. Trading up in value, but the problem is they just have so much invested in shooting. That's all being shut down. The Death Globes have been shut down. The Avalanche Mortars are getting knocked out. They took back one objective, but at this point they gotta take the other 2, and they gotta take them in about 2 minutes or so. And, well, there's plenty more Dwarves. Because they're pushing so deep, that means they have so much time to get a second wave of Dwarves out. Like, you go deep, that way your opponent has to peel back and back and back and give up space and give up ground. And that means that you have all the time in the world to just go through and take space and get a second wave out while your first wave is still fighting deep in their spawn. Warlock Engineer is doing its best to just suck down these Longbeards with its little Mortis effect, the Warpstone armor, getting some okay value, but I fear it is just too late. More lightning coming down on these Quarrelers, some okay damage. Result of Bloodletters are getting torn apart by the crossbows, the cold ones, and the blasting charges. The Bloodletters are trying to push forward. Doc is making a final surge, but I don't think they're going to get here in time. Ekron Miners are... Oh gosh, those results of Bloodletters! That... I mean... The blasting charge, that's post-nerf blasting charge damage. Those are still Exalted Bloodletters, it's a lot of value still. Sky Rays coming in. Not a lot of great targets for them. Of course, Dwarves have very few large units. It's really only Thoric. And Gyros, but you're not going to bring Gyros into Dock. So, or Skaven for that matter. More Lightning Cannons are just firing away, doing what they can. Trying to get whatever targets they can. And the problem here is that Skaven, all they have to summon at this point, I imagine, is weapon teams. Which it's too late for. Like, you just gotta get on the points, and with only a few seconds left to go, there's no shot they're getting on the center point. I think that is going to be the blue team striking again, which is Team 2, taking another lead. So winning our second 2v2. Yeah, the Dwarven, the stat wall from just Dwarves and Lizard buildup is immense. Like, it requires, like, really, really clean weapon team play. That's very hard to pull off. There's just so much space for them to get around your flanks and tear you apart on this map, too. It's a real rough time. Yeah, oh my goodness, the Sword probably got into a weapon team. The Crossbows are shut down pretty well. The Crossbows, they did a pretty good job of shutting them down, the Dock and Skaven. But the Cannons did good work. The Slayers were really annoying. Slayers are so annoying for Skaven to deal with. So irritating. Yeah, this is a tragedy. 700 value on the Avalanche Mortar. In team games, I've seen that thing easily pull like 3 or 4k value, and so getting it so shut down is just a tragedy. The cannon was a perfect answer to it. It's so low model count that the cannon just pretty much kills a model each cannonball, and there's not many models, so it doesn't take that many shots to kill it. Death Globes got good value. Rogers did alright. But 'twas not enough. It was not enough. Bloodletters were actually doing pretty good work. Cutting up them dwarves. But now we return to the page. Team 2 gains another 2 points. Another big fat checkmark. And now comes everyone's favorite part of the stream, where I have to go track down whoever hasn't played their games and get their replays. Or whoever hasn't sent me their replays. So take a house. Okay, so Houseplant and Kip are playing Dustman and Scrambled Egg right now. And the 3v3 looks like it's in the build phase. Or are they done? I'll hop in their Discord and take a peek. Alright, so Houseplant Kip are playing Dustman and Scrambled Egg right now. We will get that replay in a few moments. And the 3v3 is just about to start, so we will cast that last. Alright, while we wait for those games, I am going to run to the restroom, refill my water. So I will see you guys in about 5 minutes. If team 1 win the next 2, is it a tie? How does math work? Yes. Team 2 win the next one, it will be a tie. Next 2. Doing the 3v3 and the 1v1. It will indeed be a tie. I will be right back. See you guys in a few minutes. Alright, so like I said, we are waiting for the 2v2 to finish, and we will cast that. And then the 3v3 should hopefully be ready by the time we're done with that. And we will finish up our stream. Hey kitty, stop chewing the cables. Stop that. Come here, kitty. Come show off for the camera. Kitty, kitty. There's a cat under my desk and he won't come on camera. How sad. Hey, buddy. Alright. Indeed. Kitty. Really purring. Alright, I need to message people. Yeah, be free. Alright, we have a replay. We have a 2v2. So this is the one between Houseplant and Kip versus Scrambled Egg and Dustman. This is Brett TK versus Kislev Slaanesh. Alright. Was alt tabbed, sorry, and there's some trouble with 3v3. Trying to sort it out. Okay, so, Tomb Kings and Brett. We have a Screaming Skull Catapult over here off to the side. Am I muted? No, we're not muted. Good. No blocker either. Cool. We have Grand Hierophant Katep, Facial Protection, and Cursed Blades. Lich Staff to be very annoying. Lore passive to heal only his army. It only affects undead, so it doesn't heal the Bretonnians, but still good healing. Chosen the Gods, Tomb Guard Halberd Frontline. Very strong infantry choice. Fey Enchantress for Brett with passive spam, Chalice Potions, Favor the Fey, and the Fey suck. Peasant Bowman, Foot Squires, Grell Reliques, Grell Knights, Peasant Bows, Foot Squires, and then the Screaming Skull. And Grell Reliques do affect both factions. For the forces of Kislev and Slaanesh, it looks like we have an armor tied. Chaos Warriors Slaanesh, Chaos Warriors Zargard, Armored Kossars, Zargard Grey Opens. Lots of Zargard. No, those aren't Grey Opens, those are basic. Hellscourge Warriors. Patriarch on foot with just Daz Brazier. Basically works like a corpse cart, vigor, and heals. Just keep him alive. Akshina Ambushers in the corner to apply a little bit of pressure to any kind of construct. And we do have a Zazel over the top, and he is passive spamming. Shocker, I know. Passive spam is very strong in team games, if you guys haven't figured that out by now. We have the Wolf, the Akshina ROR over here as well. There were no bans, like unit bans in this event, so it is just, everything's fair. Fair game. So, now, the immediate problem is that Tomb Kings don't have a lot of great anti-armor options. It's going to be reliant on these Foot Squires, which are going to be heavily outclassed by the Hell Scourge Warriors and the Zargard. So, there's some severe AP deficiencies on the side of the Tomb Kings of the Rat, which is weird saying, their whole front line is AP, but just outclassed. Like, Halberds aren't great against infantry, of course, and the Foot Squires are just outclassed. So you're relying on the shooting from the catapults, Chosen of the Gods, and probably cavalry coming in to help with that AP. Ground Knights here are an excellent choice at anti-infantry armor piercing. It's kind of funny to say because they're anti-large, but in lance formation they do just fine against infantry. As Azel's just here threatening this catapult. This cav unit can't move while Azel's there. High ground objective is going to Slaanesh, and I suspect Slaanesh is going to swing down this hill, actually push both into that catapult and into the flank of the main formation. The shooting has begun. Akshina ROR is firing into the halberds, which are silver shielded, so it's not the end of the world for Tomb Kings. The Chosen of the Gods are firing into the Chaos Warriors, getting good value. Someone called? Oh. Did I say something about a cat? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alfie was in here. I understand the joke. Okay. Anyway, Snake's coming in to try and get Azazel to go away. They'll do alright at that job, but he's actually infantry-sized, so they don't do too terribly well at getting rid of him. But there is also, of course, no healing available for him unless he goes to that Patriarch. Get some Chaos Knights to Slash. And I do expect this Slaanesh flank to swing down. It's kind of weird you're engaging and you've got so much on the high ground just idle. You either like go in and deal with this catapult and swing down this flank and collapse it, or just back off and stop being shot. Like, you've got so much value invested up here. That's like, what, like 4,000 or 5,000 value of funds, while you're taking up on basically the opponent's entire army down here. Which is not a great spot to be in. Tomb Guard Halberds are just on the front line. Chosen of the Gods firing in. Zargard. I'd love to see Zargard just squeeze through that gap, try to engage the backline, although I suppose the backline gets Foot Squires, which isn't exactly soft target. Akshina ROR is hiding in the trees to avoid the catapults and the Chosen of God for the time being. Zarnian, oh no, that's not Zarnian, that's just Nice Witch Tempest with passive spam for the slow. Ooh, I like that. Zargard are now moving in as well. Foot Squires and the Zargard are going to be facing off, and as I suspect the Zargard will win this, but the Foot Squires should be good damage value down as well. Tomb Kings have taken a large value lead, but it's made up by the fact that Brett hasn't engaged in combat yet. Brett hasn't actually fought anything yet. And now, yeah, there's the hills collapsing. Catapults firing into the Chaos Knights Slaanesh. There's not a whole lot here that can actually deal with the Chaos Knights, although I suppose the two things that can are right here, the Ground Knights and the Eyes of the Desert. But the Ground Knights being here means they're not over here punishing the infantry, which is really where you want them to be. And looks like we got a Child's Potion coming down. Good dodge from Scrambled Egg Special. Just completely negate that Comet. Just did pretty much nothing. It was a really good dodge. Peasant Bowmen are firing in. Are these just the basic variant? No poison, no fire, no nothing. Interesting. I mean, I suppose, given just weight of fire, they'll get value over time. But not a whole lot into all this armor. So we got a cannon. A little Grom coming in. Trying to snipe the Chosen of the Gods. Very good choice. Takes up models pretty much every shot, I believe. So good value there. Wolfhearts, Akshinas are firing on the Chosen as well. It's like an Awakening coming in, trying to shut it down, as well as the Peasant Bows. Ah, that's what the Peasant Bows are for. They just shoot the Akshina. They're a very soft target to them. So actually, I do like that, now that I realize that that's what that's for. Very, very smart choice there from Houseman. So Akshina, so the catapult has been just running into the corner. Just actually just running into the corner, that's really funny. But I mean, it keeps it alive. The Ground Knights are just tearing apart these infantry. Knights of the Realm as well coming in. Chaos Knights can't really contest the Ground Knights. They're much stronger and AP. And there's two of them. So, they're just keeping their backline protected. The Snakes as well. The Chaos Knights aren't really able to get in there. But the frontline grind is going... I mean, the infantry wins, but they're getting shot to pieces by the catapult. Catapult's farming tons of value. The Chosen of the Gods are doing really good work. Peasant Bowmen are just free firing, although they are shooting into a lot of shielded targets. But his value is actually keeping pretty even. The difference is, of course, that Brett and Tomb Kings have a good deal of healing, whereas Kislev and Slaanesh have very, very little. They have a Patriarch somewhere, but I completely lost track of him. There's a Seeker up here on the high ground, which I'm excited to see. I like Seekers. Seekers are a fun unit. Got Acquiescence going down on the Ground Knights. Azazel in the air to come and try to help with that fight, but Ground Knights are just destroying these Chaos Knights. They're just so well statted for anti-large combat with the AP as well. They're in such a good position there. And they're going to get a rear charge because they do outnumber so they can just surround these Chaos Knights and destroy them. This is a beautiful cav play from, you know, the master himself, Houseplant. So it's not really a surprise, but it's still quite good. Snakes as well coming to support. Got some more Tomb Guard coming in, some more Foot Squires. Got Kepler Guard there in the back chasing down some Whip Warriors. Seekers on the high ground. He's fighting the Neckar Horsemen. This probably isn't a valuable trade for the Seekers. Like, they're going to take a lot of damage because they are so squishy. They'd rather fight the Grail Knights because, you know, Grail Knights will kill whatever, so they might as well take the squishy thing anyway. The frontline grind is not going as well for Tomb Kings and Kislev as I thought it might. They are taking a lot of losses from the catapults, and they're not killing their opponents very quickly. They're winning, but it's just very slow. They're holding 2 objectives, but they aren't getting enough of a value lead, or excuse me, of a point lead to justify how little progress they're making. And they cycle extremely slowly. So these warriors are going to take a long time back in the field, and that's going to be another beautiful comment. Huge damage. Huge damage on the Zargard and the Whip Warriors and the other Zargard. Now, the Kislev and Slaanesh frontline is being worn down, taking a bit of a value lead for the blue team. Azazel and the Seekers are trying to rein in the... Oh, those are Knights of the Realm. Those aren't even Grail Knights they're going even with. And the Seekers... Ooh, the cat... Ooh, good. The cat Neckar Horseman Cav caught them, and then the Grail Knights just punished. And that means the Seekers didn't get their charge bonus, and the Grail Knights is getting torn apart. Despite their Blissful Rapture getting the melee attack bonuses, still getting torn apart by those Grail Knights. Although we have another Seeker coming in, and I can actually punish the Grail Knights really heavily. Faye gets a nice Awakening of the Woods there, but... Crossfight Dervishes and Seekers coming in to punish these Grails. These Grails are on a bad time. Seekers getting in the back. Well, Seekers are very good at hitting it from behind, as we all know. But it is a lot of cav investment when there is still Knights of the Realm over here, and more Grail Knights coming up to contest as well. Azazel is going to try and get cheeky on Faye, but he's getting torn apart by the Eyes of the Desert. They're just shredding him, and Azazel's not an anti-large duelist. He's a strong duelist, but he is getting shredded from behind. He's got Knights of the Realm fighting as well. Oh, that unit is so good. And he just got yeeted. What yeeted him? Did Faye yeet him? Was that the dreaded Faye yeet? I don't think that's supposed to happen. I mean, he can still probably kill Faye in a 1v1 at this point. He's just a much stronger duelist, but just too dangerous for him to stick around. So he's just a bail to hope the Akshina can take out the Stalkers before he circles around to get back on Faye. And again, I don't know where that Patriarch went, so I don't know where the healing is. I assume the Patriarch's on the front line somewhere? Ah, it's over here. So you could go over here and get some slow healing. But that's not very effective use of his time. So we got a Acquiescence going down to these Grail Knights, trying to reduce their charge bonus into the Akshinas. Azazel is wavering, and he is demonic, as I recall. So if his leadership breaks, he is dead. So we got... What did I just see? Is that, Narcissism on these Grail Knights. Now all the Cav come over here and punish them. We got the Warbears, we got the Kosovites, we got the Seekers, just punishing this Grail Knights as best they can. The value is actually being kept pretty even by the red team, and they are still holding all two of the points and threatening a third. They're getting slowly on that point, and they have broken the front line and pushed them back. And this is actually looking pretty good for red team all of a sudden. They've broken the back of the opponent's front line, but I just don't know if they have anything to cycle. They're actually able to keep summoning. They got fresh devoted Marauders coming in. They're trading Cav pretty effectively and still holding on to objective number 1. Got Whip Warriors that are fighting the Kepler Guard with Fae support. So the Whip Warriors will probably lose to the Fae, just mortising them down. Foot Squires are going to be overtaking Objective 1, but Red Team is taking Objective 3 on the low ground. They're trading objectives, trading sides of the map, and they're still trading Cav pretty effectively. The Seekers are doing a good job of punishing the Grail Knights, the Acquiescences, and the Narcissisms are doing very good about getting good engagements for the Slaanesh Cavalry. And they're doing a lot to keep them even in value, and they're actually taking a value lead now over the blue team. But the blue team does cap objective number 1. The Tomb Kings get on it, the Foot Squires and the Kepler Guard, but they can't really defend this low ground objective. They're holding it for the moment. Foot Squires are doing what they can, but the second wave of Marauders will ensure they cap it. Just a matter of time. Blue team is narrowly avoiding a 3-cap situation. Catapults are also just raining in damage, completely uncontested. There's nothing to be done with the catapults. Where's that little Grom? Oh, it's right there, firing its last shot into Chosen the Gods, who are almost dead, but not quite. We're going to keep firing. High ground objective is being retaken by forces of Slaanesh ever so slowly. But with the infantry advantage here, I don't really favor their chances against the forces of Bretonnia. Defenders of Flare-de-Lis come in. I like this. Dervishes take the charge. Seekers go around the side. Beautiful coordinated micro. That's so hard to pull off. Like, that's tricky to do as one player, but when you have 2 different people coordinating the Cav micro to actually do that, it's so tricky to do that in the right time. The right timing, it's so hard to do. The Seekers are still very low, so they might finish off these defenders, but you know, a hard time actually wrestling objective 1's out of their opponent's hand. Honestly, I feel like you just need to flip it. Like, just go to the other side of the map at this point. Like, you need to hit fresh troops on 2. You need to take... You can take 3 pretty easily. There's so much value committed up here for Brett and Tomb Kings that you could just walk away. They can take your Seekers and bail, take your Akshina and just rotate down the hill, and just summon on the left. Like, committing to both sides of the map is so precarious, because if you lose one, then they can rotate with their cav and just collapse the other side too. And you're taking basically... You're taking 2 half-assed fights when you don't need to. You could just take 1 whole-ass fight. Akshinas are on the point, which is not a great spot for them to be. They are going to get run over by these Knights of the Realm. Although they do have excellent melee stats, they're still probably not going to be a match for these... Oh my god, these Kepler are still full health. They've been grinding for several minutes, they're still full health. Just being healed by Fae and their own regen. Tomb Guard and Knights of the Realm are threatening the center. And this massive route, all these units are getting worn down. I feel like these need to be going towards the center! Stop fighting for the hill! It's gone! Give it up! You got some good cav trades up there, but flip the map. Oh, they didn't take 3. They haven't taken 3! They can't. No, you're splitting your resources. You're splitting your resources. You gotta take one side of the map. Stop half-assing. Stop half-assing 2 objectives. You're gonna lose all 3 because of it. It's a really unfortunate spot to be in. If these Akshina had been over here just shooting the foot squires this whole time, they'd be dead. You'd have objective 3. You'd be in a great spot. But because you're half-assing it, you're in 2 places at once. The Akshina aren't protected. They can run down by cav. Your cav has all died. Ah, they had this. They had this in the palm of their hands. And I think they're just throwing it away slowly, bit by bit. Houseplant and Kip are just, you know, sneaking their way back on these objectives, getting little increments of value everywhere they can, just slowly trading up. And I mean, this is Houseplant we're talking about, so it's still very impressive they're doing as well as they are, but this is so close. They could have it. The Slaanesh Furies are actually just tearing apart those Chaos Knights. Not Chaos Knights, Knights of the Realm. They could maybe actually retake. Okay, they could retake up here. Kepler Guard aren't going to be happy about Chaos Knights charging in the face. There's Zargard here. There's Akshina. It's a good spellcast. I mean, they could retake. The problem is you're losing the far side of the map. You're losing all 3 objectives. You need to get on all 3. You just don't have the resources to get everywhere at once. I think that's the problem with the Seekers. The Seekers, they do good damage, but they trade so fast that you just don't have the holding power. Don't have the staying power. Because you just get taken out very quickly. Who died? Azazel died? I assume that was Azazel. Where's Katep? Oh no, not Katep. Icewas. Yeah, Azazel died. I didn't even see Azazel dying to the snakes. The snakes finished him off. They got a surprise ambush. That's huge. The Slaanesh leadership is tanking really hard. I think it only affects Slaanesh. I don't think it affects Kislev. Yeah, it only affects Slaanesh. But still, that's most of your front line that's left. It's just the Marauders. Yeah, I guess there's some Zargard too. But the Seekers without leadership means they'll die so much faster. They get a really nice charge here into these Necro Horsemen. Or they chill out and just sit here and, I don't know, twiddle their thumbs. Come on, go charge something. Nice. They'll tear apart those Necro Horsemen. They'll tear apart Knights of the Realm. But they just can't get on this point. There's just too many Bretonnian and Tomb King's bodies. Struggling to get back on these points. Nice Chaos Knight charge! Oh, that was beautiful charge. Now pivot over here and get this one. And pivot just right into the back of those guys. Got a nice rampage. The Seekers will tear this apart. The Cav micro from Slaanesh and Kislev is amazing. But they're just allocating the resources slightly wrong. It's hurting them immensely. And we got, what is that, fresh Grail Knight and a fresh Sepulchral Stalker, and you have nothing up here to deal with those except for one Akshina that's firing the other direction, which, to be fair, you need it over there too, but you need it over here as well. There's nothing really to deal with these Sepulchral Stalkers aside from the Akshinas. Fae is dying, though. Fae is surrounded by Seekers, but these Seekers could be on the point! Like, yes, killing Fae is valuable, but if you're on such a time crunch, you need to take this objective. Just walk 2 feet to the right. 2 feet, and now the Tomb Kings are getting so much bodies on the point before you can take out Fae. Leave the infantry. Let the infantry go. The Seekers can kill Fae. Let the infantry get on the point, fight the Foot Squires, kill them off. Come on, guys. You can do it. I believe in you. And the cap weight is wavering. Fae is free of the Seekers for now. The Seekers should be able to pursue and finish her off. She's down to about 1,000 hit points. Seekers are pretty good at killing those kind of horse characters. Okay, red team finally retakes the high ground, but can they hold it? These Chaos Knights getting torn apart by Grail Knights and Sepulchral Stalkers. Except there's just nothing here to hold this point. There's some Seekers. They're being charged by Knights of the Realm. That's not really where they want to be. Their hold on the map is so precarious. Fae gets out. Kotep's still alive too. They're going for a desperation back-up of the Dervishes. Or are they going for the back-up or are they going to try and kick out the Archers? Either way, it's a very desperate play. They're slowly taking the center, but I feel like it's just too slowly. Seekers aren't going to be doing enough. I think the blue team has it. I think Team 2 is going to take it. Knights of the Realm getting some Good value in the Seekers. Yeah, they trade pretty well when they get a front charge. The Seekers have been doing a really good job. Looks like the Cav Micro from Scrambled Egg and Dustman has been excellent this game. But just the infantry allocation. Fighting for both sides of the map cost them so much. But, yeah. They're finally taking 3. They're taking... Actually, wait, they're taking all 3 points. But so precarious. Like, they're taking them, but I don't think they can hold them. Their infantry in the center is so soft. All they have up here is dervishes. And their Seekers over here are dying off. There's nothing to kill this Cav that's coming in. Actually, those Cav are dying. We could maybe hold the high ground if these bears get in here and help finish off those Grail Knights. Can they hold this? Can they actually hold this? The Foot Squires are routing. The Tomb Guard are low. They're taking the center. They're not quite taking 3. What is that? Knight of the Realm. Yeah, it's not a Grail Knight. It can't kill these Chaos Warriors. But if they can body block them off the point, it's not going to matter. They might get the reverse 3 cap, but they have so little time to do it. Oh, they need to hit these points. They need to take them yesterday. Again, if they had just not blobbed on Faye and took the point instead, they might be able to pull it off, but I just don't think they can get there. These Chaos Warriors have to walk around. Their leadership's still low from Azazel dying. These Cav are all coming. I don't think they can get it. It's a really close game, though. It's a real close game. They took Objective 1. They're holding it. They're killing those Grail Knights. They just don't take the center quite fast enough. Don't take the center fast enough. Don't take Objective 3. And that's going to be Houseplant keep taking it. Honestly, that was a phenomenal game. Considering they were playing against Houseplant, who was, again, world champion of domination, like probably the best Dom player in the world. That was an incredibly close game. That was a really, really good match. The Cav Micro from both Slaanesh and Kislev was excellent to try and just pin down the vastly superior Cav from Brett. They did a really good job of actually killing off a lot of Houseplant's Cav as quickly as they could and mitigating a lot of its value. Which is, I mean, they're mitigating a lot of Brett's value in that regard. Like, that's all Brett's good for in the 2v2s, pretty much. I mean, the Foot Squires are okay. Peasant Archers do alright, but really it's about the Cav. The Catapults were just a menace as well. They were just free-firing the entire game. Destiny, yeah. Sheena's did pretty good. Zargard traded alright. Warbears did pretty good. Little Grom did good. That was an extremely close game. That was extremely close. Yes, not too good. Seekers did really, really well. Scrambled Eggs Cap Micro is very good. But that is Team 2 taking yet another dub, which means they have technically won our event, as there's not enough points left for Team 1 to make a comeback. But we are, of course, still going to play out the last series. The last event. Which, if they're not already in-game, then I'm joining the team. So, I think somebody on one of the teams went to bed. So they've been looking for a substitute. And if they haven't found one, then I'm gonna sub in. Alright, I'm gonna check and see if they need a sub. Alright, so the 3v3 is getting underway. So we're going to have to wait a few minutes while that happens. They said they're having a bit of connection issues, so there's still a chance I might sub in. But for now, they've got 2 full teams to play, so we'll let them give it a go. And then once the replay is available, we'll cast it. We're not going to cast it live because having 6 players in the lobby is already pretty laggy. Adding a 7th is not a good time for anyone. So we'll just wait and see what we got. In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can get somebody to fight me for my entertainment. Alright, who's not playing that I can get to fight me? Alright, Iskander's gonna fight us. While we wait for the 3v3 to finish, we can get rid of this for the moment. And we'll go to lobby. Or Discord's gonna crash. That could also happen. Discord could just say screw you and crash. Alright, what map haven't we played today? Let me rephrase that. What map haven't we played today that I like? Just do Itza. Nice classic map. Alright, what do we want to play? What haven't we seen today? Maybe Dark Elves. We saw Dark Elves in Land Battles, but not in Domination, so maybe we'll play some Dark Elves. Yeah, let's play some Dark Elves. I haven't played Dark Elves in a good while. Alright, Iskander, what are you going to play? Are you still here? I can start making my build. Yeah, I know you're loading. Also, Iskander, if you're here, don't stream snipe me. That's not cool, man. Skaven? We already saw Skaven. I could make Iskander play Skaven and play Empire into my Skaven. I know he loves that matchup. Lobbies are all good? What lobbies? It's an even matchup for Dark Elves. Could do Norsca Dark Elves, maybe. Or Doc. Oh no. God damn it, I knew he'd pick Cathay. Alright. Putting Dark Elves into Cathay. Iskander, if you're here, stop screen cheating. Stream sniping, that word. Words are hard. I'm talking a lot from me. Words are hard. Alright. So we're doing this. This is a great idea, I promise you. Nothing could ever go wrong with this. Yeah, on foot. Taking a sorceress of probably Pendulum? Probably Pendulum? Actually, I have a bad idea. Let's do it. Or bring Horse Malekith. God damn it, did you... I literally just said about Lord I'm and then I'm Scander DM. He minimized stream, but he can hear me. So I want to talk about my Build-A-Scander, and I don't need you to hear my Build-A-Scander. I appreciate you watching my stream, but I don't appreciate you hearing my build. Capiche? I don't expend less shit. I could bring this unit, but that unit's bad here. Not objectively bad, but like I don't like it here. We want this at some point, so might as well just start it. You bring one of your items for that price? Yeah, sure, why not? Basically, we're going for an infantry overload. I want a Pterosaurus. Do I really want a Manticore? I feel like I don't want a Manticore. Maybe they'll die to Zao. Do we need this many Dark Riders? I feel like we don't. I can bring these. That's definitely not a terrible idea. Not the worst idea I've ever had. You know what, fuck it. For the content. Ew, what is that Cathay banner? Isn't that Yonbo's banner? I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan of Yonbo's banner. It's not good. Alright, I am ready to get crowed. Not the Crows of Cain. Crowman. Oh no, my camera's still slow. But I'm casting, I turned my camera settings down, so it's less dizzying to watch, but I'm playing. This is not... this does not feel good. Me too, Malekith. Me too. Alright, we're good to go. We're gonna back off pretty much immediately. We need all our infantry before we fight. We need at least the 4 Dread Spears. Probably want 4 Dread Spears to be our center. We're not actually killing infantry on the sides. The Dread Spears just kind of neutralize the Jade Warriors. They just, you know, rub noodles on each other for a while. Hey, Gabagool, welcome to the stream. We have a bit of an intermission game between me and Iskander while we wait for the 3v3 to finish. We can cast the replay. Which is all we have left, just the 3v3. All of our other games have concluded. Oh, my neck. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard that. That was... ow. Okay, but the Spears are going to run up the middle, fight Jade Warriors, and neither one of them can kill each other for about 10 minutes. And then we have our actually like aggressive infantry on the flanks to actually go and kill Peasant Spears, Halberds, hopefully their backline. He is ready. What does he have? Crane guns. Iron Hails, Peasant Archers, Zao. He brought Zao. Who would ever bring Zao? Everyone knows Zao's a terrible lord. So yeah, Cathay's gonna go set up I can't use it. It's over here on the hill. It's pretty common to just put your left flank like right at the edge of the water, and then just have your other flank stretch to the trees. It's really hard to assail that position. So pretty standard play there. But it does mean that he gives up this entire left side of the map for me to creep up, and I can attack straight through these trees into his spawn, which is basically going to be the goal. We're just going to fight him way deep. Maybe I think we can cap center with. Probably not with the crane guns. If there weren't crane guns, Malika could go cap center. But with crane guns, that's a bit more difficult. We also creep up. The crane guns don't have that much range. They're also sitting way far back. So shooting that I like in this. Cathay now dies to crows. Yeah. Crows are fun. Who doesn't like crows? You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be over here. So I have this problem I run into where R is to highlight for me. That's what I rebound space to. And, you know, Alt is used for like a million different keybindings, but if I hit Alt and R, it opens my GPU performance report. So I keep opening that mid-game and basically ended up Alt tabbing. Time to view the plant. Man's horseplay is insane, yeah. It was a very good game. That game was insanely close. It was an excellent game. Yeah, playing Team News with Houseplant is always a good time. Oh, look, guys, it's the fun unit. Let's get these guys over here to make them go away. And we gotta move everything to make it harder for him to get his bomb drop off. Okay, bomb drop accounted for. Fast. First, I'm not sure. Wait. Oh, it's so late. Alright, what else do we need? We need probably 2 Witch Elves before we go in. But that's all we really need. Some 2 Witch Elves over here on the left side and then we'll go in. We can bring in the Sisters of Sing Doom pretty late and be just fine with our lives. But we do want to be further this way. So we're going to attack straight through these trees into his back line. That's the plan. Also, I don't think he's noticed these harpies back here. It's good for me because he can go kill the crane gun for me. As long as he doesn't notice it. But his camera's probably like here. So they're just not on screen. We can start creeping up a little bit. There's nothing really in range to stop us from being up here. So that was transformed. Not unexpected, nor is it a huge problem. Our Bleak Swords over here a little more. We want the Corsairs to be the ones actually in the backfield. And once we get in here, we're going to start summoning Golden Knights. Alright, time to go. Can you sneak around the edge there? Cool. Sneak around if you can. Harpy's getting the back line, that's good. Which means there's no more shield breakers, so our infantry's going to be doing a lot better. Malekith is in a good spot for a Soul Stealer. A nice one. Do a lot of work against Zhao from there. Crossbows can keep firing in there. Do you want Sisters or do you want Cold One Knights? Probably need Cold One Knights. There's a bunch of Jade Lancers on the field that I don't like. Get in there. Nice, breaking the front line. On the right side, we also have a 3 cap, which is a very good spot to be in. Harpies are doing good work. Zhao is still very healthy. Just kind of annoying. Get me the Sisters. Help them crack those halberds. Just shoot those halberds. That's a beautiful target for us. You need to be desummoned. You need to be desummoned. Horse Malekith's actually kind of okay here, honestly. He's not doing bad at all. Oh, we need to suck less. Rampage those guys if you can. Mouse fire them. Yeah, we do need Cold One Knights on the field, though. That's something I should have done already. But a little bit sloppy from me. I did want the Sisters, so I greeted for them. Why are you in melee? Shoot the Jade Lancers. Where'd my other repeater go? Oh, it's in melee. That's not where it's supposed to be. Okay. They're taking back the right side. Not the end of the world. You get into the halberds. Scrimcav get away. Witch Elves and Corsairs keep aggressing into their back line. And get some Cold One Knights on the field to help contain Jade Lancers. Heroes of Khorne are getting away with absolute murder in the back line here. You love to see it. Some Knights go over to Objective 3 and fight for it. Give me some more infantry on the field to hold the right side. Sisters of Singing Doom are actually doing really good work. Alright, shoot some of these cav. Need my other Cold One Knight out pretty soon. Malekith is maybe not doing more than Malice would, to be honest, but he's doing alright. Come on, get onto those guys. Maybe just back off the right side, to be honest. I think that's a lost cause. Get over here to the center. Get us more infantry in the center. Just try to hold Malekith. Get a Soul Stealer pretty soon. Jeez, I let Iron Hails fire. That's a mistake. But one, we shall rectify. Good old case of Malice. Don't have enough WOM for spell yet. Malekith could probably come help with the cav fight, to be honest. What are you? Your Jade Lancers and your Rampaging. That's a fine situation for me. Go kill those peasant archers, please. More Corsairs. Yeah, you should kill those Jade Lancers if you get the charge. Even more so if we get some missile support. And some Cold One support. Go fight those guys. Malekith is doing pretty well into Zhao, to be honest. That's not a fight I expected to be winning, but it's going just fine for us. Zhao's animations have always been kind of janky. That's the one thing that holds him back a bit. Why did he not get an attack order? Shoot them. Winning that cav fight up there. Those guys are dying to the Sisters of Singing Doom. You're not Sisters of Singing Doom. Over here and chew up those guys. You guys can be summoned, hopefully. Didn't notice the back cap. I noticed. Try to put some pressure on Zhao, but also we need to get those Jade Lancers more. I mean, if Zhao wants this really awkward fight to be in, it's a really weird decision to make, like trying to punish Zhao because he's just so tanky because of his healing. I assume he brought it, but yeah, he brought the healing. But at the same time, like when you're in, he's in a position like that, I can't help but punish him. Like it's just so free. It's kind of also fake value, so it's a really awkward decision to make. Nice, he whiffed. Where are you? Be gone. More Corsairs. He does need a 3-cap at this point, so we need to make sure he doesn't back-cap us like he's trying to. So send these Jade Lancers, not Jade Lancers, other guys up there. Okay, Zhao has hit his heal cap. Malekith is doing just fine into him. Get our Skirm Cap out of there. Shoot those crows, please. Are you on skirmish mode? No, you're not. Good. Okay, we got one more Soul Steal in the back pocket, which should be pretty good in this blob fight that's shaping up here. We'll need the 1-cap, and my crossbows are dying, but they're almost out of ammo anyway, so it's kind of fine. I don't really want to use that there just yet. Let's get some Corsairs out over here, although Cold Knights would also be really nice. I need to try not to blob too much, and you need to get the hell out of there. The hell out of there. We do only need the 1-cap. Which means they have to fight into us. Where's Malekith? He's right there. Cool. And our crossbows are back online. Start shooting. Stop trying to take the high ground. It's just not worth our time. They're not worth our time. Put those Jade Lancers up there. Corsairs could actually honestly take that objective pretty easily. Alright, Soul Stealer there. Some damage on Zhao. Some damage on the RR Crows. Oh no, my Dark Rapiers are almost out of ammo. We're getting dove. Whatever shall we do? I might have brought too many Dark Riders. I feel like they just weren't that useful to me this game. Malaz is slowly taking down Zhao, honestly. Not doing that bad. Iron Hells don't have great line of sight over there, so that's fine. Some more spears over here. Kill the Empress Scrumman. Push the Infantry under the point. Yeah, we're in a pretty good spot here. I think we got this. But yeah, the Corsairs are taking that point. The Crows shouldn't win that, but they might. So we'll send these guys up here to make sure they don't. Hopefully. Over here and start pushing into Malekith. You guys need to go shut down some of this shooting. That shooting could be a big issue for us. We need more bodies on the point. We need to be on the point. I don't really care that my repeaters are getting killed. It's not a priority for me. They're so low on ammo, they're just not that valuable to me. I'm just trying to keep Malekith on Zhao so Zhao can't have his way with my infantry. Why can't I select you? Thank you. They are starting to cap, which is kind of unfortunate for me. Our Dark Riders are getting torn apart by those spears. But we can get up here and cap, hopefully. Just do a lot of good for us. We can also potentially kill Zhao here. Malekith's taking a lot of damage from those Iron Hails, which is kind of unfortunate, but not the end of the world. The Golden Riders into there. Zhao has how much hit points? About 1,000? Cool. The other thing is, like, Zhao's also getting shot by those Iron Hails. Which is fine by me. Good situation to be in. If we can kill Zhao, we might be able to salvage this, although we are still hanging on to the point. For the moment, at least. Cool, we got rid of the shooting. Zhao is very, very low. Which is good. It's the Terror Source gone. You guys need to be on the point. Zhao is routing, Malekith is pursuing. Good scenario. Cav can help with that. Iron Gunners are shut down. We have not quite taken the high ground. That hurts a lot. We can get some Dark Riders up there pretty quick, right? Zhao got away. Oh well. Malekith, get back in the center and start killing Iron Hails. Dark Rider Repeaters, you're on the point. Good. But be on the other one instead. Okay, we capped that one. We win. Never doubted me? Thanks. Yeah, Zao rallied. Son of a bitch. It's fine. These guys might be able to just finish him off. I just want him dead for spite's sake. Hello, cat. Please stop clawing my knee. I'm good. What time is it? Oh, it is your dinner time. Maybe I'll feed you before the 3v3. Come on, die. Die. Kill him. He's got 170 hit points. You can kill him. With that one volley. Come on. Take him down. I want to see the dragon die. Cat, not the time. I will feed you after... Oh, they hit one arrow. Come on. This is all we're here for. Cat! I will feed you momentarily. Okay? Now die. 83 hit points and no more arrows. Woe is me. Oh, we're actually losing that point. Oh shit, I need to be paying attention instead of being attacked by the cat. Yeah, you can't cap in time. We're fine. Cat! Calm yourself. There we go. Okay. Crows of King got good value. Horse Malekith did pretty well. Dark Appears did pretty well. Cold Knights didn't do super great. I don't think Chop Iron Hail's Tribulation to that happen. Zao exists. It makes me sad. Yeah, Iron Hail's got good value. Iron Hail's just such a strong unit. They're so good. Jade Lancers are a problem. They just delete Dark Elf Infantry. Dark Elf Infantry is made of absolute paper. Alright. I'm gonna go feed this cat so he stops clawing my legs. If I don't have a 3v3 to cast when I come back, I will beat up on a Scander some more. I will be right back. Alright, the beast has been sated. Is my camera lagging? Has my camera been frozen this whole time? What the hell? Cool. This is such BS that it shouldn't close. Okay, Malekith Secret Tech. I've never used that Malekith before. You're done, Rusty? Then send me the replay. Someone send me the replay if you're done. Frozen left. Cool. Oh well, it's fixed now. Hey. We've got a 3v3 replay, folks. So, originally supposed to be Tim, Rusty, and Roland versus Housecat, Cows, and JP. I know Roland had to leave because of time constraints, so I know he didn't end up playing. I don't know who did end up playing. Cat, what was that noise? I like hearing thuds from the other room. It's not concerning at all. You promised Triple Giant? Well, let's see if Rusty fulfills his promises. So, actually, I didn't look at who was playing, but okay, so we got Nurgle, Norsca Dark Elves versus Greenskins, Skaven, Walk. And we are on the wrong scene. Please hold. Yeah, Nurgle, Norsca Dark Elves, Greenskins, Skaven, Walk. Who's pinging me? Is this immediately important? Alright, let's see what they've cooked up for us. So, for Team 1, we have Exalted Plaguebearer frontline with some Marauders, and I assume Festus is around here somewhere, right? Where's the Lord? Oh no, it's a Chungo. It's a Chungo with passive spam and oh, Fetid Stench. I didn't know they had that. Then we have a Marauder Chieftain on a Mammoth. Who is even playing Norsca? It's okay. Chicken Feed filled in. Oh no, Chicken Feed. Griffins, Champs, Argoneths, Supreme Sorceress of Soul Stealer and Chillwind with the lore passive as well. And yeah. Seems to be it. Just a big hefty infantry rush, a lot of stat buffing passives, and some big monster lords. And then there's this chaos. Literally and figuratively. So we have Festus and a Mutilith. We have the Avalanche Mortars. Okay, let's start with the lords. Wurzag with his Bonewood Staff. No surprise there. Ikit with Warp Lightning, Storm Demon, and Flensing Ruin. And this is, okay, so it's Icarus on Greenskins, Cows on Skaven, and Housecat on Walk. Which means no Power Grab. Power Grab would affect all three factions, so I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for it, but Ikit is no slouch in his own right. Flensing Ruin's going to be great against all those big single entities. Natty Boobos, they're good against pretty much everything here. They'll kill anything that you let them shoot. Chaos Warrior Grip in frontline, Chaos Warriors, Whip Warriors, Chaos Warriors, Marauders, Nightrunner Slings. Nightrunner Slings, interesting. I mean, they have no lack of targets, but they're just kind of cheap for a 3v3. Durkits, Swigs, Broken Tusk Mob, Borba Biggins. Nothing actually too fancy. It's and a Plague Lock Catapult that I didn't notice. Yeah, I'm a little worried for this this red army. There's a lot of bodies over there they need to kill. Not a whole lot of infantry there. I mean, they got the Mortis Mutilith. They got the Avalanche Mortars, but their infantry line is going to be massively outnumbered and outclassed. Marauders. I don't know, is Tim just going to build... I should have known better than put Tim in a 3v3. He's going to make his whole team build up for 6 minutes. Come on, Tim. Let's have some entertainment. Come on, Tim. Yep, I should have known better. Tim's gonna make his whole team build up. Is that Shades with dual weapons? Ooh, we got the Sisters of Singing Doom. We got some Forsaken of Nurgle. Marauder Champ Great Weapons. More Shade dual weapons. What's that? Viction's Death Squad. Marauder Horsemen. Throwing Axes. Night Goblins. I assume those are Fanatics. Yeah, Fanatics. Chaos Warrior Great Weapons. The RR Fanatic. Some Chaos Trolls with armor. And yeah, this is going to be a defensive position around Skaven guns again, like I said before. And I actually have Basic Mortar. I haven't seen those since Warhammer 2. Mostly because their damage over time effect got pretty heavily nerfed coming to Warhammer 3, so they're not nearly as good as they used to be. But they have a plethora of targets to try and farm value against, so. Chosen Great Whips? Where are the Chosen Great Whips, Rusty? Oh, Chosen Great Whips. There's Rusty's Chosen Great Whips. Enjoy your Great Weapons, Rusty. So the mortars are firing in. They do some okay damage, honestly. Not bad at all. Lots of staggers, too. Naked Claw's going to be running around skirmishing, trying to slow the advance. Need to be a little careful of Sister Singing Doom. Don't want to get rampaged. Catapults are firing in. The blue team is advancing through the trees with their very elite front line, backed up by some Dark Elf missile units. We got Avalanche Mortars. They're actually this time. Good damage on those Marauder Champions. Probably get focus as RORs. These Altar Plague Bearers are also excellent targets. Warzag is he on his board? Oh my gosh, he's just so small compared to everything else that's on the field, all the other single entities. Mortars probably won't be alternating your targets. Trying to maximize your damage. Once units are like spread out like that from the first volley, the second volley doesn't do as much damage. Make sure to spread that out. This Mammoth is actually going to just bowl right through all these lines. Yeah, I guess there's some Borcab to stop it, but Borcab aren't that good against big single entities. We got some Chaos Knights of Nurgle coming as well. Oh, goodbye, Sisters of Singing Doom. I love the Avalanche Mortar, and honestly, who doesn't? 1200 value off of like 3 volleys. Now, the Dragon's landing on it. We got some Swamp Things coming in to try and peel it off, and also some Savage Orcs. But it's worth it just to try and get rid of those guys. Chillwind coming in, just, taking the tip off of the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh. Chaos Knights of Nurgle charging in, counter-charged by the Boar Boy Cav. Lots of work there. Infantry engagement across the line. Ikit's trying to disrupt the engage, trying to get onto Shades and peel them off. Festus is fighting on the far side, just sucking down some of these Chaos Warrior Great Ones. Oh, those Marauders. The Mutalith is getting wrecked by Shades, and we also got a Cockatrice out here as well, trying to shut down the Dark Elf shooting. Squig's helping as well. And Natty Boobos and the Sklingers shooting into the Plague Bearers. Ikit is just trying to stop the Marauders from getting this backline to little avail. The Mortars are going down. How much value have they gotten? Not nearly as much as the ROR, but that's to be expected. The ROR is also shut down now. It only got off those 3 volleys, and then the Dragon came for it. And oh boy, if there hasn't been a Soul Stealer yet, there better be one right about now. No, I think he already Soul Stealered. And Soul Stealer's just going to farm so much value in these blobs. The value is, jeez, the Dark Elf value. Jeez, the Dark Elf value is so high. The Mutalith shooting, the Soul Stealer that we missed on the Sorceress. So much value for the Dark Elves. How are the Harkonneths doing, actually? Where are the Harkonneths? It's a unit I never see, so I want to keep an eye on them. But where the hell did they go? Okay, there's some. They're getting destroyed. And there's some, and they've done nothing. Cool, as expected. We have the Rusty Arrows there getting shut down by those Harkonneths. We have the center point capped by the forces of the Plague Father. But the stream of build-up of the sweaty, mutilated Marauders just pours forth, led by the Great Unclean One and the Marauder Chieftain on Mammoth, and that is a goddamn beautiful sight. Oh, just look at that. Look at the rats running from the Great Chungus. Ain't that a beauty? The mass exodus from the red team as the forces just cower in fear. Now Wurzag is next on the menu for that Mammoth. The Mammoth is just a-coming for that booty. And the Goblin's trying to peel to little avail. Skinnle's in there to help if he needs it, but that Chieftain isn't even... Oh, he's not even going for Wurzag, he's going for the Night Goblins. Stream of Corruption coming down, gets some good damage there. The Chaos Knights are charging all throughout the back line. The Greenskin Cav is no more, so there's nothing to stop them. They're all being pushed back. The Mortars are back online. They have 9 models still. They could do a lot of damage here. They can absolutely delete... Oh, are those Rusty's Chosen? Those are... Oh, no, it's just... Okay, it's the Plague Bearers first. The Chosen are still out of range for the moment. But give me that Mortar volley. Oh, baby. Honestly, they kind of missed. That was not great. but they are still relatively safe for the moment. The Savage Orcs are fighting in some Forsaken Nurgle here. The Chungus is coming to help out his cavalry, fighting those big stinky trolls. All the balance they're Nurgle cav, so they're probably into it. Let's be honest. Love that model. Yeah. Alright, where are those Chosen Grey Weapons for Rusty? Let's zoom in on these Chosen Grey Weapons, contributing oh so much to their team way back here in bumfuck nowhere. And they have a whole lot of, a whopping 24 kills. Festus and these Cockatrice and Mulith blob actually pushed up all the way to their opponent's safe point. There's not a whole lot to shot on the Mulith. There's a couple of shades online, but not a lot of models, so not a lot of damage coming out. But they are taking a lot of damage. Plague of Rust has popped, so the Toads are actually chewing it up pretty well. Cold Knights will help out as well. But the Cockatrice and the Mutolith means there's so much debuffing on the melee attack of these guys, of the Cold One Knights. Got -10 from there, -6 from there, so -16 melee attack in this whole blob, which is brutal, but the Mutolith's going down from the shooting. So Festus can't heal it up quite fast enough. The rear objective is still in control of the red team, and value is still trailing behind a bit for the red team, but they do have that healing from Festus, doing a lot of work. The Mutolith has been almost heal cap. No, not even close to heal cap, but it is being routed off now. The Searing Doom coming down on a pile of squigs. They're just chewing apart Skin Wolves. I love 3v3s. It's such fantastic chaos. There's so many big pieces in so many places. You can just have so much fun with all the biggest toys. Ikit is running for his life, being escorted off by his own Swamp Things. He's got a bit of value, but not too terribly much. And where's the Dark Elf Dragon? Ah, it's over here fighting with Wurzag alongside. Oh no, fighting against Wurzag. Trying to snipe on Wurzag, but it's being chased off by Boarboy Cav. Actually, Wurzag's chasing it too. That's pretty great. What champs coming in? Rusty's Chosen. Fighting Chaos Warriors Slaanesh. Where are the mortars? Can the mortars just... Oh, I want the mortars to just ruin Rusty's Chosen. I wanted them to just get absolutely deleted. How is Festus' blob doing? Is he healing? No, he's sucking. He's doing the good suck. Getting some decent value. That's a nice stream. Gonna get some good value off of that. But the sheer amount of reinforcements that come out, and I mean, oh my god, look at the supplies being banked. They're all supply cap. Like, everything's just routing, so like, as soon as something's available to be summoned, you summon it. And it doesn't matter how much it costs, you just summon it because you need troops, because you got so many funds. I love 3v3s. They're so fun. Yeah, the Squig and Frog blob up in the hills, with the Cockatrice just gazing down mightily over the battlefield, just debuffing everything. It is a good time to be a Warhammer player. Heroes of Cain are chasing off Natty Boo, was way in the corner. Got a fresh supply of Savage Orcs coming in to start a crumpin'. Ikit's just chilling in the back, too scared to go back in. But honestly, a Flensing Ruin and this blob over here could be so money right now. They are trying to hunt down Wurzag, doing the best they can. Chillwin going down on some Clan Rats with shields. And the Chungus is completely unbothered, just walking forward, fighting whatever he wants. There's nothing to stop him from doing whatever he likes and taking whatever space he chooses. Chosen are being bombarded by Plague-like catapults and the mortars. Ah yes, ruin Rusty's day, please. Please, Toxic Cow, please ruin Rusty's day. That did nothing. And that's why you don't see basic mortars very often. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Looks like there's that Flensing on the Lord. Unfortunately, not much else caught in the spell. So we got some, what are these? Chaos Knights? Dark Riders charge again. So not a whole lot of value to be found off that Flensing, although the Chungus walks into it. More value for Ikit, though I don't imagine it'll amount to a kill. Value is still pretty heavily in the favor of the blue team. They've held their safe objective and the center for the majority of the game. We got some Plague Capels just chunking in. We got the Mutolith resummoned. How much value have we got? So I got 3,200 and it's ready for another round, baby! It's going to come and chew up some of these Chosen, the Marauder champions. Honestly, he'll do a good work against the Mammoth, too. How much has the Mammoth been doing? Mammoth boy? Yeah, not too bad. The Death Globes will shoot the Mammoth. Probably not the best choice when you have Exalted Plague Bearers and Chosen right in front of you. But hey, they don't do actually that bad in the big single entities. The Mutolith is honestly given as good as it's getting, and actually given better than it's getting in that fight. The Chosen are getting on the Death Globes. Bit of a miss micro, but hey, what can you do? It's a bit chaotic and hard to keep track of all your units in a game like this. Argonath Executioners being destroyed from downtown by the Avalanche Mortars. Crows of Cain trying to get on top of the mortar teams, but there are Squigs and there are Savage Orcs there to protect. Mortars are free firing. Honestly, with all these guns back online, Skaven could start making some headway back onto the map. But the problem is their troops actually their allies are running low on infantry. They've taken a lot of casualties and haven't resummoned too quickly. So they might be able to clear off some of these champions, the Chosen, all that, but they need things to actually take their place. which may be a bit hard to come by. Marauder Champions, a good target for them. Mortars, not the greatest volley I've ever seen, but still pretty solid value. Festus is being surrounded by Chaos Knights. He's just sucking them down. And also, probably win that fight by the power of Mortis. Mutalith and the Cockatrice once again in the center with the massive debuff blob. Taking these Target Executioners down. They're not actually getting hit by the debuffs. Taking the Cold One Knights down. Okay, they're also not being hit by the debuffs. The chicken wandered off. So much for me gawking at the debuff blob. Let's see what. Oh, the Chungus went down. He got shredded by the teeth. Oh, those are the teeth breakers, not the Natty Boobos. Oh, they just shredded the Chungus and I didn't even notice. They got 3.3k value. Now they're turning on the Cold One Knights. I didn't even realize those were the teeth breakers. So much value. Oh, Rattling Guns are so cool. They're so stinking cool. Savage Orcs coming in to try and crump those Cold One Knights. I don't think Red Team has much hope of getting back on these objectives in a reasonable amount of time. They have to 3-cap. They've got nothing downtown to actually threaten Objective 1. So I think Blue Team has a pretty comfortable position here. But hey, I still like seeing all the big explosions, personally. Where's the... Oh, speaking of big explosions, they got killed. Damn it. Well, where's Rusty's Chosen? Are those Rusty's Chosen? No. Rusty's Chosen? Ah, these are Rusty's Chosen, and they're dead. Did they pay for themselves? Of course not. Get wrecked, Rusty. Get wrecked. Alright, I'll catch up with chat when we're done. I see you guys talking. Forsaken coming in, Fecundity Pop to try and heal this blob in the center. The Mammoth Chieftain is still here to provide those fight or die buffs to all these Grip and Marauders and Forsaken. Chaos Knights coming back in. Oh, those are Dark Rise, not Chaos Knights. I keep forgetting those around the field. Neolith has died once again, but it's gotten 5.5k value. Oh, what a game. Like Toads, Marauder Horseman. Festus needs to get somewhere into the fight. Probably heal himself up as well. Cat, what do you want? I already fed you. Look at this unholy blob of just rats and goblins and greenskins and actually maybe and humans. Yeah, there's some savage orcs in there. Yeah, I don't think they get back on the points in time. The blue team did a pretty good job of stuffing their spawn with just a sheer body tide. With plenty of that sweet, sweet Nurgle healing. So Chaos Knights are charging right in that blob. Oh, I wish there was like a Comet of Cassandor or something right here, or like a Burning Head. Oh baby, oh baby. Look at the Mammoth over there. The Cockatrice flying around. The Mutalith running for the hills. The Mammoth is trudging over things. 3v3s are awesome, dude. I love 3v3s. We got some Exalted Plague Bears just chilling out. Some Crows of Cain are once again back to try and get on anything coming out of spawn. The 3-cap is going to return for the blue team, and I think that is in fact all she wrote. Please fire Catapult Volley into this blob. I want something to hit this blob so badly. But I don't think it's going to happen, as blue team does take the win right there. And that is Team 1 actually striking back, so bring the score a little more even. Chungo got destroyed. The Plague Bears did pretty good. Marauders did alright. Chosen didn't do shit, Rusty. Get wrecked. Chaos Knights did really well, though. Yeah, Chaos Knights did pretty good. Forsaken did good. Toads did toad things. Norsca, the Chieftain did okay. How did this start? Where was this champion? Did he forget about it the whole game? Did I not see a champion just sitting in the corner? How does it have 0 value? And it's full health. Where was it? I want to restart the replay and see if the champion was just AFK the whole time. Yeah, with caster value, Maws of Savagery. I didn't even see the Maws of Savagery. Skin Wolves did real well. Ironeth Executioners, not that great. Dragon Lord did good. Shades did okay. Cold One Cav also didn't see that, but it did pretty... Oh, no, I guess I did see some of that. It did pretty good. Boar Cav did good. Cat is tickling my ankles. Can you not, kitty? Snapjokes did better than I thought, to be honest. Nickit got good value. Mortars did alright. Plague Capitals were free fire, and Nightmare Slings didn't do a whole lot. Teeth Breakers. They shredded the Chungus. I literally blinked, the Chungus went full health, and I looked back and he was just dead. 2 summons, but still, I think we have our MVP. 5,800 value. Alright. I want to see where that Marauder champion was if it was just sitting in the corner the whole game, but let's also catch up on chat a bit. Hey, they're an anchor piece. Mm-hmm. What are 3v3 comms like? It kind of depends. Depends on how much you practice. Like when I've done 3v3s, we usually like decide one person to be the one calling the engagements. Usually the slowest person, so like in this case, be the Nurgle player. Because Nurgle's super slow, they can't really pivot very well. So they're kind of your anchor. So usually, when I played 3v3s, we'd have the Nurgle player be the shot caller. Or, you know, dwarves or whatever your front line is. And then you have them doing most of the calls, and then the other two just do calls when they need help or support. That's when you have like a practice group. I don't think these guys practiced a whole lot, since these weren't actually the teams they were assigned for, because some of the guys that were supposed to play weren't able to for whatever reason. So, probably chaos, to be honest. Probably not a whole lot of comm structure. Probably just people shouting or complete silence, yeah. Talk too much when you play, yeah. After battle this because Flensiren did like, yeah, yep. Chosen for disappointment of the year, yep. Correctly, mortar. Oh, maybe it was the one that got deleted by the mortar. That's a good point. But it was full health. Maybe it just got resummoned. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the one that got just 2-tapped by mortars. But still would have gotten resummoned at some point. I'm very curious. Worth the wait? I'm glad you think so. Glorious, glorious slaughter indeed. I guess, yeah, we do have all evil factions. I didn't even think about that. We have no good guys. Alright, where's this Marauder champ? Because it was a great weapon. It was probably like this one. I only started one Marauder champ great weapon, I think. The Chevron one. I'm really curious what happened to it, if it just chased something off the map. Yeah, because that's not a great weapon, it was a great weapon. Okay, they're going to fight. They're just going to chase a Marauder off the map or something? I'm real curious what happened to this one Marauder grab that just got 0 value. And is it just going to sit here the whole game? Is this it? This is the Chevron. Okay, it's walking around. At least someone just chases something off and gets stuck in the corner the entire game. Oh, there's the Teeth Breakers. Oh, are they just going to get the last samurai by the Teeth Breakers? That might be what happened. That's what happened. They just got last samurai by the Teeth Breakers. Okay. Question answered. Anyway, back to ye old scoreboard. So, Team 1's 3v3 team, making a valiant attempt to get them back on the board. Alas, the tournament was, in fact, already decided before that, but still. 7-11 is our final tally. And there's one big green check mark for Team 1. Whoops, that's not supposed to happen. That's not what I was trying to move. So, that is the end of the RTK Grand Joust. Yeah. Thank you so much to everybody who played. If you guys want to get involved in any future events like this, you can join the RTK Collegium, which there is a link in the description below if you're interested in joining. It's also just a place for people to show up and practice and just play Dom games, so if you want to get in the multiplayer scene, it's also a great place to just find games, find people who are willing to help you learn or teach you, or even just get practice games. So, I encourage you guys to join that. Probably hosting some more tournaments like this in the future. Probably not straight away, but I hope to keep this kind of event going. Maybe not necessarily this format, but these kind of mixed RTK and Collegium events. So, that to look forward to. But other than that, that is our event for the day, guys. Thanks so much for watching. But that is all we got. So, I will see you guys next time.